A ton of CC. Varus is about to drop.
Is this Ace's lobby to win?
Asa is going to crush Game 6.
Deja 3, talk about a win condition.
The roll down for the Soraka 3 has begun. A reality factor that you can extend the game even further.
Whoa. Did we just watch a Soraka 3 vaporize the entire board?
The hook! The thresh death sentence onto the Deja to stall.
AMD taking it down, will be getting that spot at the World Championship. I just don't see how Piot actually wins this because it wasn't even close. But we're locked in here, bro. We're being held hostage by Degree and Asa. His front line is now unstoppable. This should be a first for Appy. Sag goes down double kill. Well, but he's up by 1 HP over Soul Reaver.
Sully and Sag are our last two qualifiers for the North American Regionals.
Oh my god!
Climax is sweating. Here comes the Rampage bite.
Rain Plosion eliminated. Kyvix seals the deal. Can Soju outlive it? Here comes the first black hole. Siphon charges. Soju, no!
Guess who's in first place? It's the player who's been dominating. It's Kyvix.
You have won the North American Regional Final. What are the emotions immediately coming through your head, Kyvix?
I'm really happy about it. I've been trying to get to Worlds since I started competing in Set 4.
Yesterday, I predicted Soju would make it to day number 3, and you made a little bit of fun of me. You said you wanted to see it to believe it. Here we are on day 3. I've got one more prediction for you. Soju will be qualifying for the World Championship by the time the day is over.
All we can do is wait for those lobby scores, and I just got word they're here.
Wait, hold on. Let me make sure I'm not trolling. Rain has one first. I get 529.
Soju! Cloud9 K3 Soju, welcome to the World Championship!
Are you kidding me?
Dude. All right. I'm not trying to cringe it up and cry on cam, so I'm gonna hide.
Oh, that video gave me chills, everybody. Welcome, everyone, to the first event of Set 8 Monsters Attack. You're watching Defender Cup. I'm your host, Lemmy Kiwi. Most importantly, on this lovely Saturday, I have two Brainiacs. It's Dan. It's Bryce. Bryce, new set, tournament patch. So exciting.
So exciting. It's a great patch for a first tournament. The B patch has kept basically everything that was strong is still strong, but there's opened up a lot of other opportunities for play. And just in the Soju tournament yesterday alone, we were starting to see some new tech emerging. I think we're going to see a lot more tech emerge over the course of the weekend, so I'm excited to get into the action and start this pivotal road. We got to take down China, and it all starts here. We got to figure out who's going to qualify for North American Regionals to ultimately get to Worlds. Defender Cup is your first chance to start on that journey. I'm excited to see how all the players are going to fare.
Yeah, we'll see if it'll be Soju again who will, quote, cringe it up and cry on street. But Dan, you're the opposite of cringe. It's great to have you back.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. I pride myself on being the least cringiest as possible, but I don't always succeed. Welcome everyone to the first Set 8 tournament that we have, Monsters Attack. We're back. The prize pool is bigger, and it's more competitive than any other set that I can remember from North America. We're here at Day 3 of Defender Cup. It was so difficult just to even get here, whether it was through day 1 or day 2, or through the top 32 ladder snapshot, Jen.
I know. So let's recap everything for anyone who is new here. This is our first time seeing each other for set 8, but our players battled it out last weekend to make it to this point, as Dan said. So let's go over everything you need to know. You're watching Defender Cup, the first tournament where players compete to qualify for the Monsters Attack mid-set finale and the North American Regional Finals. They do so by, either performing extremely well today or by accumulating qualifier points throughout the 3 cups we have in store for this set. So we have Defender Cup today, which gives qualifier points. We got Corrupted Cup next month and Mecha Cup in April. So let's start with this tournament, Defender Cup. So we started with 160 players at the very start that were invited from the top players from Ladder Snapshot. But the top 32 players of Ladder actually automatically had a bye into this weekend, which is day 3, right in the middle there. The rest had to compete to finish in the top 32 of those 160 players to qualify into today. So everyone get your fingers out, okay? We're gonna do some math. The top 32 of Snapshot plus the top 32 players of day 2 make 64 players competing today. So these 64 competitors will challenge each other to 6 games, with lobbies being reseeded every 2 games, and performing super well today will give our players a point for Championship Sunday, which is day 4. These point head starts, may give them an edge in the standings in order to qualify for that mid-set finale. So 1 point for top 12. You're kind of looking at the middle column there. 2 points for top 8 and 3 points for top 4 moving into Sunday. And the rest don't get any point head starts. So we'll see if that matters. From the 64 players competing today, only half of them, 32, will make it to tomorrow, Championship Sunday. So tomorrow, the remaining players will compete in 5 games. From the 32, we cut that in half into 16 players who compete for a 6th game. And from there, the top 8 will compete in the final lobby. Every player that makes that final lobby will be automatically qualified to the championship weekend of Corrupted Cup, which takes place next month. But most importantly, the top 4 players of the final lobby of this whole tournament will cash in their ticket to the mid-set finale. Getting top 8 here, though, isn't the only way to make the mid-set finale or regional finals. Our players can gather qualifier points, like I said, from Defender Cup, Corrupted Cup, and the Mecha Cup to better their odds. The top 24 players, qualifier point earners from these cups, will move on to the mid-set finale, while the top 10 qualifier point earners from these cups will move on to the regional finals. And in order to determine who sucks and who doesn't throughout these games, we quantify our players' performance over this weekend using a point system. So if you're new to watching TFT, it goes like this. If you get first place in your game, you get 8 points, second place 7 points, third place 6 points, goes all the way down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 point for 8th place. So you still get something. We'll update you on the standings after a couple of games so you can keep track of your favorite players and their chances of making it to tomorrow. But the points are nice and all that, but let's talk about the money, okay? Let's talk about the bread. The prize pool that Dan mentioned has gotten so much bigger at $12,500 prize pool for this weekend. $3,500 going to first, $2,500 for second, $1,750 for third, $1,250 for fourth, and then we share all that love down all the way to 12th place. Even 12th place gets $250. That's pretty nice. So you guys are now officially all up to date on how this weekend's gonna work. The housekeeping is done. I can bring back my actual analyst to talk about the compositions we saw from last weekend because, well, it wasn't on broadcast. So take a look at the top 5 compositions that rocked the charts last time. We got Samira, Viego, Misfortune, Kaisa, Duelist, Bryce. Starting with you, Renegades are still performing well despite some people being kind of unsure after the Renegade nerfs. It's got the highest win percentage of our comps. Why do you think that is?
Well, it's worth noting these statistics were before the Renegade nerfs. The data here is from the last weekend of play. The B patch happened in the middle of the week, so Renegades have been tuned down a bit. But to be honest with you, I wouldn't expect the data to look significantly different on any of these compositions. The B patch was relatively light touches for the most part, and the things that got heavier touches desperately needed them. Everything that was strong last weekend will continue to be strong, like I said earlier. The real question is, what are the things that are not on this list that we expect to see emerging throughout the course of the weekend?
Yeah, we'll still see if Viega will be a top composition after those nerfs, as you said. But Dan, at the bottom there, Duelist, surprisingly popular, seems to be a consistent top 4, but not a winning comp. What are your thoughts on Duelist this patch?
I think Duelists have taken a pretty big step back from where it was at the holiday patch. We had a month long playing a bunch of Duelists and Jax and Yumi and Supers reroll. Duelist is a tempo-based composition, and it just feels like it's much better in solo queue than it is in tournament. I'm pretty sure that people who were able to get free LP are just beating up on players who don't know how to build as strong boards and keep up with tempo. I think that's why it's doing so poorly. You just look at it, it's a tempo comp that top 4s less than 50% of the time, and its win rate is literally the worst I've ever seen in any tournament in TFT history. 1%? You're telling me if you play this comp 100 times in tournament, you win a little bit more than once per every 100 tries. That is abysmal. I highly, highly recommend people against playing Duelist comps as their default. I think a lot of players don't know how to open, so they think, oh, maybe I'll just play Duelist and roll for it. I think Laser Core is much stronger ever since they buffed it, and it does give you a much stronger top end because of things like the buff to Ace, making Mordekaiser that top end for Laser Core that can make it very strong. A lot of things are going to shift going into this weekend, but we don't want to spend too much time and spoil it all, so I'll stop there, Jen, because I can just ramble on and on.
I know, and yeah, since Duelists have such like a low cap, it seems like a consistent top 4, not a winning one. We said that, but it depends. Do you need a top 4? Do you need a first? And the point system will determine maybe the play styles that we will see and who will be playing. Well, let's check out the first 4 lobbies of the 64 players competing. So we have lobby A through D, lobby E through H on the next screen. We'll be watching lobby D today. Dan, a few recognizable names here. Which storylines are you following this weekend?
Yeah, so the first one that is on everybody's mind is the people that went to Worlds. Are in Lobby A is Amdi and K3 Soju, and then you have Kyvix in Lobby B. Rain Potion, unfortunately, didn't make it to Day 3, but we'll see her back in future tournaments. These 3 players are the ones to see if they can follow up the strong performance from last set. Don't forget about players who also won the most recent tournament. Robin Songs yesterday won K3 Soju's Invitational, and Robin's been the most consistent North American player for quite some time, always in that top 5, never below that. He looks like he's in good form. And then what about all the up-and-comers, the people that are making these power rankings, that are making splashes? You're talking about Casper Wu hitting top 10 in the power rankings, Bosso Skills with that early set 1 or set 8 rank 1 performance, and then other players that are on the come up as well. I'm really excited to see which of these players can make that big splash.
And this was so awesome about this set is, yes, we have a lot of returning names, but it's all about heroes and maybe new heroes or returning heroes. Here's the second set of lobbies, lobby E through H. Remember, we're watching lobby B. Bryce, again, you have Dish Soap at the top of the power rankings. Any other favorites you see here?
Dish Soap, definitely one of the favorites. A few names that I have my eye on are the returners this set. We have Appies, Ramblin, and Aniko. All of them played last set, but all of them were very vocal that set 7 wasn't their set for a bunch of different reasons. All of them starting set 8 very, very strong. They're players that come in as favorites, all of them top 5 in the power rankings from their peers heading into this event, so expect all of them to have big bounce back performances across set 8, starting here with the Defender Cup. We have some up-and-comers here as well, a few folks we have our eyes on. Wasian Iverson cracking the top 15 in the power rankings for the first time. Ripple Overdrive, Stellar Minhee are names that I have my... Last but not least, it has to be said, there is a prophecy that we are in the process of fulfilling. It has been said since the dawn of TFT time that Prestovant, P-God, Lil Bro himself would win the Set 8 World Championship. That starts today.
Yeah, I'm so excited, and we'll be watching Lobby B. You have the players at the bottom of your screen. Let us know in chat who you'll be cheering for. But Dan, back to you. I mean, yes, we did just have a B patch, and maybe I was a little worried for our players of having these drastic changes. So you think things will be pretty similar to last weekend, or how flexible do our players have to be?
There's going to be a lot of the core elements. You're going to see a lot of the ace mech flexing lines, whether or not you play aces and mechs together is the ultimate top end, but you'll see a lot of people play Misfortunes-centric strategies or Samira-centric strategies, or even just play mech with any kind of backline that they can piece together. I do think that there's been a lot of 3 cost carries flying under the radar in particular. I have my eye on Zoe, LeBlanc, and Sona, the 3 cost AP champions, as well as Kaisa. Kaisa, I think, will continue to have good performances. And of course, don't sleep on some of these 3 costs like Riven, Senna. Yes, even Jax. We saw Jax. He played yesterday extensively in the Invitational. Solis got second in the tournament, playing 4 out of 6 games. So I'm excited to see if that is going to be the case. In terms of the player storylines here at the bottom, there's a couple of stocks moving up and moving down. Let's first talk about the people who are moving up. Casper Wu and players like Degree have only been making their results improve set after set and getting more recognition. And then players like Setsuko, he started off so hot at the beginning of the set, and now his confidence is lower than ever. He didn't even rank himself in the top 15. Where is his mindset at as he goes into the first tournament of Monsters Attack?
Oh, we love that confidence, and our game is almost ready to go. Let us know your predictions in chat of who's going to go first, who's going to go 8th. We have 64 players, and only 32 make it to tomorrow, and we have a kind of a different format, a huge prize pool, a brand new B patch. Jax is apparently maybe still good. I didn't even know that, but all I know is game 1 is ready. Dan and Bryce, take us through it.
All right, welcome everybody to the first competitive circuit match of Teamfight Tactics Monster Attack. It's Froday and Bryce here to bring you Game 1 Lobby B. We're hopping on board with one of the players that I think is super interesting to watch for a multitude of reasons. It's Kyvix. First of all, comes off of a great Dragonlance Championships appearance, we're winning the set regionals in North America. And then also still just kind of withdrawing. I feel like a lot of people, when they make this coming out performance, Bryce, they have that big tournament win, they make a splash at Worlds, they lean into it and they become a name in TFT. Kyvix feels like he just stays the course. He just is very mysterious, still really not being a very active participant in like the forums and social media. And yet he's still one of the players that I think people need to pay attention to the most.
Absolutely. He's an enigma in both play style and in personality, not a popular streamer, not someone that we get a lot of access to in terms of who they are as a human being, and also someone that has a storied history of being like a degen player, doing a ton of reroll oriented strategies in earlier sets, didn't really play that way at all in his path to qualifying for the World Championship, and a player that is slowly but surely rising through the ranks in terms of how his peers feel about the quality of his play. He's someone that a lot of people have their eye on going to the set is he just going to be a consistently strong performer? Is he no longer an enigma? Is he actually just a staple of high-level North American TFT? We're going to find that out starting with this weekend.
Kyvix already introduced with a couple interesting choices. Obviously can make Talon too. That's going to be one of his strongest units, but he has an early Zoe drop and a Tyranno Rod, and we talked about 3-cost AP being very underrated and how important having things like blue buff. He started Rod and got that tier. Let's see if that first augment coming up can change any of that, or perhaps lean into it.
Battle Mage is immediately where my eyes go. It is one of the strongest augments you can get if you're playing towards a Viego, Renegade, Oxforce Flex strategy. He started Rod, which is the best starting item because that composition can use infinite rods. You can easily play 3 rods or more on Viego, plus you want an Ionic Spark a lot of the time, plus you can secondary carry an AP unit like Misfortune or Soraka, so that's immediately where my brain went, and it looks like it's where Kyvix is did as well.
Yeah, the only thing that's a little bit awkward is that he doesn't have any items that he wants to actually combine and slam here, because if he makes Locket, it does kill that Rod item only for temporary early game power. And then Archangel Stab, Protector's Vow, that's not exactly what you're looking for. So he's going to hope that this is good enough to preserve HP, and I think that's still a mark of what you want to be doing. I think Lose Streak is very tricky. This is one of the compositions that you're able to get away with it. Renegades are really powerful from playing from behind because it is one of the strong win-out comps. I just hope that for Kyvix's sake, it's not going to be an uneven win-loss in Stage 2, because that could ruin his economy. And the one thing that you do want to have playing this Renegade-centric strategy is a lot of gold.
Absolutely. The shops that he's going to get offered in stages 2-2, 2-3 are going to be mission critical for this game. If you can get an Annie, for example, that's going to bridge both Gadgetines and Ox Force, would be a massive power spike for his board, and you could actually play for win streak, particularly with that strong augment. Speaking of Annie, we see one in Setsuko's shop. He is not interested in that. Setsuko playing Hustler, this augment is a lot different than how it used to function in TFT history. You get 3 gold every round, no matter how much gold you have in the bank, so you're incentivized to hustle. You're incentivized to pound that level key or roll your gold in order to build the strongest board you can. Setsuko, even though he lost going to level 5 here, not something you see very often, but definitely makes sense because of his augment.
So Spears was the sector to hyper roll the augments, going up against Kasparu, who has a duelist start. So we talked about how duelists can be, very all or nothing in terms of whether or not you're able to get this win streak. But this is one of the stars that I think could be powerful for Casper. More importantly, just because he has a duelist emblem doesn't necessarily mean he has to immediately commit to 4 duelists. Putting it on stronger units like an Ash 2 is still very much a really good strategy to start. A player like Setsuko, by the way, we talk about the storylines of tournament favorites, and I feel like Setsuko has a lot to prove this set. It's not a storyline that I enjoy talking about very much, but Setsuko might be one of the few players left with his ladder pedigree that still has something to prove in tournaments, while a lot of his peers of the same caliber, talking about Soju and Dish Soap, have shaken that off. And I feel like that's unwarranted because Setsuko still does perform well in tournaments, just he doesn't have that big win that people are looking for in order to crown him as, like, North America's best player.
The problem for Setsuko is purely one of expectations. If he were a middling ladder player with his tournament results, everyone would say, wow, this guy's pretty good in tournaments. He is, consistently solid performer. He doesn't win a lot of tournaments, but he does tend to advance and does at least okay by broader standards. But he's the most dominant ladder performer in the history of North America. I don't think there's anyone who would argue that at this point. I don't even think it's particularly close. We've had some other prodigious ladder players, Soju, Socks, Dish Soap, to name a few, but Setsuko's just consistently the best. And so to consistently stomp the ladder in the way that Setsuko does, and then to have the tournament results that he's had, just feels underwhelming. He's trying to take that pressure off himself. You mentioned at the top of the show, he didn't even rank himself in the power rankings. He's just trying to get out here and play some TFT, and I wish him nothing but the best, because we would love to see him pop off in tournaments like he does in ladder. He just hasn't been able to quite put it together yet.
So pretty strong combination. Setsuko had that 2 out of 3 underground, picks up Sona with a bow. Also, a Zoe with tier acquired by Degree. Degree has a tier already committed through Shiv, so he can't make that blue buff, but we'll catch up with him later on as we take a look at Kasparu's board. Does have the Shiv and Giant Slayer. Giant Slayer got nerfed in the previous patch. It doesn't feel as dominant as it used to before, which does tend to coincide with the rise of mech, since the mech is a unit that is all but guaranteed to hit that Giant Slayer threshold. What are your thoughts on, slamming things like Giant Slayer at this stage of the game, Bryce, given that there's not many targets that you can actually hit?
It's still bonus damage, even if, baseline bonus damage, even if you're not getting the extra damage for units above the threshold. And he's playing such a tempo-oriented strategy with the early Duelist. Duelist we talked about as a tempo strategy. It's one of the core tempo strategies. In fact, he's really bridging the two. The two core tempo strategies right now are Duelist and Laser Core, and he's essentially playing around both of them. He also slammed a static Shiv, which is not the best item in Duelist, but does do very well in Laser Core, so it wouldn't shock me to see him lean into potentially a 6 Laser Core 4 Duelist board as the game goes on, because you do have 2 Duelists in the Laser Core tree in Zed and Yasuo. So all of that together, I don't mind the slam. We're just trying to preserve as much HP as possible. We know our board's going to fall off later. Is this the best item you can have in the game right now? Absolutely not, but it does add some value to your board.
The way he sets up his board makes me think that he actually wants to play Kai'Sa from here. I think he has this Rammus is really good frontline, does have the Kai'Sa already in play, and because he has Duelist built into a recon strategy through Vayne, could end up playing 4 Duelists, maybe just 2, and just have Kai'Sa get attack speed. And essentially, his Kai'Sa items are done. He has 3 items that he can place on that Kai'Sa, go up to the mid game, and then he even has more flexible options. You don't have to just hard commit to Kai'Sa there. Kai'Sa oftentimes is being used at high elo right now as an item holder for Misfortune. So let's see what Casper is up to. He is actually quite an open and wide player, almost to his detriment in many scenarios. And Casper's also got some tricks up his sleeve. He is one of the tech peddlers of North America. The Casper move, as I like to say, is to convince you that things like 9 laser core, Blitzcrank 3, trap him in the corner, the aircraft carrier blitz is viable, and then have you go bot 4 while he's just playing set plus aces. So
Truly 5
we'll
head.
see.
Joining August Hart, a player that I don't know a whole heck of a lot about, if I'm being honest. He's at 80 HP with that metabolic accelerator, so not a bad stage 2 for him by any stretch of the imagination. He's preserved a meaningful amount of HP. He's picked up some extra HP because of the metabolic accelerator. He's got good, clear item direction. This last Whisper almost certainly wants to wind up on Samira, especially since it seems like he's going to be playing more of a fast 8-oriented strategy. So he's checking some early boxes, building that econ well, slamming item. He does get offered his Rod plus a Sunfire here, so it'll be interesting to see if he chooses to slam the Sunfire to play some tempo and try to preserve more HP, or if he's going to greed these components for stronger mech items in the late game.
Yeah, for the most part, August is a Samira mech player as his primary strategy, probably like around 12, 15 games out of 20. Not quite a one-trick, but, as close as you can get while still being willing to play other compositions. So I expect August Hart to just kind of be what most people consider just to be the standard meta. Like, you'll see players like August be that measuring stick for other people. Does have this Sunfire slammed. I like Sunfire. I think people see Sunfire as like, well, it's not the best item for mech. Should I be slamming that? Should I be greeting for like Bramble, Redemption, Dragonclaw, etc.? I think you should just kind of keep your tempo high, because even though he does have metabolic accelerator, that HP lead can matter a lot, especially if you get a crazy spike of hero augment power. Because remember, at stage 3-2, while you can get low-cost hero augments, you still can get 4-cost, and all of a sudden, the power level of the lobby spikes like crazy.
Speaking of Bramble and Redemption, going up against Deepay, who is functionally his father. They're both on that same sure shot line, but Deepay has the sure shot emblem. He's also got the much stronger items slammed. He has more items, more of them slammed. Everything coming up Deepay so far in this game. Let's check it out. It is a hero augment, and he does get offered the pizza and a set! A set in his shop. Mortdog has this,
Sivir
man.
2. Also has Sivir 2, which is... August Hart, we talked about it, right? Like, this is the strategy that he was going for, and he was rewarded. Endless Pizza is the best 2-cost hero augment you could offer at 3-2. It averages better than a 4th place, which means that usually you're playing for top 3 or better. Most challenger players look at this spot and just assume that August is top 2 guaranteed. However, I will say that it does kind of depend on how the rest of the curve falls, because we have seen people hit things like this Endless Pizza and hit mech early, but also just struggle to do anything else for the rest of the game. So yes, he's at 69. That meta box can be really huge. Let's see if August can ladder up and have a sustainable mid game. It is worth noting he did not combine his mech, did not choose a prime. I think this is very wise, because he doesn't have any items to really make it worth it, and he'd just be losing 2 units onto the field. And he is also still on a lose streak, so he doesn't even mind losing the next couple of fights. Although this one wasn't particularly close, ends up crushing Kyvix, or actually getting crushed by Kyvix. So it looks like he's going to continue to... actually, rather, I apologize. He lost to Kyvix, so August Hart now snaps his losing streak. Kyvix is the one on the losing streak now.
Yeah, joining Deepay's board for the first time, although we did have a look at it in that final fight on stage 2. Deepay in an excellent position. He's got really strong mech items slammed. He also got Endless Pizza. He has a Gunblade slam, which is rising in popularity on Samira. Gunblade on Samira can add a lot of value to the board. It's a small decrease or increase in DPS, but it's a very large increase in survivability of your board, in particular because you solo frontline the mech. The damage that is being pumped out means that the Samira is always staying alive, but also the mech often stays alive for a lot stronger, so it's a very, very strong item. No other components to play towards Samira items, so that's the only kind of potentially worrying thing about Deepay's board right now. Coming off of a loss, and it looks like he's going to be taking another loss here against Casper's board. So much tempo in this laser core strategy with that static Shiv slammed.
Yeah, and with the Spirit of the Exile, very powerful, get the attack speed ramping. I think a lot of people assume, the Spirit of the Exile, do you actually even really want to play it in like that duelist strategy? You mentioned laser core. The more you're attacking, the more pew you get. Take a look at the carousel. See if there's anything particularly strong. There is a set with a belt. There's a misfortune with a tier. And there's even some, hidden things like jacks with a bow and rams with the cloak. So there's some pretty strong item champion combinations here, Bryce.
Some very strong combination options here. We're not getting a chance to take a look at the items just now to see exactly who's going to be combining into what. Taking a look at the hero augments that we got, we get more detailed breakdown in our Discord. It looks like we have 3 Endless Pizza players, so we know that line is going to wind up being contested. We have that Yasuo Spirit of the Exile, which is going to be really great for Casper's tempo laser core strategy. We've got a Zoomies player. That's going to be something we're going to have to check in on, as well as Kyvix taking the Hextech Retribution. We also have Sphinx on Channeled Ferromancy, the Rel support augments. We've got a couple people potentially playing in a Star Guardian tree that is not that popular on ladder right now.
It's not popular on ladder, but still can definitely make waves. We'll see whether or not Kyvix can go up. Speaking of the Channel Ferromancy, it is what Sphinx has, is he's committed to Kaisa. Probably another reason why Casper was not thinking about it, is that he ladders up from his laser core Kaisa setup all the way to a nice fast ace. Sphinx does have this Kaisa too. Sphinx is also really poor. The Viego with the Heartbreaker, not able to get more than 1 kill. And so this is bad news for Kyvix. He's on a 7 loss, so the good news is that he still will be able to recover his economy. The other piece of good news is that he does have a Viego pair, so Kyvix is very close to be able to snap this losing streak and get to be one of the strongest comps in the lobby. But he's still just on the outside. We'll see whether or not he's able to keep up as we look over to Degree's board and check out what's going on there.
Degree opted into the Burning Spirit, I believe that is, from Annie. He's got 6 copies of Annie, actually, so we're going to be playing towards an Annie 3 strategy, not something we see very often. And it looks like he's going to be playing in that line you were so excited about, playing around 3 cost AP flex. He's got Zoe holding these items for now, although I'd be surprised to see these items stay on Zoe, because she's a unit that doesn't necessarily... She wants the blue buff for sure, but the Shiv is not going to be that valuable on her, and I don't think she's the strongest carry, but it's just the best he's going to have available right now, so it'll be interesting to see where Degree ultimately takes his board, because he has a lot of flexibility playing around the different options for the 3 cost AP. He also has Soraka in his back pocket potentially as a carry as well.
Yeah, 3 cost AP is really good. And it's not even necessarily just Zoe and LeBlanc, right? We talk about how Sona can carry. You're looking at Kaisa, she's an AP unit. Misfortune is a strong 4 cost. Viego is strong 4 cost. Why do I see everywhere this propaganda being put out that AP is bad this patch? And it blows my mind. AP is actually the strongest tree, and I think AD is the one that needs a little bit of love. Oh wow, a 7th Annie appearing, by the way. That's pretty solid for Degree. And I think it's because there's so much versatility, and what also I really love is that Hacker is now taking on a different kind of threat, because many times you're sending things like LeBlanc, sometimes even the Zoe, or even if you're playing Soraka, you can send her to the back line and try to snipe those aces that are hiding behind the mech. You have so many options at your disposal. Many augments can fit into this composition. I'm a huge fan. And it does get a couple of other pretty powerful drops here. Gets that LeBlanc pair. We'll see how good the roll down is coming out from him. Speaking of the roll down, Setsuko already has a Misfortune 2, and now starting to see what he can pair with it.
Interesting that he chooses to make the Senatu in this spot. I was assuming that he was thinking about moving the items over to the Misfortune, the Gunblade, and the Guard Breaker. Obviously not the Last Whisper, but thinks that his board is strongest in this iteration with the Senna essentially place holding for a Samira, and he does have that Misfortune too. It's a tough spot for Setsuko. A lot of people feel like the people who are behind are getting ready to fast 8 and play, and spike their boards in a big way. You've got some people that are preserving HP really well, and he's stuck in the middle. He's forced to roll a lot of gold on level 7, and his board is strong for sure, but it's going to struggle scaling into the later parts of stage 4 and definitely into stage 5.
Yeah, this is actually a spot where Misfortune actually underperforms because she doesn't have items. She is the very item-dependent 4-cost carry. If you don't have any mana generation source or damage amplification, you can struggle. Going against Degree, who honestly is just playing any 2s, Zoe 1, nothing particularly super powerful. And now Setsuko is stuck in a spot where he just has to look at his 4-2 augments and hope that can help him. Does end up seeing Stand United. That's one way to get power. I also wouldn't mind re-rolling here. Okay, Second Wind is generically pretty strong. Oh, this is why. Because he was on a heist cash out, gets a good amount of gold, and we'll see if he continues to roll, or is Setsuko going to try to go to level 8? He is. And this is important because if Setsuko isn't able to stabilize here, his game might be over and he might be bot 4, but that Zac 2 is a massive hit for him.
Massive hit. A lot of people tunnel on mech frontline. It's understandable. It's the strongest frontline you can get in the game for sure, but there's a lot of good frontline units that are still out there that you can play around. He's got the upgraded Cho'Gath. He's got an upgraded Zac. That should be enough, as well as the upgraded Vi against most boards in this stage. We saw him play against a board that had just rolled a lot. Going up against Casper. Casper's actually all in at level 8 here as well, so this will be a very interesting kind of litmus test for Setsuko's strength in this game, for his prospects of potentially being able to eke out maybe a 5th place here if possible.
Casper's still carrying Ash 2 though, and Ash 2 is quite weak at this stage of the game. It has to be the sum of its parts in order to really get there.
The MF cast.
It's going to be a big wipe here. I mean, it's a 5-0 against Casper, and Casper needs to stabilize. He's not actually continuing his smooth curve in stage 4, and that laser core is starting to fall off.
Degrees all in on this LeBlanc carry, meanwhile, going up against August Hart, who's got that Samira at level 7. August is just in such a good position. He actually hasn't lost a fight since we left his board, just continues to be on the win streak. Meanwhile, joining Sphinx for the first time. We did have a look at his channeled Ferromancy board earlier. It's a somewhat unusual take on the Kaisa line, but just showing that it is a little bit more flexible. You were making fun of this line, Dan. You said it wasn't that flexible. This is at least a fairly flexible version of the line, not something you see all the time. Oftentimes you're playing around threat front line instead of this Riven and this route.
Yeah, the flex parts of Kaisa is that the back line pretty much stays the same. You're always going to want to play recons. The front line is what you can mix and match. So in this case, he's playing Star Guardians. This is a standard version, what most people day one were thinking about playing with Kaisa, with Star Guardians. You have Neela to link with the Duelist, help stall. Interestingly enough, he's also choosing to play 2 aura items in the Chalice of Power as well as the Zeeks, which are items that are generally pretty awkward because they force you to clump up in a set that punishes with a bunch of AoE. Not to mention that Sphinx also has 2 items that aren't exactly super powerful for Kaisa, in Shojin and the Death's Defiance. So as much as his setup is looking like it's flex, I'm actually not that big of a fan of it. I think he's currently on a trajectory to maybe get like 5th or 6th in this lobby, unless he spikes that very early Kaisa 3.
It is flex. You have to give him credit for it. Will that flex actually work out for him in this lobby? Only time is going to tell. We see Defias grabbing this Fiddlesticks off of the carousel, very powerful unit. Setsuko grabs a Mordekaiser, could easily just be a frontline item. I believe he had an open vest to play around. He could also be trying to play into a 4 ace strategy. We saw him already with that MF2. Oftentimes, Mordekaiser pulls it all together. Here is Defias' board. Not a lot of gold to roll, but he immediately hits the most important spike. His board just got a lot stronger between the Soraka 2 and the Fiddlesticks he picked off of carousel.
Fiddlesticks is really strong, just a ubiquitous 5-cost they can splash, and you actually have many options. You can put it in the front line, kind of exactly what Device is, so that way Fiddlesticks and the Dark Harvest comes out, gets that early fear, and stalls. It's in the back, but you have to have some justification for some AP items. Also worth noting, I like this exclusion of Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser, the main thing that you're thinking about, aside from his damage, is the fact that he shreds, reduces that magic resistance. He already has an Ionic Spark, so it's less important, and now he has that damage source with that Soraka, that Gunblade blue buff combination coming up huge. Soraka basically keeping frontline alive way longer than Casper was hoping for. Casper, by the way, playing Bel'Veth 2, who recently got a bug fix on her attack damage scaling, so Casper trying to utilize some of the underplayed 4-cost in order to maintain his tempo, but not that successful. Speaking of being unsuccessful, Setsuko still taking another loss, now down to 20 HP. Love to see what's going on with him once again, because Setsuko needs to pull himself out of his deficit, otherwise he's going for that first 8th.
And that is a feels bad man situation, looking to flip the script on his tournament narrative in his first major tournament game of the set on his path to regional championship. He is struggling. He does have some upgrades offered here, both the Aurelian Soul and the Echo upgrade, but it's just such a tough spot for him. He doesn't have any mana generation to play around these backline AP carries, which is a really, really big deal, whether you're talking about Ace Soul or Misfortune in the spot. They both really want a mana generation item, and you wind up carrying this Bel'Veth as a placeholder for now. This is a unit that you ask anybody, look, you buy it on your roll downs, you are not excited to play it on your board, though.
Yeah, and you can just kind of see, again, Misfortune, fantastic, one of the best carries you see all weekend. No items, though. She's not that big of a threat. Instead, choosing to itemize Bel'Veth, but she's just picking up so much splash damage, but that Gunblade keeping her into the fray, and now working
Okay.
onto that Soraka. And you can just see if you stall long enough, Bel'Veth still can get it done. Not to mention the change to the Gunblade is so huge. Bel'Veth's best item by far is Hextech Gunblade. And Setsuko showing you exactly why. The only thing is the long-term prospects for Setsuko. He sold Samira, which was the primary carry that he was playing for. That's entirely why he built Last Whisper and set up his backline the way he did. But he sold that Samira. He has to hope that she'll come back eventually because this misfortune is blocking him from being able to play that with that 1A setup at the moment.
So awkward. He's just doing his best to play flexible TFT, play the units that Mortdog is giving him. The problem is that Mortdog is giving him, for the most part, not particularly strong units, and the units he is getting don't necessarily synergize well with his itemization. So if he could somehow have a mana generation on this MF and be able to play around that, okay.
Oh.
He does have the ability to make a static Shiv. You could play static Shiv MF with a couple of these items, but I'm just not sure that it's going to be enough to get the job done. I think Setsuko is just trying to eke out as much as he can placement-wise. I think his prospects of top 4 in this game are functionally 0% from the spot.
Ooh, that's a hot take. I actually think that this Rage Blade is actually something that he can consider because I think Rage Blade is a good substitute if you don't have Shojin. So I actually think that's another line that you can have because Misfortune, when you get something like Static Shiv, can often get like one cast, but it's usually the second cast that gets it done. But we'll see. Setsuko has opted for the tier instead. Going for a ZZ Rod and just using the tier to get that earlier Meteor Shower from the Aurelion Soul. So for better or for worse, this is Setsuko's board, and he needs to get a big win here against Degree, who is being taken over by Metropolis or Spatulopolis. I'm not sure what's going on that side of the board. Still stuck on 8 Annies, but so is not able to get the Annie 3 to tank enough. And Bel'Veth and Aesol are working. Setsuko is making this threat flex line shine very bright. Nice job so far in pulling himself out of his deficit.
This is great for Setsuko getting to play Degree's board in the spot. The lobby is coming back to him in HP, which is outstanding. And Degree feels like he's playing the same board now that he was playing 5 rounds ago, 8 rounds ago when we were looking at him. He's still carrying LeBlanc too. He's still hard stuck on those 8 Annies. So that is just a very weak board for Degree. That is very good news for Setsuko. A lot of matchmaking RNG is going to come into the mix here as we have a very tight lobby HP-wise. Augustheart seems to be running away with this thing. Kyvix is stabilized 30 HP. Would be interesting checking with him at some point. Casper up there at 44, and then everybody else very much in the danger zone.
Yeah, Device's board is not bad. It's just, is it strong enough to go toe-to-toe? It looks like with 2 losses, it also might have been a situation where Device has stabilized, but just has too few HP going against Kyvix, who looks like his uncontested Renegades has hit a Leona and the Renegade Heart, meaning that should be 6 Renegade, and that might be in 8th place for Defias, who coming into this weekend was one of the players that, you know, members like Dish Soap were keeping an eye on, but unfortunately just queuing up into powerful board after powerful board, and that is going to be in 8th place. Sphinx right behind him in 7th. That was somewhat expected given his setup. I don't think that Kai'Sa was particularly powerful, especially with only 3 recon. And so now the top 6 has been set. Setsuko pulling himself out of that 7th and 8th place. Only a couple of hit points separates him and D-Pay from top 4.
Yeah, things are looking really good for Setsuko, getting back-to-back fight wins. We didn't get a chance to see exactly the board that he was going up against, but it was a Samira 2 at the end, so maybe making my eat my words a little bit. Maybe that board is stronger than I'm giving it credit for. It also feels like some of the boards we're looking at are on the weaker side. Degree's board here, very much not scary. Does have the upgraded Echo, but winds up ultimately getting stuck on the Annie 2, has to give up on the Annie 3 in the situation, which feels so bad. Going up against Kyvix, which is a very strong iteration of this Renegade board with 6 Renegades, plus he's got that Fiddlesticks going, plus he's got the Hex Track Retribution, which is an outstanding augment for this line.
Yeah, that's right. He has pretty close to what many people consider to be best in slot. Viego having a Gunblade, AP Source, and Jewel Gauntlet. The only way you can have the icing on top is if he had a Ionic Spark on his board, but he doesn't even need it because he just has so much raw damage. So Degree knows that this is a wash, and at this point, with that kind of loss, he's hoping for a 5th place. When you're stuck playing AP, 3-cost AP in the situation that Degree is in, and you have to play Gadgeting without itemized Zoe or even like anything relevant on Nunu, you're struggling a lot. So Degree does have to hope that something on this carousel can bail him out, but I don't really see anything in particular. There's too many specialized emblems and items that don't really help.
No, nothing here that feels like it's going to be a major power spike for that board. Satsuko opts for a civilian emblem. Very interesting. We know he's got one civilian on his board at a minimum because he's playing around Endless Pizza, so that's an interesting call. Also, 3 people streaking at this time of the game. Not something you see every lobby. Some outstanding matchmaking RNG for these 3 players. It seems like they're just perpetually cycling into the weaker players in the lobby and doing massive damage to them.
Yeah, Casper is playing this temple line, finds a double Filio shop. Is that good enough to play? Filios is actually one of the best users of duelist emblems, but it is a Bel'Veth too. I guess it's worth at least holding, rolling, seeing if anything happens.
Yeah. He doesn't have a lot of pairs to play around, so this is the spike for his board if he can get it. If he can find Infelios too, it's an immediate upgrade over the Bel'Veth.
Kyvix again! What is happening? Kyvix is putting everyone on the chopping block here.
Yeah, Kyvix is just the grim reaper of this lobby. Every person we go to when we talk about how their spot is tough, they see Kyvix's board, and that is not the board you are hoping to see on the other side. More damage coming Casper Wu's way. He's down on 1 life now, potentially. We're hopping over to see the other fight going on. Deepay fighting for his tournament life against Degree as well. One of these players very likely to be going home in this fight. It is not a close fight. Degree out in 6th place. Deepay holds on. Setsuko, meanwhile, finally takes a loss. Plays one of those strong boards down at 6 HP. So it looks like it is Casper, Deepay, and Setsuko all in the mix trying to fight their way, scrap their way into that top 4. Setsuko has played an excellent game here. Definitely not the line he was hoping for coming in. Actually, he's able to get onto a Samir 2 out of nowhere. A massive spike for his board, and that explains a lot of how he's able to put together that little win streak in the middle of stage 5.
Yeah, I mean, August, we know with the Endless Pizza hitting that mech early, was a very likely candidate to top 2. Ends up cruising to a 72 victory. Not many hard decisions for him. Kyvix, uncontested Renegades, hitting 6 Renegade very naturally. These are the 2 players who are guaranteed top 4 who will be able to join him. Setsuko goes up against the Ghost. It is a sure shot Urgot on the other side with 4 sure shots in the back line. Hopefully Aurelion Soul can help tag and clean up some of these units. The Dark Hearts from the Phil 6 on the opponent's side not really getting anything done. And his Samira relatively untouched. It might come down to carry versus carry. The Cloud Grenade locking down the Samira. So Setsuko does end up surviving that first wave burst, but it might be a mono situation. One more flare to potentially clean it up. No! And Setsuko dies. Unfortunately, I think that step forward and that toe getting caught by Sejuani's cryo grenade just end up swinging the fight the other direction, and Setsuko takes a narrow loss. But hey, I think that was a really good salvage. I think Setsuko could have easily gone 7th or 8th if he was a lesser player. I think that's a pretty good 5th, relatively speaking.
Very good 5th from my perspective. Obviously, we didn't get to see the entire game, but just seeing the units he was able to play around, the way he was able to stabilize his board. Sometimes in TFT, you just have a good 5th, and 5th is the best placement that you could have gotten under the circumstances. Seems like an excellent 5th for Setsuko. We can't all be blessed in the way that August was in that spot that we saw earlier in Stage 3, so you just got to take what the game gives you and rolls with it. That's exactly what Setsuko did. Speaking of which, a very nice tempo line from Casper, playing into that 6 laser core 4 duelist I was talking about earlier. Very nice top 4 from him, as well as Deepay. It very much feels like this is August's or Kyvix's lobby to win. So Deepay and Casper trying to scrap it. Although Casper with the huge spike on the right side of your screen, the Aphelios too, with that duelist emblem. So maybe, just maybe, he'll be able to hang in this lobby as we look at August looking to cap out his board with a Mecha Prime emblem on the left side, by the way.
Yeah, that's actually nothing for the most part because he doesn't actually want to go 5 mech and replace some of these valuable units. He actually you could convince me that replacing this Vi here is not that important. I don't think Aegis is materially moving the needle against a 6 Renegade board, but might end up being useful against all these pew pew lasers coming out as Casper with that Philios 2 in the Duelist. Seeing if he can get it done. Urgot from August is on the correct side to at least undertow the Philios, and does end up moving it with those temporary stun. Is the Samira able to walk forward? She is. Duskwave not dealing enough damage. Set is unkillable with Endless Pizza. And that's going to be an easy win. Did Casper get that top 3? He did not. Deepay and Casper tied at 3rd with -13. So every hit point mattered for both these players. That's an excellent 3rd from Deepay.
Excellent third from Deepay, and now we get the final two that we knew was coming, and we have been waiting for. Both players with multiple lives. August does have an HP advantage. Big spikes here on the Viego board. The Janna 2 is offered, as well as the Fiddlesticks 2, fully itemized, including a Bramble Vest, which should do quite well. Will be interesting to see how this matchup fares.
August has to kill Kyvik soon. He has 8 Viegos. And both, by the way, Thieves Gloves giving the blue buff and the Jewel Gauntlet. This is going to be a wombo combo. We've ever seen one. Here comes a Heartbreaker. Viego's unstoppable, targeting Samir in the back line. August has been cruising, but now he has taken the bruising as he cannot deal with all of these AP threats. Just because he has D-Claw isn't going to be enough. And the crazy thing is that if he hits Viego 3, that is lights out. Viego 3 is the strongest 4-cost champion, in my opinion, that can get the 3-star, and that would just be a guaranteed victory as Kyvix rolls again. And on the flip side, is August even aware of it? Is he even rolling down and going to be holding any Viegos? Because if he can hold a few of them, he can deny Kyvix the opportunity to 3-star.
Absolutely he can. It's one of the most important things he can be doing right now is holding Viego, so at least he gives himself a shot in this game. That fight was a disaster, but looking to make a transition potentially onto a 4-ace board. He's got that Mecha Primum, so it is going to be 4 aces. Let's see if this fight can go any differently from him. Can he do anything with positioning in order to get this Viego stuck onto this Dragon Claw set in the front line? Can this fight go any differently, or is it a bloodbath once again?
I mean, there's so many threat sources. Look at Fiddlesticks with the Jewel Gauntlet and the Ionic Spark as well. Kyvix has everything going for him, and the Fiddlesticks immediately cleans up. However, does need to just make sure that he can continue to win the fight. Sometimes set wins from positions that you think the fight has been over because you killed the carry, and this actually might be one of them. Fiddlesticks has a hard time.
Misfortune cast?
Bullet time didn't get it done there, but now we go into OT and see who gets the last laugh. And indeed is the set play. We talked about how sometimes set can still make those miraculous comebacks. So we are going to go into stage 6 carousel. Are there any Viegos? Oh, there's a Viego! And it's heading towards Kyvix!
Wow, it's on Kyvix's side. And so let's... Oh, wait a second.
Oh!
This is going to mean... So wait, there are 2 Viegos on the board. This is Viego 3. This means his Viego 3 is going to have a Thieves Gloves on it because the items on the board get prioritized. It's Thieves Gloves prioritization over the itemization that he has. He does not have a remover, so he's going to rely on these Thieves Gloves. He could potentially get trolled by Mortdog here. He also has these unbelievable triple AP items. We're going to have AP Urgot here, so we're going to be farming some chests with a Thieves Gloves Viego 3, and this is a wild finish to our first game of the weekend.
Whoa, shit. AP Urgot to be able to farm treasures? I guess technically his Undertoken crit as well. Let's see it. Viego 3 has arrived. Is there any positioning nuances from Kyvix? Just going to put him in the front line and roll the dice and see if that's good enough, and it should be. With Hextech Retribution, with Battle Mage 6 Renegade, is there any way you can survive the Heartbreakers of every single cast? Viego is just going to dominate this fight. There's nothing August can do about it.
Yeah, this set with the Dragon's Claw is doing its best to hold up, but its best was just not good enough. Unfortunately, no way for August to deny the Viego 3 on the carousel. There's some world in which Viego gets tank items, actually rolls the exact same Thieves Gloves items back-to-back here on the Runes Hurricane plus the Giant Slayer. But like you said, the raw power he gets from the Battle Mage Augment, from the Hextech Retribution, from the 6 Renegade, even if he rolls like, Warmog's Bramble Vest or something, it still should have enough damage from the base stats on the Viego 3. August doing everything he can here. He had a lot of gold to work with the level 9, really wanted to find a way to win this game, but missed out on a possible opportunity to deny Kyvix's Viego 3 win condition, and it looks like it's going to cost him this lobby in the end.
It is real difficult, right? He had like maybe 20 gold that he could have rolled to try to deny Viego, but I mean, Kyvix and August would be rolling, so it's not like he didn't try. He did roll semi-deep to try to make it happen, but it's just not in the cards for him. Kyvix is going to pick up where he left off previously in North America. He was winning and dominating North American regionals. And Kyvix is going to continue the same with a little bit of an intermission as we take a look at this boss fight for Urgot to see if there's any possible way. And I'm thinking about like whether or not we can Zephyr this Viego, but to which I ask, is Zephyring a Viego 3 even going to swing the fight, Bryce?
I doubt it swings the fight. The only thing I can think of that could possibly swing this fight is if somehow he gets enough Leonas to plus set replacement mech Leona and somehow get a Leona cast onto the Viego 3 that lasts long enough. We would also need the Thieves Gloves items to be particularly bad. I'm not sure. This is a lot of hopium over here. I'm trying to come up with anything that I possibly can to figure out a way. There's so much gold. August is rolling for Samira 3 here. He's got 5 copies of Samira. He's got a ton of gold to work with. So maybe Samira 3 versus Viego 3. I agree that in a vacuum, Viego 3 would typically win that, but maybe, just maybe, it's enough in this situation because the itemization is on the weaker side for the Viego, especially in this fight with a Dragon's Claw and a QSS, which is going to do a heck of a lot of nothing into this matchup. So this is the best you could have hoped for under August's situation. Bad Thieves Clubs items on the Viego, but is that actually going to change a thing in this likely final fight of our game number 1?
Yeah, we'll see. Oh, Viego and Leona are going at it. Instant Heartbreaker. Taken down, but as you mentioned, oh my goodness, the Leona did target the Viego, and now it's up to the rest of the team to clean it up. But we saw previously Fiddlesticks was not able to get this done, and somehow Kyvix may have positioned Viego in the only possible way that he could lose. And is that going to be the lethal blow? It is not. We are going to one more round. That is your final warning, Kyvix. Be careful where you place this Viego.
After stopping the previous 2 fights, he decides to put the Viego directly in front of the Samira. It did actually cast on the Samira, but it didn't kill the Samira with the weak itemization that it had. Samira was able to do enough DPS to ultimately take out the Viego, and there just wasn't enough damage left on the board. I think if Kyvix just leaves the Viego in a safe spot, especially in the Windy Janna, there's surely no way he loses this fight twice, right, Dan?
And he also uses Shroud, by the way, keeping it on the bench. Like, utilize some of these threats. Okay, we got the Shroud off. It looks like both players are able to get it out one more time. And these items for Viego are much better, as you were mentioning. Let's see if the Heartbreaker can get things done. No reset so far. Now Samira is targeting it. The Flare not able to finish it off. And Kyvix, playing with his food just a little bit, picks up right where he left off with that lobby win. Able to get that 8 points to kick off a Set 8 campaign.
Ooh, we're going to get some bonus coverage here from Kyvix's W into we have Nico versus Stop, Drop, and Roll. This board looks very familiar. We have basically the same board on Nico's side that we saw August playing in the previous lobby. He's also rolling a bunch of gold here. Just a Fiddlesticks pair here, and going up against Stop, Drop, and Roll, who is also playing the Samira plus mech with a fully itemized Mordekaiser. So it is 4 aces on Stop, Drop, and Roll side against Nico's more standard kind of legendary flex version with the 2 sure shots. One of them is at level 8, the other one is at level 9. Is Stop, Drop, and Roll able to win this fight?
Itemization-wise, it does favor Inigo. It looks like the quality of his items are higher than Stop, Drop, and Roll, and he's at level 9, like you're talking about. So it does feel like it's Inigo favored from this perspective. And as you can tell, yes, there is a Mordekaiser 2 on the other side, but as long as that Samira and that mech is alive, you always have a chance if you're in Inigo's position.
Stop
and a Fiddlesticks too.
Stop has 50 gold, by the way, able to go to level 9 here. Will he get a meaningful spike? Also, the positioning, giving the Windy value to this Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser ultimately missed the Samira, and I think that Mordekaiser 2 is capable of potentially one-shotting Samira here, especially with the 4 ace trait online. So he's electing to move it up, trying to get better Mordekaiser angles, create a little bit more space in the fight. He's picked up another level, and Nico's picked up a Fiddlesticks too. It's different iterations of essentially the same board, some last-second repositioning coming out from Nico. Can he secure this lobby win?
Recognize that Stop, Drop, and Roll is desperate to look for other options. By the way, this Deathblade set with the mech front line, still not it. Mordekaiser does have a better angle for the Skylines, does hit and kills the Samira. And so perhaps that positioning for Inigo might cost him the fight. Absolutely not, because Fiddlesticks is going to wrap this up, and no real defensive set of items for set will end up wrapping up this game. Inigo able to get a huge Game 1 Lobby G victory with his Exile start with that Yasuo Hero Augment curving all the way nicely to that Mech Ace Legendary board.
Man, we got some content today. A little bit of Lobby G at the end. We get to follow their journey. So let's zoom back towards Lobby B. Congratulations, Iniko. But when it came to Lobby B, we had Kyvix at first with the 6 Renegade Viego 3. August with the lovely Mex and Set Samira. Third was actually a tie, if you guys remember, with Deepay yoinking that away with the sure shots. And fourth, we had Casper with the, I believe, Duelist Velvet. But to start, I mean, Dan, I kind of want to rewind to something you said earlier on the game. So because AoE damage this set is, there's so much of it, Urgot, Fiddle, etc., it's generally good to avoid clumping your backline units, right? And we actually saw Sphinx in 7th build a Zeeks and a Chalice, and you talked about that for his recons. Can you expand on the decision making? You weren't a fan of it, but in that moment, what was Sphinx thinking, and was that trade-off worth it in the mid game?
Yeah, Sphinx is a high-tempo player in general. He loves playing best board, win streaking. I mean, he falls into the category of a solid TFT player, assuming that things are lining up. But when you make items like that, when you're making Zeeks and Chalice, you're committed to try to get big value off of it. And by doing so, put like your Kaisa and your Vayne all right next to each other, so that way, if Viego comes with his Heartbreaker, he's killing both of them. Like, you don't have a chance of being able to run away from it. Not to mention that his itemization was also really awkward, and he was stuck in a position where, because he was playing around Channel Ferromancy, he didn't get an opportunity to play for Recon very easily while activating his frontline traits as well. So just stuck in a really awkward position. I was very worried that he was going to go, like I was saying, at best 5th or 4th, 5th or 6th. He went 7th, so I think it's not a great start for Sphinx. I think his core strategy is okay. Just make sure that if you're slamming those items, you really know what you're doing, and also making sure that the lobby isn't hostile towards it.
Yeah, maybe a lot of that AoE damage comes later on in the game, so you go for the power spike now. Didn't end up paying off because Sphinx got 7th, but Bryce, it's kind of that fight when it comes to AD to go for that Samira. She is the premier, even statistically, we proved that. And Setsuko was able to salvage a situation going 5th with the Belveth. I think even Casper played Belveth too. What are your thoughts on Belveth as on her strength as a carry?
There's a saying that Dan has been using on his co-streams a lot that I really like, which is the more you're relying on Belveth to carry, the worse she is going to do for you. I completely agree with that. It is a solid secondary carry. It's a unit you do want to buy on rolldowns. If you're not, you're making a mistake. We saw Setsuko show exactly why. He ultimately found his way back to Samira in this game, and I think it probably, being able to find that Samira 2 likely made an extra placement or two of difference there. But Belveth 2 is fine if you can build enough frontline around it. If you can stall a fight long enough, then Belveth can get some amount of DPS out. It's just far less consistent and far less safe than a unit like Samira's, which is why she's by far the preeminent AD carry in the meta right now.
Yeah, Belveth, you do be inting sometimes, but let's check out who inted and not inted in their first lobbies. We didn't get to watch everyone, so here's how your favorite players have done. A through D, AMD, Kyvix, we just saw Akon, and others. Dan, any kind of surprises or disappointments that stick out?
You said Akon, and I was looking, I was like, whoa, I didn't realize that we're getting
the
a
real
world-famous
Akon?
rappers involved in Teamfight Act. It's truly a global game, but yeah, it's a different Akon. Shout out to AMD, right? We talked about Kyvix doing well, but AMD was one of the breakout rookies alongside Brainplosion last set, able to meet his best friend and main practice partner Kyvix in first place as well. Shout out to Clear in second place. Clear messaged me this morning saying he couldn't sleep last night, just having, the usual insomnia and sleep anxiety, plus excitement for the tournament. So he's functionally been up for like 26 hours, just hoping he doesn't fall asleep in his chair because he's just so hyped for the Set 8 tournaments. Love seeing that start. On the other side of things, Soju with the solid top 4, Robin with the 6. I expect them to be able to continue those performances, just be in that middle of the pack, because the theme of day 3 is just survive in advance. If you can get those bonus points, great. If not, it's okay. You still made day 4, and you always have a shot.
Worth noting really fast that I think the AMD in Lobby A is actually cosplaying as Socks. I think that was Socks who won the opening lobby, and I think AMD's in one of our second half lobbies. So you're getting debated. It's particularly bad because Dan has AMD on his fantasy team, so he gets all excited. He sees these 8 points, and it's not actually his 8 points.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, let's not talk about that.
We even saw Soju in top 4. I know there's a lot of Soju fans in chat, so don't worry. He's okay for now. But Bryce, what do you think of these lobbies?
A lot of surprising names topping these lists. Not a Nico, definitely one of your tournament favorites coming in, but Pawn Up, Xiao Dan, and Vile, all good players in their own right. Weijian Iverson getting a nice 7th, Ripple with the 7th as well. Looks like it's the story of some of the up-and-coming players. Dish Soap with a nice top 4. Ramblin struggled, Kurum struggled, DQA struggled. So I would say that some of the bigger names are on the lower end of things, and that's what I would expect to see, quite frankly, all weekend long. Dan said at the top of the shows is the most competitive that it has felt like, both in terms of ladder play, getting into the guarantee, as well as how things shaped up last weekend. Very much feels like the case. We have a much deeper bench of outstanding players in North America. We're going to see a lot of quote-unquote surprising lobby results today and throughout the set, but they're not that surprising if you're paying attention.
Well, Bryce, I mean, your Prestovin prophecy, or the Prestovin prophecy, could still be alive. You know, top 4, not too shabby.
My God, he has a 100% top 4 rate in
my
tournaments
God.
in set 8 that have the potential to qualify you and score qualifier points onto the regional championship. What a time to be alive!
What a time to be alive. And yeah, we have some time before we're gonna go into our next game. I was surprised to see, actually, I saw Setsuko in stage 4 actually have Underground 3 all the way in stage 4, Dan. When I kind of talked to some people in the community about Underground, if whether we're gonna see it, was usually in the early game. So what were your expectations of when you were gonna see Underground, and how do you think Setsuko played it?
I think Setsuko showed you the extreme form of it, which is that he kept it all the way to the exact middle portion of the game where he needed to basically cash out and stabilize immediately. I would recommend you play Underground a lot through stage 2 and maybe parts of stage 3. A lot of people have been actually pushing the greed to go for 2 heists specifically, because the items that you can get can be a huge spike. That being said, Underground is very risky. You might see some people later today Hail Mary by opening up Underground and going for big cash out if they need to get the points to advance to day number 4. It's very good as a potential come from behind mechanic, but there's also some chances that it grieves you. I've seen people continue heists and all of a sudden they get worse cash outs than they did if they just immediately cashed out in the level before. So the risk and reward, it's not quite Mercenaries, but in my opinion, it's equally as fun to watch.
It is fun to see people lose but get paid out at the end, but it kind of helped them get some gold. And speaking of people who lost out, Defy is kind of at the bottom there, Bryce. Chose a Yuumi support augment. I've been hearing through the brushes that apparently reroll is not Dej. Because it's, you know, even though Yuumi and Mascots got gutted, sometimes compositions rise in strength outside of direct changes. So why do you think reroll could be secret OP?
I'm not sure I'm prepared to say reroll is secret OP, though I do think there's a lot more reroll tech out there than people are giving it credit for. Supers can still be played around from really strong positions. I'm not a tech leaker. We get people who are providing us context for the broadcast behind the scenes. Happy to talk about it if we see it on broadcast, but I'm not trying to be like, hey, listen, this player told me that these 5 reroll lines are low-key really good, because I'm not trying. That's part of their tournament strategy, right? It's a big part of their tournament strategy, in fact, if they get the opportunities. But look, everyone knows Draven is really strong, for example. So if you get one of the either of the Draven augments, they perform very well in the data. If you're getting uncontested Draven, it's a very, very strong line. And there are some other rerolls as well that it would not remotely surprise me to see kind of busted out over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, I think what they were cooking, I won't even leak who it is, but I was told that just the backline access is so important, since Yumi's able to do that damage back there, and along with Viego and others that can have that backline access, that's where the strength, just because of mechs. But our game 2 is ready, no breaks, the pain train don't stop. Bryce and Dan, take us through it.
Thank you very much, Jen. Welcome, everybody, to Game 2 Lobby F here of Day 3 of the North American Defender Cup. We're hopping on board with some of the players that I think have all the eyes from the server paying attention to, through people like Dish Soap, who is on your screen currently, power rank number 1, but also has just really kind of ascended to one of the primary thinkers leading the innovation way for North America. It was Dish Soap who really put it on the map that Megatron Cloak might be the best start in the game currently, and that's a situation where we rarely see in TFT. People don't start Cloak, Bryce.
Cloak start is rare. It's a rare thing. It's like a solar eclipse. We don't see it very often, but when it's strong, it's always special. There was one patch last set where you could flex around scale scoring lines, as well as Elise and some other 3-cost reroll. I think Cloak was actually kind of good, but it's fun. I like when Cloak started is good. I think that the game is more fun when there's parity in opening item components, and I think we're at a peak in parity for opening item components. It feels like every item has its own strengths and weaknesses, different lines you can play around depending on what you start. I don't think there's a single bad starting item in the game right now, though if you poll the audience, everyone's going to have their personal preferences leaning towards whatever lines they're most comfortable on.
Yeah, that being said, Dish Soap does start Belt. That is a component that I think is kind of polarizing. I think a lot of people either love Belt because it makes things like Sunfire Cape, you can make Redemption, or even that Warmog if you want tempo. And some people says, I want like one belt per game. I don't want anything else. So we'll see. But Dish Soap is a player that can make it work. For people who are unfamiliar, Dish Soap's main edge is that he just kind of knows every comp and how to play it. We call it the meta reads. His read on the meta is really strong. Understands what are the good comps and the angles of which they can obtain good spots to play it. Does end up buying this Yasuo, but not going to sell the Riven, holding on to the Defender out and seeing if he can flex around that concept. And let's see the 2-1 augments. It gets offered some tempo ones, some reroll options, and some eco-oriented augments. He takes Rich Get Richer, which I think is a really fun augment. He has a choice of making 20 gold here, Bryce, or leveling and trying to play tempo.
Lots of options here, both in stylistic, whether he wanted to lead in board strength there and play the Exiles, which is a generically very powerful augment, or if he wanted to go economy focused. I think if he had had stronger units, he would have seriously considered that Exiles and tried to play around a win streak potentially, but from his spot, doesn't have an item he's eager to slam in this position because, as we talked about earlier, Zeke's not particularly strong in the meta, Giant Slayer particularly weak early. He could slam Zizirot, but you're using some pretty valuable components in doing that, so he says, you know what, I'm just going to play Rich Get Richer, I'm going to try to kill some units if I can, but I'm going to be losing early. There's a lot of very powerful loss streak strategies, and Dish Soap, actually a big part of the evolution of his game is that he was really always a stage 2 tempo-oriented player, and now he's trying to rebrand as someone who can both play that style, but also is very comfortable playing loss streak early in the game.
Yeah, kind of brutal, because he opted out of making gold to hold on to these units in order to kill champions, but Mike starting out with the Gallia 2 and a Warmog, just up not killing anything, so foregoing making that early 20. In the meantime, taking a look at other people's boards like Ramblin versus Do You Want Some Tea, which is Kale at target practice. That's right, this is training mode for that Kale, making sure that she just practices her headshots, her lineups.
What was Ramblin's positioning there? Why were his dummies, it's so unusual to have both of your dummies living at the end of the fight, and looking at the positioning, do you have any idea what was going on there? Did he pick his augment like really late and so he didn't have time to position them, or was he positioning for a specific board? I'm very lost on that one.
Yeah, it's a little unusual with how he positioned that. I'm a little perplexed myself. Might have to go watch Ramblin's stream. Our hopes and prayers. We're holding candlelight vigils right now for Ramblin's ISP. His internet has been unstable for the past week. He hasn't actually been able to stream his tournament games yesterday. He's actually resorted to recording his games just in case he has to go offline. So just as a forewarning for people who have this stream plus Ramblin streams open, hope that his internet can stay in place. But Ramblin, he is the player that I think was the predecessor to Dish Soap in a lot of ways. A player that's very clean, methodical, logical, knows almost every out in the game. And so it's interesting to see these two players, one, fight out right here, and two, sort of like have this interesting like rivalry but mutual respect for each other. Like Ramblin's ranking Dish Soap really high, and Dish Soap's ranking Ramblin over himself. So I really like this dynamic that we have between these two players.
Super fun. They're two of the better AP leaning players on the server. They're two of the bigger proponents of studying TFT. They do quite a bit of outside of the game thinking and research. They're knowers, if you will. They're deep in the tech. So yeah, it's really fun seeing two of NA's kind of strongest members of the brain trust as they continue their arc as competitive players as well. Ramblin does get a win there, so there's very much potential for win-loss. Though he's going up against Xiao Dan, XDD, who is playing the early underground, so Ramblin might actually find his way into a 2 streak somehow with this completely unupgraded board.
Yeah, this board is super fake. This is not a real board that actually should be winning 2 out of 3 in your first couple of matches, but going up against players who are effectively lose streaking. Although that throw of the hunt did give a little bit of HP. Maybe Xiaodin can kill another unit. Is not successful in doing so. We'll see if the infamous XDD can make his way back. 3 spatulas on 3 costs have appeared, and I wonder if anybody can exploit it. It's been brought to my attention someone already has Zoe 2, by the way, at early stage of the game here. Can they utilize some of these other 3 costs to continue to leverage that? As we take a look at some of the item slams.
Very
a couple of
few.
duplicators available as well.
Yeah, a couple of duplicators available, which would be interesting for later in the game. Power Spikes, only 2 slammed items. Wei and Iverson slamming his only components in an Ionic Spark. And do you want some T slamming a Gunblade? Surprised to see that Kurum didn't slam a Gunblade. It's a very flexible item, and Kurum is such a tempo-oriented player. I wonder how he's thinking about playing around that. Meanwhile, Mike, I believe Mike actually had this Zoe 2 way back on 1-2. I think he got 3 Zoes dropped from his 1-1 minions, which is a very unusual position to be in. He ultimately grabs Ludens, which is a very powerful augment to play around with Zoe. He has half of Morello and 0 halves of a blue buff.
Yeah. Spots like this are really interesting because on the one hand, obviously you have Zoe 2, so you're very happy about it, but itemization can be a big pain source. So, you know, I'm not trying to, you know, say that Mike from Mike's in a bad position. He's in a fantastic spot. But if there's one thing that can go wrong in this game, it can get things off the rails, is that you just end up picking the wrong side of the component, right? If you pick up belt, maybe, and then another belt drops, like, oh, I wish I pick up that rod, or if you pick up like the rod for like the spark or whatever, and then you get another rod, you're like, oh, I should pick up the cloak, and that's just the item economy situation. It can actually be something that grieves him. Thankfully, they recently patched part of it. Now you're guaranteed 2 components from Krugs, but it was not too long ago where in the past you could be stuck with 3 components going into your 3-2 hero augment choices, and it would just be one of the most difficult spots to play from behind.
Very challenging to play without items. You can get away with it to a certain extent in Stage 2, as we saw a lot of people electing to hold on to their components, so there's not that much itemization power on the field in Stage 2 a lot of the time, but by the time Stage 3 rolls around, there's a lot of slammed items. Mike is very unlikely to wind up with 3 slammed items here. He'll be happy, quite frankly, if he can get to 2 slammed items after Krug. So his Stage 2 has been very strong. He's got a ton of gold built up. He's got a strong board power augment. We're easily going to find our way into a 5 streak. So all those things are really good, but he needs itemization to be his friend here on Krugs in order to keep this tempo going into Stage 3.
And that's the saving grace of Gadgettine, one of my favorite early game traits to play around. In fact, Gadgettine is overall a big success this set so far. Very fun, and they are buffing it, so that way there's going to be even more reasons to play in the mid and late stages of the game. Without things like this Hand of Justice and whatever he's been able to get early on, he basically had no items. So we'll catch up with Mike in a little bit. In the meantime, we're hopping on board with me first or A, looking at his admin choices. That was a very quick decision. Do we get confirmation on what he actually chose? Probably something related to buffing the combat stats of the Renegades. Admin has been quite the revelation. And it looks like, by the way, he's rolling for Talon 3 as well. Rerolling Talon, despite not having any hero augment like Edgelord. What do you think about that, Bryce?
I don't hate it. I think that Talon is a really powerful unit, and because you can play around later in the game hero augments, you can kind of have your cake you needed to, where you can just get this Talon 3 rolling, have that be very strong, and then ultimately get to duo carry in Viego. They share the Aux Force trait, they share the Renegade trait. It's a really powerful line, as we saw Kyvix capping it out to a first place. So if you're in this situation, I think you can protect HP essentially in Stage 3 off of having a Talon 3, and then you can cap out your board later, especially if you get the opportunity for a 4-cost hero augment. Not going with any Talons, though. Very unfortunate. Went into this roll down with 5 Talons. Is going to leave this roll down with 5 Talons. That's particularly painful considering he has this champion duplicator. His whole strategy was really revolving around hitting the early Talon 3 power spike. He traded HP for that incredible eco, and he just misses hard. Going up against Kurum, who's on the exact same line, by the way, with the Battle Mage augment, plus he's got that Talon 2 early as well. He's level 6, so this should be fairly big damage heading me first rate's way. He's playing a very me first rate style, and our odds of first just went down dramatically. Our odds of 8th went up correspondingly.
Kurum on a win streak, rolled to 0 at 3-1, has a spatula, so he could go into Renegade, but he also has recons in, so if he gets a Kaisa augment, Kurum's doing a good job, at least in his mind, of finessing between multiple lines of play. Let's take a look at the augments.
Okay.
They're gold. Instant reroll for a Renegade Crest and a Talon! For me, first to rate, that is massive!
Yeah, that is massive, and it's an unusual choice there. Not a lot of people are looking to re-roll on gold. You have such a high chance of hitting a hero augment after you open up gold. I think it's like 75% if memory serves. So a lot of times you want to preserve that re-roll, so if you get griefed on your augment, you ultimately cannot, you can still get to the Viego later if it winds up in 4 or 5 costs. He elects to roll all the way down here, does hit the Silas and the Talon, so he should be strong. We're just going to have a really long road to recovering our econ from this spot.
Yeah, but I do think that it's important that he also gets some wins. You know, interestingly enough, I think he wants to lose one more so that way he can get the calculated loss value for one more round rolling to Carousel and then possibly win. But yes, this is exactly what Me's first faith was looking for, and the possibility of coming back. Nice position from Ramblin, putting a target dummy in the corner so as to draw out that Talon so he can protect the Sivir for a little bit longer. And now Talon's going to target dummies. Excellent positioning from Ramblin to minimize his losses. I don't know if that swings the fight, because this is still a Talon 3 that's difficult to deal with, but that is the kind of losses that you do want to take, if any. And Ramblin now focusing onto this Talon. Perfect loss from Ramblin. What a great fight for him.
What a god. He preserves minimum of 4 HP there, potentially a lot more if you're just AFKing your brain and letting your most important units get killed. He positions both target dummies to take the first and second Talon aggro. We also saw Kermex playing around Talon, potentially some others as well, so Ramblin positioning around the lobby so thoughtfully. It's just what makes him a special player. He's just so detail-oriented while also being so studious, knowing all the lines. He's just so clean, man. That's fun. I know that's like very nerdy TFT, but I'm just sitting here beaming because that was some beautiful stage 3 TFT from Ramblin.
Not to burst your bubble, Bryce, but it's 2 p.m. Pacific on a Saturday, right after a holiday. So people who are watching this broadcast and enjoying it, we're all nerds, man, and it's okay. We all like TFT, and that was some beautiful TFT that we just watched. Speaking of which, we're looking at Kuramex try to finesse this flex line between whether or not he wants to play Recons, Duelist, whether or not he wants to use this spatula to combine a Renegade. Kurum is pretty open, but he did lose his win streak, and he is struggling a little bit to figure out what he wants to commit to. So we'll see whether or not that Stage 3 Carousel can help illuminate what direction that he should be going to. Let's take a look at another spatula Kurum.
And a Viego with a rod.
Wait a second. There's some really insane stuff here. Maybe first rate is beelining for that Viego. Wait.
What?
He took a glove. Interesting. I thought that he would take the Viego with the rod, given that he is playing the Renegade line. So that is very controversial, in my opinion. But again, we pivoted away from his spot, and maybe something dramatic happened that it warrants that.
Yeah, looking at the itemization for some since last year, so both the duplicators still in play. Actually, never mind. One of them was used to get that Talon 3. We saw a bunch of various items getting slammed, not enough time to really take a look at that. Xiao Dan, meanwhile, has a pretty strong board. He's got upgraded Cho'Gath, upgraded Vayne. He's got really strong mech items, and he's got this Cho'Gath cosplaying as his mech for now. He has multiple board power augments. It's an interesting spot for him. I think he's going to play around the recon line, but with Vayne as primary carry. If he can somehow find his way into a lot more gold, maybe he can transition to like a Samir mech. The items would be very, very good, but the gold position, 10 gold on 3-5, it's just really hard for me to envision how he gets to a line like that.
Yeah, I'm still revisiting the me first rate taking the glove. My only thought is that he really wants to prioritize a third item for Talon, which he's trying to make for a Hand of Justice, because I think he had the tier and the bow, so he could try to make a third item for Talon and come back for Viego, and ultimately he needs to like swing the momentum back in his favor and finish 3 items. I think one of the biggest mistakes people can make at intermediate level is that the unit that they were rolling for the whole time, they're not even finishing the itemization because they get baited by Carousel. So If that's the case, I can totally see it, and he does end up completing it. Maybe we'll believe that Jewel Gauntlet and Hand of Justice is really important because it helps get that crit and that healing for Talon in a very meaningful way. So, looks like that is the case. I'm on board with it. You can convince me that this is correct, and I think that's fine. By the way, Kerm did make that Tactician's Crown as well, so people are getting stronger in the lobby, and that's just going to make it difficult for players like Xiao Dindin, who we just saw, make that come from behind play from a lose streak position, particularly because some of these lines, like Renegades, are also contested. And here we go, the matchup between 7th and 8th place right now, seeing whether or not this Vayne can survive, but that Talon is going to have a field day in all these recons.
Yeah, there's not a lot Xiao Dandan can do to win this fight. This Talon is always going to wind up cleaning up his back line. He can't, like, full position around this board because obviously he's got other players in his pool. He does make sure he puts the Vayne on the correct side. The left side, you know, if you're facing from Me First Race position, is always going to be the further unit. So he guarantees that the Talon's jumping onto the Kaisa first and then ultimately onto the Vayne. His Vayne, too, with the Last Whispers, gets more uptime, kills some extra units. So he does what he can under the circumstances. Meanwhile, we are joining Weijin Iverson for the first time. Weijin Iverson also in this Viego line is very contested. We got at least 3 players looking at it. He has the Viego already. He's got an Oxforce spat. He's got Battle Mage. Also getting chances to look at these augments more deeply. Dish Soap goes for Jeweled Lotus. We saw some tanking augments over there. So a lot of interesting things happening augment-wise. We've also got a big, very likely hero coming up in a couple of rounds.
Yeah, it also could be triple gold. That does happen some percentage of the time, so we'll see. Oh, man. Looks like Weijin Iverson didn't get a strong second item to make on Viego, but does have the Chalice, the Coup Code, as we like to say in North America. Very good supplementary item for Viego because you just want that raw AP. How deep is he willing to roll? He could also just wait to see if he does get that hero augment that completes Viego too. And so there's no rush in his mind to try and go for a massive roll down. I think if he already had his hero augment, different story. But in this spot, I'm totally okay with chilling. As he's going up against Ramblin'. Let's see, Ramblin's rolled down. Looks like he 2-starred a bunch of 3 costs. I'm looking at Jax and that Senna in the back. Looks like Ramblin' is slowly but surely making his way over to Samira.
Slowly but surely making his way to Samira. Didn't hit any sets. Hits 1 Samira and opts for the Senna 2, which I agree with. Ramblin' is always playing textbook here, not trying to get off of his current board too quickly. He's very fortunate to play Weijin here, who is, I think, correctly greeting around the possibility of a Viego hero augment here, hitting that Viego 2 right now and hopefully stabilizing around that. So good time to play against Weijin Iverson's board. It is 5-5-4.
That's right, 2 legendaries for everybody guaranteed. And Weijin Iverson gets Eclipse Prime. That's fantastic because now he has an ideal Oxforce spat holder. Passes over Mordekaiser because that's not going to fit his composition, but now he rolls. Sees his admin. Looks like it's going to be a team-wide buff. Generally, you don't want admin exclusive buffs for Renegade. And all of a sudden, Bryce, the power lobby of this lobby is going bonkers. That's a fiddlesticks on 7 for Weijin Iverson.
He really, really wants to hit this Viego 2. If he can hit this Viego 2, get Sword off of next carousel because he's first picked, and he is bing chillin'. This is a really, really insanely powerful augment in the Eclipse Prime. It's so good. So many opponent compositions do lots of instances of damage because you have things like Samira and Misfortune, Fiddlestick, so many ticks of damage that you're blocking. That flat damage blocking is really, really good in this set in particular because of the way a lot of the carries are designed. He does need healing on this Viego. He also really needs a Viego too. So this is a game that you talked about Viego being a win out angle. He could easily hit the Viego 2, get the sword, and play win out and play for top 2 in this lobby. He could also, for some reason, miss that item, not hit Viego 2 because it's so contested, and then wind up bot 4ing. Everything very much still on the table for Weijin Iverson from this spot.
And on the other side of the battlefield, the highs and lows of TFT, when you're playing a 3-cost centric strategy like Kaisa, and then 5-5-4 shows up as the hero augment slots, and you have to pick support Fiddlesticks, which also has its problem, considering that it has one of the weaker legendary hero augments that you can get, because Fiddlesticks augments in itself, I mean, Fiddlesticks the champion is great, but the augments not that high power level. So Xiao Dian almost looks doomed to go 8th place, which is devastating because he started off with a very nice 1st place, and now he just equalizes it on the other end with an 8th place.
It's a full tourney reset, 1 1st, 1 8th. You're starting your day in game number 3. Gotta protect your mental. Not a lot you can do. It's a tough spot. We saw him rolling so deep, 10 gold on 3-5, and just not able to make it work from there. And a tough hero augment from where as well. Going up against Mike for Mike, who grabbed the Syndra augment. This augment gives AP for each unit on the bench, which is why you can see him with that completely full bench. This augment is very strong, but he's playing around a Soraka carry with a Tier, a Giant Slayer, and a Bloodthirster. Not a lot of damage, but it is slowly but surely killing off units there in the back line. The Viego already down. No healing on the Viego to stay alive. Soraka's still casting. Here comes Fiddlesticks to clean it up, though. Not a terrible fight for Mike, actually, under the circumstances.
Whew. Xiao Dian also surviving by 1 HP. Krim taking a big loss. Yeah, Mike's also encountering that awkward phase as well because Syndra, she actually wants to combo with units that don't have access to a lot of ability power, or at least that can benefit immediately to it. Soraka's a ramping champion, so it's not like she needs that AP necessarily. And so he's not getting that giant burst that what makes Empowered Reserves Syndra augments so strong, like a Talia. Which is funny because I know a lot of people don't like Talia. They think that she's actually, quote, unplayable, as I've heard by so many players, and they're wrong. That wouldn't be the first time North American Challenger players are wrong in their echo chamber. And so Mike is stuck in that spot, right? His items aren't fantastic, as we mentioned. We'll see and revisit it as he does finally get blue buff. And so he kind of, with his item situation, is making the best he can. Hopefully he can pull himself out of this awkward deficit. I do love that he's recognizing holding this Talia pair. Looks like Mike is a knower. Let's see if he can make some magic with it. Is it Magic Mike?
Is it Magic Mike? Only time is going to tell. It looks like he's stopping his roll down. Did not get all the way down. We did see a couple of, we saw the hero augments over there on the left. We saw a couple of Samira selections, such a strong 80 carry. A couple people opting to that, and then a bunch of 5 costs. We really have contested lines. You got a bunch of Viego players, a bunch of Samira players in this lobby. You're going to have your haves and your have-nots. And then you've got someone like Mike, who's on a completely different line. He's got 55 HP to work with. It's not a line that is super strong in the meta right now, but it's definitely playable like you were saying, and he's got a lot of HP to work with, plus he's going to have completely uncontested units. Meanwhile, do you want some T, one of those Samira augment players, going up against Xiao Dian, getting his free fight win? Xiao Dian not going to see the end of stage 4. It's a very tough game for him.
There's a realistic chance that if Kurum and Meespers 3 are able to spike, that Xiao Dian died an entire stage before everybody else.
Yeah.
He was just so far behind. I could not imagine himself pulling him out of that deficit. You talked about how everyone has their lines and they're contested, but it's kind of funny that Mike for Mike playing what ostensibly should be the only 4-cost AP player in this lobby, still unable to hit. But that is Syndra too. And here's the interesting kicker. He can actually play both Soraka and Talia in this current setup because he is trying to flex around these concepts, and Syndra gives you that front line to compensate for not having things like that Alistar to combo with the Ox Force. So, let's see if Mike can make something happen. Talon 3 from the other side, targeting things like the LeBlanc, but for some reason started targeting the Talia. I'm not sure what exactly happened there.
Don't ask questions.
Just trying to minimize his loss. Hopefully he can take out this Talon with the other Starfall.
Ox DD.
That's going to be a loss for Mike, but a minor one, all things considering. And Kurum taking a nasty loss is relieving for Mike because he's trying to use his HP preservation to get that top 4. When something as crazy like this happens in a 5/5/4 hero cost with double gold, it's basically prismatic level power. You're just hoping that you're able to survive.
Dan, it's the tech! It's the frontline Janatech. I have to give you the floor. You've got to talk about this. Why is this man putting this Jana in the front line?
I've had a sneaking suspicion for quite some time that Sunny Jana is actually good just straight up on the front line because you just want her to cast fast, and you're pretty much expecting her to cast only one time. In addition, he has Syndra as the front line, or as a way to throw more units to give more fake front line to the compass as well. So I've actually had this sneaking suspicion for a while, but I haven't had a spot to play it. And lo and behold, Mike for Mike, my guy, is able to show off if this tech is good or if it's a bad idea, and if so, it's not my idea. It's totally Mike for Mike.
Meanwhile, a semi frontline. This is a different iteration of the text. You have Climax, who it functionally committed onto this Viego line given his itemization, the Battle Mage grab, and then he just gets full grief from there. He gets no Viegos. He gets a new as his augment. It is just a rough spot. Climax trying to play tempo, and we are still carrying a Talon in stage 5. Thank God Xiao Dan has him, because this is a brutal 7th place for Climax after a rough first game as well.
I mean, this could theoretically be a win if his Talon is able to target everything very quickly. Does end up killing Zoe coast to coast, able to get the win. The AP matchups that are tucked away in the corner do tend to struggle with Talon in particular. And you can see exactly why that is. Kurum able to get... I can't believe this is a 1-cost unit. This is an unbelievable performance. And the funny thing is, Kurum will win this fight, likely lose to another strong person in the lobby, so all he did was grief Mike for 1 fight.
Yeah, it changes nothing, but it does feel good if you're Kurum to get this fight win, and you never know. Maybe we are underselling this Talon 2-star carry. Maybe Talon 2 is such a Giga Chad that Kurum is able to eke out a 6th place here. I don't think that's going to happen, but you never know. TFT can be wacky sometimes, particularly if people are underestimating this board and not playing around it. You play around Talon a lot in the early stages. We saw Ramblin do that to perfection. You don't typically see a lot of Talon carry outside of 3-star in this situation. Interesting repositioning from Kurum here. Oh, it is a father and son matchup. We have Talon 3 versus Talon 2.
Yeah, there is contagious laughter, so they're scaling AP for this Talon. So the longer you stay alive, the better. So the Edge of Night makes a lot of sense. And now, oh, the Talon able to survive that gunplay coming up huge. No. And it looks like unless Nunu can make magic happen with that one final roll. Oh, Kurum narrowly misses out and almost made a play for 6th place as Dish Soap takes another loss. Just checking with him as he is trying to play non-mech frontline and is not being very successful.
He can pivot it now. He can go for this Leona frontline if he wants, potentially.
Does have set pair, so now he's encouraged to sell further. Echo 2, which is good for the Aegis. Okay, so not an ideal frontline setup, but still pretty decent. Does have this Urgot with Locket as well, but it seems like he's prioritizing it.
He's going
to. Nice call. We'll see if this is good enough. He's going up against me first to Wraith, but his corner carries might get targeted by these Talons.
Yeah, once again, he's playing around the correct side, so this Talon is going to jump to the Sivir first, but the second cast is going to be coming for the Samir, and is going to do a lot of work. Talon has not gotten... He's got stunned by the Sejuani. That's really, really big CC. It means the Samir is going to get an extra ult off, potentially. Yeah, there's the DPS coming out. Talon gets CC'd again. Talon not getting access to Samir until way late in the fight, and that is a fight diff. Nice positioning from Dish Soap. Some unfortunate fight RNG there. That Talon just gets CC'd multiple times, and Dish Soap gets a really big fight win. Me first to Wraith down at 9 HP. Both of them trying to scrap out a top 4 here if at all possible.
Woo! Not 1, not 2, but 3 scoops of ice cream for all of those Renegade players that are looking for some dessert. Wage Iverson immediately beelines for it. Wonder if anyone else is interested in it. That's right, Mike from Mike going for the AP stacking as well. I will say that another saving grace was Echo's Star Dive, which is his ability that he actually dashes forward and taunts. By doing so, that actually attracted Talon to target Echo as a second priority over Samir, because Samir shifted over, shimmied 1 hex, and was able to stay safe. So small positioning things like that end up making Talon end up being godlike or just completely useless and just inting for your team. Let's see if Me First Wraith can pull himself out. 1 fight could make all the difference between a top 4 and just narrowly missing out. Where's mashups? Where is he going to go? It looks like it's going to be him versus Mike for Mike.
Going against Mike. Mike is on 8 copies of this LeBlanc. He's got a couple of Fiddlesticks in the background. Meanwhile, we've got a Fiddlesticks in the foreground here for Me First Wraith, choosing to get out of the 4 Ox Force in order to get the Renegade Spat onto that Fiddlesticks. Huge damage coming out from this triple threat combination of Talon 3, Viego 2, which now has healing on it in the Hand of Justice, as well as that Fiddlesticks with that big AoE damage. And Mike, we talked about it on the less contested line. It is less contested for a reason, though. Very challenging to make that line work, and he's not making it work right now. Things Things are getting very scary for Mike, who it felt like was going to get a top 4 just off of HP preservation. Now he's down on 1 life. If Dish Soap is able to theoretically get the mech online, I would strongly consider selling this Rammus here and just committing to the mech. It is going to make his board a little bit weaker, but it's something that he can do to eventually spike. He goes for it, and he hits! He hits! That is so big on the situation. So he's got the mech upgrade. It is such a stronger frontline under the circumstances than what he had before. Now this board is essentially all frontline plus Samir, so a lot of it's going to come down to positioning as well as the matchup. He's going up against another Samir player, and do you want some tea? Not going to land a big Zephyr here, so it's just going to be the mirror matchup. Who takes this fight?
It really comes down to whose frontline can hold a little bit longer. A big Undertow doesn't really get anything for Dish Soap. Nunu does get a little bit of backline access here, but it looks like Dish Soap's frontline is not holding. That second win coming up huge for Do You Want Some Tea? And Dish Soap is not able to stabilize, and that is death. Not to mention the quality of the items were better for Do You Want Some Tea, and that means Dish Soap goes 6th, as everyone above him that could have died end up getting a clutch win. That is a LeBlanc 3 for Mike, but the one thing that's been difficult is that he doesn't have items on some of these really powerful carries. It's arguable that Soraka is his weakest carry right now, but because he was committed to his board, it was really hard to move these items.
Very hard. He's also struggling now that he makes it. He needs to get units on his bench. He needs to use this Syndra augment in order to have the extra AP onto his board, right? He's incentivized to fill up his bench if at all possible under the circumstances. There's also trade-off there because it means you're less likely to throw in the Fiddlesticks, which is a much more powerful unit. And look at the overall HP in the lobby. The highest in the field is Do You Want Some Tea at 20, all the way down to Mike at 9. Everyone fighting for top 4, everyone potentially fighting for first place here. It is so close under the circumstances. It's going to come down to some matchmaking, some final hits. Ramblin was able to get to level 9, some big spikes going on. He's also got a Zac too that he's thinking about playing. Potentially a better unit than this Aurelion Soul, though he doesn't have anti-heal, so it depends a little bit how much he values the anti-heal into the matchup. He's also got a Zephyr he's going to get to cheese here, and we're talking about Ramblin, so I expect him to have some pretty large impact. Actually, he makes the Zac and then ultimately sells it, decides the anti-heal is more important. He's got 2 players in his pool, some last-second repositioning. What is he going to do? The Zephyr, he's going for the Echo as opposed to the Soraka.
And this is a ghost as well, meaning that the Hacker M doesn't get to his backline, which is actually huge because this Jewel Gauntlet LeBlanc could actually end his backline DPS. So this is effectively a free win for Ramblin. Very nice outcome for him. All but guarantees his top 4 placements. Who will be joining Ramblin in the top 4? As we are anticipating Mike does get the win against Do You Want Some Tea, almost dealing that lethal damage. Me vs. Wraith loses and goes 5th. And watch out! Look, we talked about this comp. You said that it's uncontested for a reason, but also the ceiling of this composition is very high, especially when you're uncontested. That Mike board, this Ramblin board, those are my 2 current picks, but don't forget about Wage Iverson's Renegade board setup that we haven't checked in as well. What is he up to? Is he able to make something happen? That's an Aphelios 2 that Ramblin can't afford. Unless he's willing to sell something, which I don't think is advised. Instead, he's going to focus on his position. The last-second swap with this Zephyr is he able to get onto a proper target. He did land onto the Echo, and is that going to make the difference? But the LeBlanc's at the back line. If he's going to snipe the backline carries before Ramblin can get anything done, Samira Flare turns around and isn't able to survive just long enough. And for some reason, LeBlanc targeted everything but the Samira, so a bit of fortune falling Ramblin's way in order to make sure that his carries did not get sniped this fight.
Yeah, some good RNG in terms of how that worked out. It also has to be said LeBlanc is one of the buggiest units in the game as it relates to aggro specifically, and you hack into the back line. It feels like it's dealer's choice. Mortog is selecting who that LeBlanc is going to target. Sometimes it's the unit it's right next to, sometimes it's the unit on the completely opposite side of the map. You never know, but the two boards you had your eye on fight each other in Mortal Kombat for that final spot in the top 2. Meanwhile, Wage and Iverson with not 1, not 2, but 3 Kook Cones in action. This is a very fun iteration, so much ability power, plus he's got that battle mage, so this is a terrifying Viego to be going up against.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll see how effective it is because there is some Ox Force, but there's also floating frontline. Those are good and bad for resetting depending on who he targets. The Zephyr only landing on Annie, so it's not that big of a deal. Samira does end up getting some breathing space. Viego now working onto the Aphelios, onto the Urgot. Can Urgot get another undertow before he dies? He does! Samira not able to get it done beforehand. And that is going to be a win for Wage and Iverson. This triple coup code is too much, and that is lethal. And Wage and Iverson able to get a win with a 3 Chalice of Power Renegade setup, showing you why it is one of the comps to look out for going to this weekend.
Showing why it's one of the comps to look out for going this weekend, showing why he's one of the players to look out for going to this weekend. He makes it into the top 50 in the power rankings for the first time, and he goes first and second in his first 2 games. This is a very promising up-and-coming player. We're really early in the Defender Cup. We got a lot of games left to play, but look out for Wage and Iverson. This is a player that someone like Setsuko has been very high on for a long time, only just starting to get his due. How much due is he due? We're going to find out over the course of set 8.
Yeah, and Wage and Iverson, his first 2 games have been incredible. Second place in his first lobby that we saw off stream, and then first place just now. And Ramblin, came back from that 6th place, now has 2nd. Mike gets 3rd with the Zoe LeBlanc reroll with 2 back-to-back 3rd places. And do you want some tea? From an 8th to a 4th, so some comebacks happening. So me 1st or 8th, which is such a funny name, re-rolled his 2nd augment to luck his way into a Renegade crest. Dan, what do you think about the Renegade emblem in the mid game, since the power spike to Renegade 6 is pretty late game?
It's and doesn't want to hold Renegade emblem theory. High damage amplification of your base stats, so I think it's really solid. And I think people, you don't have to necessarily just like, oh, if I have a Renegade emblem, that means I cut a Renegade to flex something else. You can just put the emblem and just play the 3 Renegades so you have 4, or maybe even 5. It's one of those interesting traits that you don't inherently benefit from going over the thresholds, but at the same time, you're never sad about it. So I think that was a good call overall. Me First Wraith had some tough decisions. The rolls weren't very clean. He had way less gold than he should have had because it felt like he needed to roll so deep effectively to 0 in order to hit that Talon 3. Made some tougher calls, didn't get baited by things like Viego on the carousel. And if a couple of things fell his way, maybe even have squeezed into that 4th place. So I thought that was a really good demonstration of why reroll isn't dead, but also why Renegades might be a tad OP right now.
And it's an interesting just perspective of how he traded resources, right? He traded out his gold to attempt to save HP at that stage of the game. And then we saw Mike, speaking of stages of the game, Bryce, you pointed out that he got that Zoe too, like immediately, which immediately sends you into that Zoe LeBlanc reroll, which is an angle you can take with, of course, that opener. But a critical decision, I think, with that composition is whether to throw the LeBlanc in at the back, because kind of the theme this set around mechs and those backliners is how to get pressure on that backline. I kind of trolled you a bit with the Yumi, but this time this is a legit comp with the LeBlanc reroll. So Bryce, what would the factors be that you consider on whether to throw LeBlanc in the back or not? Because sometimes he backlined her and then sometimes he threw her in the back.
It all boils down to whether you can win the front-to-back fight. So if you think you can win the front-to-back fight, leaving LeBlanc in a safer position and just getting through their front line and then killing their back line, you don't want to hacker LeBlanc in. It introduces a meaningful amount of risk. But if you're worried about whether you can win the front-to-back fight, for example, we saw a bunch of D-Claw mechs in this lobby, you're not winning the front-to-back against D-Claw mech with LeBlanc with just a JG on it, right? Especially the Bramble D-Claw iteration, you're not doing critical strike damage. You're doing very little magic damage. So in that situation, you really do want to get it. And look, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. In that Ramblin' fight, some unfortunate RNG and how the aggro played out, and also the Gunblade on the Samira ultimately kept it alive, plus the Style and Flare, so much attack speed going on because Ramblin' was so low on HP. So there are a bunch of reasons why it didn't work out in that fight, but I agree with the decision, and I thought it was positioned well. It's just sometimes that's how TFT breaks.
Yeah, and we didn't get to check in too much, but it seemed like maybe the fact that he eventually 3-starred that LeBlanc and he felt more confident and maybe she could take on that backline fight. We have our scoreboards ready, I believe, for the rest of the lobby, so let's check out how everyone else did off stream. Lobby A through D, I think we just watched Lobby F. So Bryce, what sticks out to you?
I mean, Kyvix went 1-1. He's a god. He's the best. He's the greatest. Sox goes 4th, so he's got another top 4 under his belt. Whale of Peace, I think, went 8th and then 7th, a strong ladder performance struggling. Clear with back-to-back seconds, so a lot of interesting things happening.
Soju second as well. So gotta make note of the performances. Look, the Soju, we're just not really sure like what form is he gonna show up. Yesterday he started off strong and then he went 7-8-8 to basically go 15th in his own tournament at 16. So Soju off to a great start once more. Keep it up, man. You're doing great. Keep it up. You're doing great.
Let's see how these other people did in these next couple of lobbies, because we got to check out the end of lobby G, just kind of the last couple of fights. And at the top, the one thing I noticed is Iniko with another top 3 finish. Remember that first place you guys casted? Well, he's in third again, Bryce. Anyone else impressing you?
Ripple Overdrive, back-to-back second places, so he's going to be topping out on points. Kurum struggling in the opening salvos of the tournament. Appies with the bounce back, top 4. Prestivan with the second place. This man still has a 100% top 4 rate in major tournaments in set 8, a set in which he has been prophesized to win the world championship. I'm just saying.
In terms of broadcasted matches, because Prestivan did play day 1 and day 2.
Oh, good point. That doesn't count. Broadcasted matches. Thank you. I agree. That's where it really matters. He's a player. He needs that spotlight. You know, he needs to feel like it's possible that the stream is on him, that our eyes are on him, to really bring forward that 100 top 4 rate type of potential.
Moving the goalpost. Classic Bryce. Yes. That's how I did.
Well, it sounds like our break is ready, and you guys did a fantastic job in the first 2 games. So exciting. You know, Viego 3, 4-5 cost augments. It's been a day of action. We're going to trade off our casters and bring in Mortdog and Admirable, and you'll see Dan and Bryce later on in the day. And we'll see you all after this break.
Hello, my name's Noster. I've been playing TFT since set 1. I was playing a lot of Overwatch at the time, and then one of my friends said, hey, check out this TFT thing. And so I checked out TFT, and I really enjoyed it, and so I've just never looked back since. What made me want to play competitively, I was just looking for something a little more challenging, but I think I've been coming up short. The main mental side of the issue is some small imposter syndrome where I just have a lot of respect for these people. On the gameplay side, I think I really need to work on winning the game. My win rate is, I think, the worst in the entire ladder. Oh, my biggest highlight in the TFT competition? Oh. I had a perfect setup to go 10 streak and just win the game for free in, I believe it was set 4. Someone called for a remake because they were lagging, and I was kind of annoyed about it because I was like, oh man, this is a free 10 streak. And so I load into the next game. That game slowly evolved into me hitting a Swain 3 at 5-5, I believe. And yeah, that definitely was a moment I remember. Who I hang out with in Discord and stuff a lot, it's the MD people. So Beppo, Rue, Hockey, all those people. So we just share texts, share what we think is good. Shout out to all the MD people. Shout out to everyone that comes to watch me on Twitch at Noster TFT or NTT Noster. This set, if I can start winning some games, it might be a little bit of a problem, but we will see.
1/3 of the day has gone by, and we have new casters joining us. It's Mortdog, and it's Admirable. It's been so fun. Our first game, we had Viego 3. Our second game, we had 4 and 5 cost augments. But I want to hear from you, Admirable. The storylines. It's a new set. It's so exciting to see some returning names and new faces.
Yeah, and honestly, this was something that I didn't necessarily have an expectation for coming into set 8. You know, I feel like the energy from the Dragonlance Championship for set 7 was just so great by the way the set was built, the production from it, and just the way that the game has been held to such a high esteem, and the way it's been developing out. It's been so good, and set 8 is just completely flipped over from where set 7 was. A high amount of flexibility, and that really amped up the energy, I feel like, in the competitive scene. We are seeing that here in the opening tournament in Defender Cup. It feels like it's a great spread right now.
Yeah, and I know you're saying that because Mortdog's got the check in the mail.
Hey.
Hey. And fresh off the B patch, Mortdog, how pleased are you with how pleased are you with kind of the comps you've seen and just how the tournament's played out so far?
Overall, okay. I think, I'm always kind of my biggest critic, and so you could nitpick things like, are the mechs looking a little too strong and too durable of a front line? Are the AP lines kind of struggling a bit? I think so. But it's been nice to see players kind of try. And if anything, we're seeing some of that fundamental TFT that a lot of the challenger players really like, where it's like, go to that 8, but also be careful not to play contested lines. We've seen some Talons get contested in the last game that caused a lot of problems. We've seen some mechs come online way too late. And so it's kind of getting back to those core fundamentals of what do you do when things aren't going your way? How well can you adapt? And the big stories of the people that can turn those games that look like they're in a 6th into like a 5th or a 4th. We've seen a lot of that. We saw that for the Satsuko game 1. And so that's kind of what I'm looking at and really kind of excited to see who can do those versus the people that just kind of have everything fall into their lap,
Yeah, that was really interesting. Game 1, where everyone was fighting for Samiras, and then you had to go for kind of budget Samira with the Belvith, and then you salvaged the 7th into a 5th, and that does help out with the points. What, Admiral?
I don't know if it's budget Samira. It still costs 12 gold. That's
true.
That's just cash in the trash at that point.
She is shiny garbage. Okay, expensive garbage, but it's okay. She's fine. But we have so many cool storylines just based on performance so far. Admirable. We talked about Kyvix, back-to-back first. Clear and Ripple Overdrive, back-to-back seconds. There are some people that are just at the top of their game today.
Yeah, we're going to be looking at Lobby E coming into this one, and so you can see that at the bottom of the screen here. And a big eye right now is, you take your pick, honestly. But I have a big eye on DQA because I feel like this is such an interesting player from the high-level perspective. He doesn't sink a lot of time into TFT, but when it comes to competition, DQA has had fantastic performances throughout, and it's kind of an interesting thing to look at with how much experience is necessary to piece together a lot of lines in TFT. I think DQA highlights that to an interesting degree, where he's just capable of recognizing what are the strongest things that you can do from your position, and then executing that very well with just a strong micromanagement, honestly. His fundamentals are very strong, and again, his tournament performances have just been outrageous when you compare it to the amount of time he puts in versus other players. So a big eye on DQA for this one. Darth Noob, who keeps up to date with just a lot of what's happening in the scene, has assisted me a lot in a lot of my analytical work to kind of draw up some of these stories. And then always an eye on Aniko. I think this is one of the strongest player increase strengths that we have seen throughout a player over the last couple sets. He went from a player who was on your radar to a player who was the centerpiece. And that is, I think, a very strong and highlightable increase for this one. But now they're having to go up against players like Stop Drop Roll, Whale of Peace, and Minjin this one, who are players that are kind of new to me. And so if a player's not streaming all the time, it's a little bit more difficult for me to keep up to date with their storyline. Like, what are their play styles? I have to look at their pages and reverse engineer them. So I'm curious to see how they're going to hold up against such a strong lobby that we have here.
And you talked about Niniko, that centerpiece, currently sitting in 3rd in this entire tournament. The best player, I would say, in this lobby that we're about to watch, with a 1st and a 3rd place. But we still have 4 more games to go, everyone, and only 32 players make it to tomorrow. Our game is ready. Mortdog, Admirable, let's get through it.
All right, so I did a lot of time talking about all the stuff that's going on. Mortdog, we were talking about this in the first 2 games. You like to open belt on a lot of the carousels. We have a belt glove tier opening, which I feel like can heavily skew the lines that players are going to be leaning towards.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely interesting because this is one of the patches where I think things like Cloak Start have become a lot more viable. There's a lot of starts. I think, for me personally, Belt is really good because it gives you that tempo, things like Sunfire, Warmogs, or even ZZ Rod if you want to have that, stronger front line to get through Stage 2. But we've also seen a lot of players really biased towards using Stage 2 to get those carousel item picks, work their way to getting their economy up, and so that's not necessarily the most popular strategy. But like you said, the tier glove and belt one in particular, it's a question of like what items you're going for, what lines you're going for, and the tier one can kind of lock you into those AP lines usually, and so those a couple options there.
I feel like that AP has been underrated personally in this one. I've been going with a lot of tier starts, and that was brought to my attention mostly by watching players who like to explore lines and really adapt to that playstyle. And it feels like it's a very flexible line to play around the 3-cost AP carries. in this one. And Nico getting a glove off of this now opens up that option so far beyond just the AP lines at this point, where now a Last Whisper is immediately available to you, and that feels like one of the key items that's necessary for a lot of the AD carries at the end of the game.
Yeah, for sure. This is interesting, right? Because if you look at the Last Whisper, you've got those AD lines. You can play something like the Duelist with that. But then on the other hand, you've got that Shiv. Something like a Kaisa can go really well here. He can use the Lulu as an item holder for that Kaisa. So definitely a couple different options here as we head into the Augment. But obviously the Augment's going to really steer where that goes. And even LeBlanc here. We've seen LeBlanc do okay with some good admin combinations. So let's see what the Augment is.
We got a care. We have the hero augment on the first one, and I feel like this one is so interesting to me because players seem like they lean into this augment so hard, and I feel like oftentimes this is just a big buff to your board where tempo becomes an increasing importance into how your game's going to pan out.
Yeah, so I like Nico's choice here of Soul Eater. This is one of those augments that isn't going to lock your direction very much at all. He's just going to play that mascot frontline, use the Shiv like we saw, and so that's going to lean him into something like the AP line, something like the Kaisa, and then this is the kind of augment that'll get him through stage 2 and 3, and may just leave the board in the late game in stage 4 and beyond.
Yeah, I mean, Soul Eater just feels like you just have a lot of strength on your board all of a sudden. Like if your carry's picking off units or your frontline's picking off units, it feels like you have free units in play.
Yeah, for sure. And with the static Shiv in play, that should hopefully help him get a few kills. It'd be interesting to see if he grabs the Blitzcrank to try to check what the admin is. But that's going to shred the magic resist so that Lulu can actually get a few kills here. And when you get those kills, that's going to allow your team to heal up a little bit. So should be enough here. On the other side, though, just a few too many upgrades, and that Vi doing some good work here. That's the Vi carry augment. That one's an augment that I think a lot of people have started to figure out is really good, because that Vi ends up very tanky. And so for a 2 cost to be that tanky is just a lot of effective frontline.
Good loss here from Nico in the open, although I assume he was expecting a win. Again, pretty strong opening from him. And as we're going to jump over to Darth Noob's board here, a Talon too early on that's being put to the bench, and I think that's because of a loss in the first round here. I think Darth Noob may decide to lean towards the loss streak.
Yeah, so Darth Noob's in a position I think a lot of people on ladder are really excited by, right? This is the Endless Pizza, get that going, and then, hopefully end up in the mech situation, because the set tank in the front line with the Endless Pizza, that combination is going to be really good. But the question is, as we've seen in this tournament, is can you get there? Because it's pretty heavily contested, and there's been a lot of pressure in that mid game, costing you a lot of health, and so it's going to be a question of can he get there. That's going to be the big thing to look on. And on the other side, you see Whale of Peace with the other Sivir augment, the carry one. That one's a lot harder to use because you need a very strong front line to get Sivir to cast a lot of times. If she doesn't cast very much, you're not getting the gold, which is the benefit of that augment. So much more difficult to augment to use there.
Yeah, we have 2 players with Endless Pizza in this one. DQA is the other side of that. But 3 players opening with a Sivir augment. That's maybe one to keep your eye on. And this augment's going to come up in 2-3, so we see a full scale of what's happening in the lobby right now. Whale of Peace opening up with 2 big losses in a row as well. 86 after 2 rounds are some heavy losses that are taking place.
Yeah, some interesting ones to call out here is Minjae got the Fiora support one. That's the one that's going to really lean into duelists and give them healing on hit. We see 2 people playing the Vi carry augment, as we talked about, the Unrelenting Force. And so that's going to be a chance for, again, you're probably not going to see a 3-star Vi, but if you do, that can be really powerful. And interestingly enough, there were choices of 1 and 2. Only a Nico took Soul Eater, and then the Renekton augment also got taken, the Call of the Week. So.
Yeah. I feel like Call of the Week is an interesting augment because sometimes it feels like it's so powerful, and then other times I feel like I'm just lacking the damage on the board to really highlight what this augment's doing.
Yeah, for sure, because you have to be below that half health to get that threshold going, or the opponent has to be, and so you have to be able to get through that initial front line to even get that benefit, which can be really tricky.
Whale of Peace dropping to 80 in this one, and then Minjae and Stop Drop Roll sitting at 100 right now, so 2 players competing for the potential 5 streak, which is the highlight, I think, of stage 2. If you can get a 5 streak going, that is an incredible difference. And I'm glad to see this item overlay as well, where we are seeing players slam items quite a bit in this one. You know, it's uncommon that you get to greed items here, but from Darth Noob's spot, what are you going to slam at these three? And in Whale of Peace's spot, your options is Thieves' Gloves or a utility item for late game. So I like that they're holding on to it here. Freebird also sitting with a champion duplicator on their bench. We've seen this very commonly used for tempo, I'd say around like the set 3, set 4 spot. And lately it's been a lot more greeted, and I think it's because players are just understanding that, hey, you know what, these 2-star 4 costs are really important later on, so maybe let's hang on to this one for a bit.
Yeah, for sure. Like you said, a lot of those starting items can dictate which path they want to go. You mentioned the 2 gloves and an armor situation, right? And it's like, do you really want to slam the Thieves' Gloves? Unless you have a bunch of 2-stars, probably not. And so now it's just about preserving your health and trying to lost streak through. And so taking 20 in the first 3 rounds is a little more than you'd be looking to take, but honestly, just turn that into a full loss streak, and that's not the end of the world. You'll get those strong carousel choices and those big economic upgrades.
Will Peace takes a look at the board that they're facing and says, you know what, Last Whisper might get me a kill here, so let's go ahead and go with that one. Don't disagree. They're on Underground as well, so board's a bit weaker. Just trying to hang on to a little bit more health if you can. Looks like that maybe there's a difference. 1 unit kill from this one. So Whale of Peace maybe secured a unit kill with that, but it was pretty close to 2. So strong fundamental call, little difference, but overall that can have some impactful outcomes. Stop, drop, roll, and Minjay both sitting at 100 coming into this one. And Nico picks up a win here, sitting at 98. And this is where the tension rises. If Minjay and Stop, drop, roll play against each other, whew, that is a very important round.
Yeah, for sure. You and I were talking about this a little bit earlier off camera, but in this early stage 2, right, the difference between 1 or 2 units is 2 health. And that can be a lot that can add up. You know, in this set, the player damage was increased by 1 in stage 3, 4, and 5. And so, you know, you look at 1 and go, wow, that was a pretty big impact. 2 here, you know, every unit can make a big difference. And so Whale of Peace being at, say, 72 versus 68 can really matter. And so the fundamental skill of loss streaking here is figuring out when it's right to slam those items. And so we don't get the 100 versus 100 matchup here. So we'll have to see if we end up with 2 win streakers here. That's a really tanky Renekton, but not much else behind it. And so should be pretty good for Minjay here.
Yeah, I feel like that Minjay's got this one secured. I have my eye on the Draven for Darth Noob's side, where this thing can sometimes just ace a couple of units and save you some health. I think a good call from Darth Noob's side of things. But yeah, Minjay looking comfortable on this one, pretty easy. And Nico able to disrupt stop, drop rolls and pick up the 4 streak here. So Minjay sitting in a pretty good spot with this one. 20 gold, 5 win streak, decent board. Nico sitting on 98 with the 4 streak. As we jump into Whale of Peace's side of things here, 62 health is a hefty amount of damage that you've taken, but this isn't unexpected, I'd say, when you open with Underground.
Yeah, I think getting the Underground here was a pretty big saving grace, because, again, we talked about delivery tips and how hard that is to get going, and with not a lot of tank items, you don't really have a way to stall so that Sivir's getting a bunch of casts. At least now it's a Sivir 2, so there's at least a little bit of damage. Can transition that maybe if you get lucky and hit the Samira or a Senna, so you've got that 2 sure shot spike. Has the Last Whisper, which is a good setup for that. Just really hoping for some strong tank items here to give that front line to buy the time here. Some decent, you know, got the Bramble here, half a Dragon Claw perhaps. So we'll have to see what else he can hit. But, yeah.
I don't know why I like half of a Dragon Claw so much of a term when I just see 1 cloak on the board, but I think that was one of the biggest highlighted things from this patch coming into it. Is this was Dish Soap who really highlighted this, talking about how Cloak was one of the strongest items you could open. He actually rated Cloak very highly, and I was surprised by that. But then when we started to realize how powerful Dragon's Claw was, I was like, wow, this is a great opening thing that you can have. And now just hearing that adapted to Cloak, half a Dragon Claw.
Yep. Well, and I think especially, you know, there's other options like, say, Ionic Spark, but in this particular case, when you've got that Sivir Augment, you've got that Last Whisper slammed, you're not really looking for that AP modification. So really your choices are kind of Hurricane or Dragon Claw for the most part. We've seen Gargoyle Stoneplate kind of fall out of frontline here. Also ends up a little redundant while also having the Bramble here. So on the other side, though, you're kind of getting a glimpse of that really strong Vi carry. Look at this Vi here. It's got a Bloodthirster and a Redemption, but basically actually secretly has a 3rd item going on here. There's a Titan's Resolve, basically, which is what that augment does. And so even as a Vi 1, that was a surprisingly long tankiness. When that becomes a Vi 2, I think it'll be really strong.
Yeah, I mean, that was a 2-unit kill they picked up off of a Vi 1 with a Redemption Bloodthirster on the front line. Like, certainly that's not something I look at from Whale of Peace's side as we go into a Silver Augment here. So not this gigantic spike that some of the players are looking for. And I have my eye on that sidebar on the right. A lot of players going to 6. We saw DQA open up with a Nila 2.
Ooh, Nila 2 is going to be a big spike here. The Electro charge choice here I think is okay. Item grab bag was probably a little riskier, but maybe had a higher peak. But at least with the Bramble Dragonclaw, perhaps we're going to see again. If you think about late game, right, this is probably leaning into that sure shot, building those items towards hopefully something like a mech or possibly a Sejuani or a Zac. Getting that Electro charge will just be a little bit of extra damage that should help get those ace executes around the Samira, stuff like that, as Whale of Peace finally starts to hit the next heist.
Yeah, no rolls here really from Whale of Peace either. And so I think this is leaning in a lot to, are you going for more heists here? Are you trying to preserve gold? Are you trying to evaluate the lobby? Going into Freebird here, whose board is looking really weak at the moment, but sometimes this is how prep works. You know, they picked up preparation here on 3-2, and this really changes your scope of the game, where you have to start getting units on your bench and getting them powered up so that you can create powerful boards. This is like a power trough that ends up taking place, where you are naturally going to pick up some weak rounds, but ultimately come out a bit stronger at the end.
Yeah, I look at Freebird's situation, I see level 6, 10 gold with not many upgraded units, including not being able to upgrade that Vi. That is not a situation you want to be in, where we compare that to Whale of Peace, who stayed at that 30 gold, has plenty going on here, and should be in a much better spot. Switching over to DQA's board, like you said, you have that Nila too, and this is the part of the game where Nila is very powerful. Starts to fall off a little bit later, but can be a really good item carrier for those late game tanks.
It's a pretty good gold spread here for DQA as well. Like, this isn't like a super strong board, but like you said, it's really highlighting the power that Nila 2 holds at this stage. You know, pretty strong items in the front line. You have pranksters to go along with that. You're able to crank out a lot more damage here than it seems like, and this is kind of what I was talking about at the start, where I highlighted DQA and being able to understand the power level that units can hold and how much you need. It feels like that he is so good at just minimizing the amount of gold he has to spend in order to have decent round outcomes in this one. The Zephyr on the front line here from Minjay, though, major impact.
Yeah, the Future Sight being the least picked augment in the game, by the way. But Minji using that to a really well degree here to get through the mid game, taking out a key tank, being able to skip right to the back line, eliminate a lot of the damage. Also, major shout out here that he's 100 streak with a Kale 1, which just again shows you kind of the power of the duelists. The Kale 1, doing a lot of the Last Whisper, the Fiora doing a bunch of work here. But that's pretty impressive to not hit that upgrade and still be doing that well in such a competitive lobby.
Yeah, 3-5 carousel with 100 still on the Kale 1. That is a very big highlight for this one. Darth going to take a loss, and JD Zielinski on a heavy loss streak right now. That is a tremendous amount of damage to have been taken going into this carousel here. So they need a big spike or things are going to go south really quick.
Yeah, you and I were talking about how we've been watching, the first 2 games, and lobbies were generally pretty close. There weren't a lot of bigger blowouts. This has not been the case with this lobby. We see somebody at 100 health, we see another person at 37 health, so a much swingier lobby than we've seen for the rest of the day. And like I said, this is the situation where you almost have to roll down at 3-5 or very quickly at 4-1. Otherwise, you could be dead before even the 4th carousel.
Zielinski going to 7 here with 30 gold in the bank plus some bench. So things really need to get pieced together. Sitting on 5 laser core, though, this could be a major power spike. A pair. MF2 is now available. Holy smokes, this is not an easy call.
Yeah, you can see it was clearly aiming for the laser core line, has the augments for laser core, has that laser core heart, and now is staring at this MF sort of going, what do I do with this? I have to play this. It just doesn't quite fit my comp in the way you were hoping. And so now we're going to have to see how well you can take a high roll champion situation with kind of not the augments you're looking for, and how well you can steer around this. Because I think this is a big opportunity to take this MF and carry through the mid game, but how well can you transition out of this laser core line? Are you willing to skip a silver augment, which I think is absolutely the right call, and play around this for now?
Yeah, silver augments, they can be very powerful at times, and I think the laser core heart is certainly one of the more powerful ones you can have, but there's no way that you have a Shojin and a Rod floating and pass up a Misfortune 2 here. I think that would be just an egregious error at this point. So how you transition this is definitely the question at this point. For JD Zielinski, this is a major power spike, and now having to capitalize on this is the key to this game.
I think the other crazy thing is he didn't have to use his champion duplicator, which is going to give the opportunity to maybe slam that on, say, like a Sejuani or, you know, Zach or something else like the front line, or even something crazier in the late game if he can survive, maybe hitting like a Mordekaiser off the stage 4 carousel or something like that. So.
You're looking forward even to bigger high rolls?
You never know. By the way, Whale of Peace apparently cashed out the Heist 2 and got a Jeweled Gauntlet, a Rod, and 7 gold. So we'll be up 3 components, which is pretty good for that level of investment, still being at 62 health. And that's a common strategy we've seen, right? Is players being willing to just kind of go to Heist 2 and then get ready for their real composition rather than going too much deeper.
Big wins here from JG Zielinski as well. This is what you're looking for when you have these big power spikes, is to start to punish the players who are not at the level you're at right now. And Nico continues another 4-win streak here on stage 3, sitting at 89 health. Very strong outcomes for him so far. Darthnub taking a pretty big hit here, but is pretty loaded, I think, to have some strong outcomes, although it's a bit back and forth on what direction you're looking to go with that necessarily. And as we take a look at Freebird here, sitting at 19 going into stage 4 here. I mean, that's just a complete inverse of the life total at the top.
Yeah, this is exactly nice. It's exactly not what you're looking for. Still stuck on this Vi 1, which is his carry augment, so that's a really disappointing situation to be in here. Trying to build up, stacks for preparation here. I've never seen anyone lose to Wolves. I would hate to see that here. Okay, whew.
It cannot be done.
Okay, whoa. Hits another champion duplicator. So something that's often not talked about is the difference between 1 and 2 champ duplicators, right? 1 champ duplicator, kind of strong. 2 is, if you find a 5 cost, look at that. That's Fiddle 2.
What do you mean if?
That's just straight up Fiddle 2.
We got Mortdog on the cast right now. You're going to say if you hit a 5? I can see you pulling the levers. I don't know what that noise in the background is, but I know it's there.
You know, trade secrets. But, I mean, that, like I said, that's a Fiddle 2. You've got a Fiddle 2 with a Gunblade if you want it. Like, this is a really good spot to be in. And that Fiddle 2 can carry you a long way at 19 health. Not using it here, though, is wild to me. When you're at 19 health and you've rolled down completely... Whew.
This does speak some confidence, though. I mean, Soraka loaded up with a blue buff and a Hextech Gunblade here is pretty strong. I'd say their Aegis outcome is pretty strong. You still have a Fiddle on board to disrupt this front line. There's a pretty strong board they put together here. The confidence, though, in not using Champion Duplicator, I will say, is pretty high. This is either a play where you're in a panic and you have too much on your plate, or it's something you're confident in. Ultimately, it shows that he is not as strong as he thought he was, or that he's willing to go for 1 life and work for the win out here. So for Freebird, this is the critical point of the game. If they can't put it together, it's a hard 8th.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see here. We've got the Ornn items here, some good choices. You can see kind of the strength now has so much gold going to level 850 gold here. But again, Freebird, the real question is what is Free... I'm going to be watching that right side to see what Freebird does. Hopefully we see a slam here. But again, 4 health is just such a rough situation.
Fiddle 2, did they run into a Fiddle maybe? Oh, I'm really curious about that one. But here we're seeing a pretty big shift in the board here as Whale of Peace gets the mech online. And this feels like a hunt for 4 aces right now.
Yeah, so has the 4 aces. We see the Draven on the bench. Oh, missing the Misfortune. Never mind. We're missing the Misfortune. Looking for that. So if can get the Misfortune, that'll be sort of the 4 ace, which has kind of become the premier endgame comp. But we also saw, a lot of the Misfortunes are out of the pool right now, so that's going to be a little harder to hit. Does hit this Leona as well. And again, if we could see maybe like a Mordekaiser 2, that could be a really clear way. Faces Freebird on the other side, so we get a look at that board. Has the Fiddlesticks. Oh, unfortunately, it's stuck with the Gunblade on Soraka, which is not what you'd be hoping for. So this might actually be the end of Freebird.
Coming up against such a strong board here, too. I feel like the matchup outcome just wasn't there. Jeweled Lotus, not enough to get it done unless there's a miracle hit.
No.
Which it's not there. Hard 8th for Freebird after 4-2. This is like a canyon between the top and the bottom of the lobby right now. And Nico's still on a win streak. Whale of Peace putting one together here. Of course, looking at the strength of this board, it'd be tough not to. DQA picking up a critical win. Darthnub now sitting on the brink of 7th place. As we jump over to Nico's taking a look at this board. Excuse me for that one. Sells the Mordekaiser. So now Whale of Peace is working away from the 4 aces. Says this is not a foreseeable outcome from their side. Says Aurelion Soul is a nice pickup, and they're going to lean towards that.
Yeah, that's a really interesting choice. I think it's a little stronger right now and is banking around this Samira for sure.
Ooh.
The challenge in particular is Aurelion Soul really needs that starting mana to get those casts off to really be effective. So this is truly banking around Samira doing a lot of the carrying here.
Apparently Leona's available as well, but it's going to cost you a pair of something, or you're going to have to lock the shop.
Yeah, and see, Leona is another champion that I think you really need the items for Leona to truly make a big difference. Without those items, she's just not carrying that much. I will say, though, if you look at these set items, you've got the Death Dance and the Bramble. Death Dance in particular on Leona can do really well because she does so much damage and then can heal it back up. If you could turn this into a Leona 2 mech with those items, that would be a pretty unique output that could do a lot of work and counter everybody else's mech.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at it, too, the way that the spread is working out, because Last Whisper is such a strong item for these AD comps at the end of the game that you're starting to have a skew in how the mech is going to work. Like, you want the Leona versus set, but at the same time, you want the set versus the AD carries. So how do you actually process that properly and make sure that you have the right power spike for it? We're getting a look at all the augments from the side, and we're seeing a lot of these not necessarily overlap super well with what's going on. DQA able to get Exiles plus First Aid Kit, though. That's a big one I had my eye on. And Nico, we saw him hit the Kaisa 2 pretty early and has a Recon emblem to go with that, so that's almost certainly the commitment there. I'm curious how you climb out of these bottom spots and try to claw together a top 4 here. I mean, just from right now, 5th to 4th, that's 29 to 62. Those are some big rounds you're going to have to piece together.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the kind of situation where, again, we talk about the damage changes in the early game being important here, because now you get one bad matchup. I think in a way what you're almost afraid of is like if Stop Drop Roll faces Darth Nub, right? Like those are the matchups where everyone has sort of spiked and spent everything they can. Will they be able to beat each other from that? That's a challenge here. Is able to get the 6 Laser Core online, which is a pretty big buff. But again, it's 6 Laser Core and an MF, right? Like we're still not really building around our carry properly. This MF is going to struggle to get through this set a little bit here.
Yeah, we muted the Ace as well with the Mordekaiser.
Yep. And so, had to play around that a little bit. I think losing one Ace here is totally acceptable. You've got a lot of the laser core damage doing enough. But again, it's sort of like, what's your front line here? Can you buy enough time? And can the MF get through this by itself? Because again, it has that redemption as well. The redemption is slowly eking away. Thankfully, it's just a set 1. But again, the redemption's lowering the AoE damage from the Misfortune as well.
Yeah, DQA taking their time about this one says they pieced together a board that they think is strong enough to get there for now. Darth Nub, eyes here, finds the set 2, so that's an item exchange that's taking place. Bramble.
So interesting call out here. We've got 5 mech going with the mech emblem, and oftentimes a lot of people forget that what Mech Prime does at 5 is give the whole team the extra AD and AP. So that Samira is actually getting, I believe it's the 45 AD and AP from that mech emblem as well, even though she's not actually the mech, and so that makes that team a little stronger, and actually a decent item on the Samira here.
The Zephyr hit from Min J here as well. Hackers onto the back line. Is that going to be enough to sweep that away?
So much value from that future sight.
Goodness gracious, Samira gets picked in this one. This is not a good fight for Darth Nub.
No. Oh no.
Kale 2 able to break through on this in combination with Zephyr and a Z1.
Whew.
Wow.
That is some future sight value. And again, this is the first time we're seeing this today. 2 players out at 4-6. Stop, drop, and roll almost out. So we've seen a change here, right? With the 2-1 hero augment and the silver start, everyone playing for tempo instead of going for these fast 8 comps is kind of being rewarded. We haven't actually looked at Aniko's board, but we talked about how it's probably based around Kaisa. We saw how it had that Triforce. We've seen Minji playing around Duelist, which is another really good tempo comp. And they're being rewarded for it, right? They're up at 89, 81 health, sitting in really comfortable spots, probably sitting with a free top 4 at the very least. And so really smart playing around the augment situation to get in this position.
It's a tough call to make, but that's a part of TFT. You're going to have to make these judgment calls at times, and they feel like they can have wildly different outcomes. But when they pay off, boy, do they pay off. Going to go for the anti-healing here on Stop, Drop, Roll side. Samira 2 big find. Not the greatest items I've ever seen on this, but you know what? You got to go with what you got. So
I think right now, Stop, Drop, and Roll is saying, I'm glad I got 3 points and not 2 or 1. Because you look at this situation and you're like, well, I did what I could. Like you said, these are not the items. Has a blue buff on Sejuani, Jeweled Gauntlet on Samira, which is okay. Not the worst, not the best, you know. But looking at the opponent here, DQA, honestly, not looking that much stronger other than much better mech items. The Protector's Vow here is really good. Able to farm some with the Urgot a little bit. Has that Ginsu's on Samira, which is not nearly as good an item, but in fights like this, where it's going to be able to stack up right now, this might just make the difference for this fight, even though it's not as good later.
It's these fights often boil down to like attrition-style matchups. So when you have something that's naturally scaling in the backline like that, it definitely can crank through. I mean, we have a Fiddle that's sitting on the board. It's just hanging out in the backline, able to take down a Samira 2. That feels like a big item difference in that one. Just not ideal for stop, drop, and roll at the end of the day. And like you said, I feel like, you know, from that spot, picking up a sixth place there doesn't necessarily feel like a big loss. And looking back at JD Zielinski's side here, it's hard to give up on this MF2. It's still just cranking a lot, and frankly, you haven't had a ton of gold to work with. So what can you piece together, really, at the end of the day?
Yeah, I was going to say, the MF2, I think, is the difference here between, 7th and 5th. So I think still getting bailed out by that is pretty good. And was a little worried they were saving that champion duplicator for next game, but thankfully does use it on the Sejuani to get the Sejuani 2. It's at least a small bump. On the other side, though, remember we were talking about the Whale of Peace with the Leona and the Death Dance? We're starting to get a glimpse of that, and you can see here where it's just going to be so hard to chew through it with those items, and anytime you do, it might just heal up because of these ults. Now, thankfully, all the ults have basically hit targets that were almost dead, so that was really good fight RNG, for JD Zielinski here. But I think later, Whale of Peace is actually going to really like this into some of these set matchups, and is looking pretty favored for the lobby overall.
I will say it's also partially a positioning difference there as well, where if you line up a Zac 2 into where a Leona's sitting, that is one of the strongest outcomes you can have. Yeah. So much time from that Leona gets wasted on trying to pick off some fairly useless bodies that are in the way. So great positioning call there from JD Zielinski. Now on a win streak, as DQA has fallen to 28 health, but we're seeing Minjay and Nico sitting at the top of the lobby still very handedly. Right now, this is all eyes on JD Zielinski. Can he piece together a top 4 here? I think from the units, it looked like it was true, but from the health total, I had a much different opinion.
Yeah, is up against Future Sight, but now we're starting to get to the point where Future Sight is really losing its value. Your matchups are down to 2 and 1, and so people can really just kind of make those last adjustments and not really fall prey. But that Zed, holy moly, that Zed doing a lot of work here. And so the question is, will it be enough to kill? I don't quite think so. Actually ends up winning the fight anyway.
On the other side? I can't tell you how often I've seen Duelist Zoe, but...
Yeah, the fiddle items from the Thieves' Gloves were really good, so a little bit of a saving grace there made a big difference.
Duelist Zoe. Pretty rare to see something like that, but again, sometimes boards have to take these wildly different spots. B-lines for the Zephyr, why not?
Yeah, now we're getting to the point where a lot of the people that were playing the tempo comps we talked about, the Duelists, the Kaisas, are really falling off, which is allowing those people that did the Fast 8 to turn it around. And so it's going to be a question of, can those tempo comps convert into their win conditions, or will they fall off? And so there is a big health gap, though, and so it should be okay for a while here. And yeah, we can see Whale of Peace with this Leona 2 looking really healthy. I like this position. I think everybody else in the lobby, like you said, kind of needs to be hoarding the Zacs a bit. The Zacs are going to be basically one of the few counterplays you've kind of got to this Leona so that they don't heal too often. Isn't going to be quite as tanky as the Set, who's getting the repeated shields. But again, that Death Dance is going to be doing a lot of healing here. So
is ultimately going to go with the Nunu 2 here, adding an Urgot to play as well. Nunu 2 feels like it is not quite there yet. It gets Zephyred as well. And we have a Zed on the back line chewing through an Aurelion Soul 2 right now. The Samira gets taken down by the Zed as well. But the Leona is going to be able to hold this one down. There's just too much in the way for Whale of Peace to be broken down at this point. So Minjay also on the same idea that Whale of Peace has right now. Save up gold, get to 9, make the board even stronger. But right now, Whale of Peace looks like they're in the lead.
Yeah, and again, this is what we talked about, where this Leona is just going to be way too hard to take down. And even if you do get a little damage, it's just going to heal up. Because the Leona 2 just pumps out so much damage and has to feel pretty good about that. And again, I think we're going to see a 5th from JD Zielinski here, but I think you have to be really happy with the 5th.
It's a tough call to make because this MF just showed up so early, but just the fact that you're able to take so little damage over the number of rounds that took place at the end That feels like a pretty big pickup. I'm not going to necessarily call this a bottom 4 in a sad way. A pair of Zephyrs as well, so maybe you can scrape together something here, but this is going to take a wild difference to have happen. And Nico, though, still sitting on Kaisa 2 on 7, has a lot of gold in place, and I think that these rounds were like a recover your economy to try to pick something up here and get to 8.
Yeah, well, I think he's got 7, if I can see that correctly. So 7 Kaisas, and that's what I was talking about, right? He played Kaisa with the tempo, but now the 2-star 3 cost has just fallen off, and you can see he's just losing rounds really hard here. Is really going to need that Kaisa 3 to be able to convert this into a win condition. Meanwhile, Minji, 8 Duelists is so much offensive power, and 8 Duelists can do okay into the set here. So I like the 8 Duelists here. I also like the Prankster and Hacker, allowing Zed to get a little bit of that healing. So Aniko has plenty of gold to work with to find this Kaisa 3. Just be a question of will it be able to hit. And I like the 4 Recon as well. 4 Recon giving that spell crit on the Kaisa, basically a 4th item here. So a lot of power. The big question is, we talked about Soul Eater at the very beginning of the game. Should he be keeping that Soul Eater in for that little bit of healing at this point at the cost of playing a Nasus? And I'm pretty confident the answer is no.
It's a very interesting thought because I feel like Soul Eater is just a strong augment and it can be the difference in fights. So I'm a bit torn on this thought. For right now, though, on a Nico spot, I don't think he's thinking about that. I think what he's thinking about is purely what happens if I miss and what units do I prioritize if I get bench locked on this one. Like if you just have so much stuff on your bench that you need to pick up something else, what do you sacrifice first? Cho2 believes it's a little bit of that bench pressure right now. You notice they're passing the Nila 2s. Says, I don't care about this.
Cho.
Yeah, it's sleeping a Cho, not necessarily the greatest here right now, so a little bit of pressure taking its role here as well. Oh boy, Rammus 3, big pickup. Gonna go for the Vayne anyway. The Cho gets sold, so that was at the bottom of the priority list. Kaisa 3 is found. Oh, a lot of item tension coming into that one too, so a good call on the bench. Takes his time. Picks up a good Zephyr here as well. This is a great play from Aniko on this one. It was under a lot of time pressure and able to put this one together.
Yeah, huge shout out for the calm-headedness right there at the last minute to make sure to take out the right Kaisa, get the right item in, and do okay. Unfortunately, yeah, the Nunu unfortunately kind of interrupted the dash there. Does take a bunch of damage, and so, you know, kind of gets... The Nunu in particular is just one of the worst counters for the Recon, so one bad matchup here for Aniko, but again, should still be enough to hopefully get a top 4. But we are seeing JD Zielinski staying alive here. DQA might go bot 4.
This was some strong matchup outcomes for JD Zielinski as well, able to run into Aniko at the end of stage 5, who's picking up gold to have that roll down that he just had, and then picks up a win at the start of stage 2. So this is possible, but as we can see, DQA is facing JD Zielinski in this one. So this is a major fight that is taking place right now. As you start to come into the last portions of the tournament, the difference between top 4s and bottom 4s can be major. The weather is windy right now, so we're seeing a big damage pickup on this Urgot. Oof. Is this enough to close it out, though? It's a ghost that he's fighting here.
Yeah, this is interesting. You know, kind of a rough matchup here. Having to position around Windy against all these misfortunes and fiddlesticks can be really rough here, and I think that's actually going to backfire really hard. Loses pretty much his entire team other than the set, and I think the Ghost will eventually be able to clean this up. So the question is, will JD Zielinski lose by more? Or will JD Zielinski win? If they win, it's going to be rough. And it looks like they did lose, so now it's a question of by how much. That's what we're going to see here, because they're both going to get knocked out. We've got our top 3.
Oh, minus 14. That's hard locked.
Yep. All right, there you go.
Whew. And Eco piecing together a win here on this one. Whale of Peace able to stabilize at 50 health on level 9.
Yep. Yeah, and so I kind of called it right. The Leona getting these items here is going to be really tough for people to deal with. You're just going to need a lot of damage, but combine that with the Nunu as a secondary carry, you've got the Samira. Like, the 3 carry situation here is really strong. And I know everyone's been talking about, you know, Set being the mech, but if you can get to this position, this is the truly capped version of mech. This very tanky Leona that has that self-built-in Omnivamp looking real good here. Even the 8 Duelist may just not be enough damage to take it down.
So we're going to see if the Hacker can make a difference here. Locking in that Samira to the corner is a major outcome of this one, and then the Echo pulling the attention away to the center of the board. Whew. That Samira is freed up from any pressure whatsoever. It feels like a free win on Whale of Peace's side. I don't think that the players are going to be able to overcome this board strength.
Yeah, again, that Leona 2 with that Ornn item, just so powerful. Kai'Sa 3 is one of the matchups that might have a shot, but the thing we're seeing with Aniko is that he had to roll a lot to hit it and just doesn't have the front line to give Kai'Sa the time she needs. We also don't see a ramping item like, say, a Ginsu's, and that's what you really need to get that maximum DPS to burn through something like the mech. But either way, I think Minji and Aniko have to be happy with this situation based on their current standings, although Minji less so. But being able to play the tempo and then come out with that, second and third, that's a win, right? In a tournament setting, that is a huge win, and so that's exactly what you're looking for. You may not get the first place, but that's still, 7 points, 6 points, and that's massive here.
Ultimately, just trying to cap this board as hard as you can. Is
Yeah,
anything here worth sacrificing 8 Duelists? 8 Duelists, I feel like, definitely took a nerf in the last set and isn't at like its peak power level, I'd say, on 8 Duelist. I feel like this board is just lacking the potential to really get there.
Yeah, I think the big challenge here is, you have a Yasuo 3 with a Zephyr. You're not running the Vayne 3. At this point in the game, you really need the Vayne 3 to cap that out. Or at least the Z2 with, like, really, really perfect positioning. The Recon Orb. But here we get the battle for second. So this will be interesting. That Kai'Sa is just going to do so much damage. And as long as the Zed stays away from the Kai'Sa, should be okay. Because Kai'Sa 3 just pumping out the damage.
Yeah, and this is just like major damage amplification on the Aniko side too. You're going to be picking up a ton of crit damage there. Locks in a second place versus Whale of Peace, and I feel like that's a fist pump for Aniko in that one. And Minjay opened up with 2 bot 4s in a row. They were at 5 points coming into this round, so third is a nice outcome for this, but you need to piece together some big top 4s coming into these last 3 games that are here. But Aniko, I feel like he is cheering up a bit when I'm seeing these emotes come out looking at this board, because you look at the difference here, and it is massive.
Yeah, this would be one of those cases where if Aniko won the round, I think we'd be like, there's a balancing issue going on here, because this board is pretty capped, and so, also it's like trapping the Ramison here. I'm not quite sure what's going on here, but yeah, I'm pretty confident in Whale of Peace's odds here.
A lot of times you have to take like some weird secret tech lines to try to open up positioning stuff, and honestly, that feels like what we might be seeing here, because a lot of the damage is swept away from Whale of Peace's board at this point, and now you have Leona locked onto a very high health target, which means that there's a ton of time for this Kai'Sa, but it just cannot seemingly chew through the Death Dance plus the Bramble plus the Dragon's Claw. It is remarkably close in my eyes, though. I'm surprised that Aniko got that far into that round.
Yeah, he did his best, but unfortunately Annie's going to come in here, end the round, and Whale of Peace with that big win streak, looking really strong. Leona mech gets the victory, has to feel great, gets him back in the running.
Yeah, I mean, that is a slam dunk win, 50 health on that one. And again, Whale of Peace opened up with 3 points as well, so needed to piece together some big top 4s. And so coming in around 3 with a win, we take those.
Where was that the first 2 games? An 8th and a 7th to a 1st. He really is just like a 1st or 8th player. So Whale of Peace, congrats on the 1st. Aniko with the Kai'Sa Recon 2nd. Minjay with the Duelist 8. I know Frodan's writing down some notes somewhere about them Duelists. And then Kia DQA in 4th. Kind of want to see it kind of talk about kind of the lower ends of things. Admirable, starting with you. We saw Darth Nub take a Mecha Prime Crest as their last augment. What were your expectations of seeing Mecha Prime or just Mech 5 this tournament? Because what I'm hearing, people just stick to Mech 3, and even some players avoid Mech Crest because it's kind of hard to play around. So I wasn't really sure we were going to see it.
Yeah, the mech units, when you're on Mech 3, kind of fit together pretty naturally in how you want to shape them. Like, if you want to go into Ace, Draven's a great fit for that. If you want to go into Defenders, you have that naturally with Wukong and Set. If you want to move into Aegis, it's easy to replace a Set unit if you have a Leona 2 online. But Morgtalk highlighted it perfectly, highlighting the team-wide buff that you get from this. If you're going to go Mech 5, you have to have the damage to support that, and I think ultimately that was their only call they could make to really amp up that board, because the gold economy just wasn't there from that one. So I think it's a pretty big reach for the stars there, but sometimes you got to take what you're given, and that's, I think, exactly the line they took there.
Yeah, that was really. I'm taking notes right now. Mecha Prime Samira. I want to try that one day. I never get there though. They're expensive. More dog. We talked, a little bit about Nunu off stream, but also we got to see Nunu and how you started speaking about how it's kind of that natural counter to Kai'Sa Recon. Chasing her away. It's cat and mouse. Iniko kind of found that out the hard way, losing a bit of HP because of that. But there were some AI changes to Recon to kind of help with this. Could you explain to maybe the newer viewers about those AI Recon changes?
Yeah, so Recon used to kind of just try to find the hex that was the safest in its rough definition, which could sometimes be in the middle of the map, because that just happened to be the spot which there weren't the most enemies, right? Because it was going by count of enemies, which led to some pretty awkward situations where your Vayne 3 would roll into the middle of the map, get hit by a Sejuani ult, and then get CC chained to death, and you were sad. Now Recon will always prioritize the edge of the map, so either the back sides or the left side or the right side, and try to at least stay as far away from the middle as possible. Still some questionable stuff in there about like what is considered safe, but the reality is anytime you send like a Nunu or a Zed back there, the Recons really start to panic. They're like, well, where do I go? I'm not sure where to go. And especially you saw there with the Nunu coming at you. You can't see my hands, but coming at you and then, heading towards the back line and just kind of following that Kai'Sa as she dashes away. It ends up being kind of a natural counter, causing the Recons to panic a bit. And the big thing with Nunu is a Nunu 1, not that scary. Honestly, really not that great. But if you can get it up to a Nunu 2 with some items, that Nunu 2 can do a lot of threat, soak up a lot of damage, maybe get some healing on that, and if enough time passes, can actually be really devastating. And we saw that was a Nunu 2 with the Titan's Resolve being very distracting, on top of, the big giant mech Leona.
Yeah, I know it's kind of controversial amongst the players of just, is Nunu good or not? I've heard some people say he's amazing, and some people say don't ever play him. And I mean, we saw Kurimex in just like the other game of just going Nunu carry 1 star. It's just a little hamster boy. He does his best, but...
Nunu is not a hard carry unit, okay? Nunu is something you use to cap a board in a very late game circumstance. If Nunu is your prime source of damage, I feel like you're not necessarily in a good spot. I think this unit could definitely be tuned up a little bit to make it more powerful, but Nunu needs a lot of work around it. I mean, this is just something that's walking around the board. Okay, it doesn't lock onto anything and deal a ton of damage. It's just roaming around. So you have to have a ton of surrounding support for that. I feel like that's kind of the highlight of that game for Whale of Peace's side, is that it's like the Nunu 2 is here. Now how do you overcome the damage that's there? The front line's there, the back line damage is there, and now we also have roaming damage around the board. Like, that's a tough thing to overcome. Nunu is not the hard carry by itself.
Nunu is fun, not good, as I like to say. His ball just gets so mad. That's the only part I look forward to, is how big can I get Nunu's ball before I go 8th, okay? Or if I even make it to that point. But let's see who went 8th, actually, in the other lobbies that we did not see.
It was Lemon Kiwi playing hard carry Nunu.
I'm taking notes from Kurum, but here's our first couple of lobbies. Honorable just sticking out. We had Defias, who kind of had back-to-back 8th, who went back to 1st. The prophecy of Prestivant is still firm. I know Bryce is celebrating somewhere. Any names you're excited about?
My eyes on Lobby B here with Wajan, Iverson, Robin, and Xiaodan Dan coming out with a 1st, 2nd, 3rd in that one. Wajan Iverson, I feel like amongst peers is very highly esteemed right now, but I feel like this is probably one of the most underrated players coming into the tournament despite that, because there's just not a lot of exposure there. There's so much to follow in TFT, it's hard to keep your eyes on things, so following these kind of storylines I feel like is very important, and I want to give a shout out to Bryce and Dan in that one. Coming into their Don't Talk If You Don't Know episode, DTIYDK, they really highlighted this to a big degree. So I looked at this profile a lot and started to go over it, and Wajan Iverson is killing it this set right now. So Robin following up with that strong finish there as well. Very consistent player. Someone to keep your eye on. Whale of Peace again. The big win in that one. They need to put together some big stuff here. Setsuko with a top 4. Sox coming in strong for this one. Also, low-key shout out to Scyther in this one, who is having some killer performances in terms of tournament right now, despite the fact that their ladder stats are not looking impeccable, but their tournament finishes have been looking good. And then Ramblin clutching into 1st place alongside Casper Wu clutching into 1st as well. Whew, these are strong lobbies, and honestly, it is tough to piece these together where it's like, what do you expect to come out from these ones? It's like, where are the players' lines breaking through, and how is their knowledge stacking up against the other players right now?
Yeah. Other things sticking out to me, like Kurum, kind of the bot 4 situation, clear after back-to-back top 4s, now finding himself at the bottom. Dish Soap, very consistent top 4. And again, today is all about just making day 2. So 64 players turning into 32 and getting those head start points will help the situation. So it's not about just getting first, it's about getting top 4 and being consistent at the end of the day. Speaking of those standings, let's take a look how everyone is lining up so far. This is 33 to 64, so this is the bottom half of things. Just Kurum not having the best of day. Defies had those back-to-back ace, so that's where he ended up. I know AMD, we got confused on names earlier. That was someone Froden was looking at. Who are you looking at, Admirable?
Well, this is from the outside looking in right now as we're halfway through the day. So if you're in this portion and you're sitting like in Kurum's spot, that is a tough one to overcome. You know, Kurum's a player that likes to print top 4s. It doesn't have a super high win rate. It's just that when the win's there, he knows how to grab it. But a lot of times that's overlooked from his perspective. But he needs some big top 2s. And I'm talking like you do not have time. You have to start playing the first rate style. I don't necessarily think that fits into where Kurum tends to play the game. So this is a tough spot to overcome. Soju right on the outside, tied with Robin on this one. So, you know, my eyes really there on those players who are just at the brink of that top 32 as we get now a glimpse of that. And wow, look at the difference between first place and 33rd place right now, Mortog.
Yeah, so I have a bit of a different take, interestingly enough, is like if you look, the difference between, say, Ramblin' in 9th compared to what we saw with like 33rd, 32nd, like they're only about 4 or 5 points back. And so right now, if anything, I think for the next game, I think players really need to just stay that consistent style, try to get that top 4. Someone like Kurimex, yeah, maybe has to crank up the gas, but right now this is a don't panic mode. This is a keep your head clear and try to get those points. Make sure everyone else is the one panicking and don't worry too much. So again, like someone like Soju or Robin sitting in that 14, that's only 4-point gap between 9th place, 8th place. You know, like that is not a big gap. And so just take it cool, take it easy, and go from there. But yeah, seeing a Nico do well, seeing Kivix unfortunately get not a great finish that time was a thing I saw. But yeah, it's always, for me, the middle ground is like, well, if my games go the opposite way, I could still do just fine. It's after game 4 where it's like, okay, I've only got 2 more left. It's time to start doing something crazy. And that's where you might have to do the crazy, like you said, really 1st or 8th strats that even if you end up going 8th, it was still the correct play to do the thing you were trying to do to get those last-ditch points. We're just 1 game off of there, I think, right now.
Yeah, and there's definitely some compositions that feel like that consistent top 4, whether it's your Duelist, your Laser Core, and it feels like Whale of Peace has found that strat of he's been 8th, 7th, and 1st, and he was one of the few who's kind of been deeper in the underground trade, or at least taking a few more heists, which ended up paying off, or at least giving him the goal to get to that higher capped composition. So we'll have to keep an eye on Whale of Peace with that 1st or 8th kind of style, or people like Dishop who kind of like that middling or just safe top 4, because all you have to do is make it into tomorrow, that championship Sunday. And you saw in that last graphic, if your favorite player is there, they are safe for now, but we still have 3 more games to go with I would say a lot of support augments, a couple of carries here and there, even Vi Admirable, but we didn't get to see like a pop, you know, a Vi pop off yet, unfortunately.
Yeah, Mortog highlighted that with 2 players having the exact same augment as that one. It feels like you're both contesting, so it's like you're towing that thin line where it's like, you know, who's going to draw first on that one? And ultimately, neither of them decided it was the right call to make. It feels like they're like, okay, let's just scale up and play the board. I really do like seeing the Vi carry when it gets online, though, because watching that unit just completely take over a board is just, you're watching and you're like, how is this happening right now? And the answer is just the number of stats that you have online at that point. Kind of going back to the standings on this one of the things that I always have my eye on for these is the bonus points that you get if you finish at the top spots. In set 7, we did not see that have a big impact on the actual outcomes that were taking place, but it can have a major impact in these. And that's something that, you know, hashtag ADHD, I kind of jump to the end and work my way backwards. I'm looking at when those bonus points absolutely take the standing ground and warp the outcome.
We're going to see how the standings will shape up because our game 4 is ready. Mortog, Admirable, have some fun.
There's no fun in TFT.
Whoa.
These are serious tournament games. This is absolutely about analyzing the numbers and poring over the data and running your brain like an AI simulation as much as possible. There are trillions of outcomes possible. Mark Dog, we're going to go through one of them right now.
I mean, I'm actually a computer, so that makes sense.
Ramblin opened it up with Bo in this one, sitting at 18 points in 9th place. Pretty comfortable spot. This is one of the players I think that is held to some of the highest expectations. And frankly, I will not contest that at all. I feel like any time that we're playing TFT and Ramblin shows up in the Discord, he makes 3 or 4 suggestions, and suddenly it's a first place.
Yeah, I think Ramblin's definitely proven he's got a knowledge gap. Very hyped up. Has always kind of had a curse with tiebreakers. But I think the other thing, too, is it kind of creates this expectation on him that, you know, can really mess with the mental a little bit. And so, like, sometimes you kind of get in your own head a little bit. And so hopefully he finds a way to kind of power through that and just do all right. But I think at this point, that curse has got to be getting him a little bit.
I definitely feel like it can do that. But this is where, again, I have that expectation of Ramblin. He's just such a calm, collected player. He understands the style he wants to take. He sees the outcomes and he plays through it. And if he hits the bad one, he just kind of shrugs it off. It's impressive, I think, how calm he can remain in some of these high pressure situations. And I think it's one of the reasons why he's consistently held strong outcomes throughout, despite the fact that he hasn't really been having those giant breakout wins when it comes to like set 6, set 7. He's just been right on the brink of being able to toe the line there.
Yeah, I can see that. Looking at these items, these items are fine in the late game, but getting these as your 2-1 opener is not really the situation you want to be in. Giant Slayer is not the best slamming item you can get early on. I do like the fact he has 2 Sure Shot. That's great because he can build those items, but RFC is not particularly good. I almost think it's Salvage Bin here. Salvage Bin giving him that +1 item and the ability to move it around as necessary, so he could build something like the RFC now and not be locked into it later. But we'll have to see what he goes with. Preparation, also probably another easy slam dunk here. A little bit safer in case you get a bad item from that Salvage Bin.
Yeah, it's also, I think Preparation is just one of these augments that is very complex to play. It warps the game style that you have, where you're going to need to get units on your bench and piece them together. But at what point do you do that? And I feel like that's the hard call to make, is when do you start to pull these units off of your bench? I feel like having a pair here is great. You get to have one on board and start ramping up the other. And this Galio, too, is going to stay on the bench right now. So Ramblin very much looking to, again, play into his playstyle. He likes to lose streak and put together economy, and then just have absolutely powerful boards that slam dunk on players in the later stages of the game. I think Giant Slayer here is an easy slam to try to pick up a couple unit kills, save some health, and then piece together a board going into 3-2.
Yeah, I'm not as big a fan of the slam, only because, like, there was no way you were killing anything in this fight. But I do agree that the play here is build up the preparation on these Sure Shots, get them going, probably get first carousel choice to get that Last Whisper, and then you've got Sure Shot with Last Whisper going, which is really good. The challenge is going to be getting that strong front line, and hopefully something like a Galio 2 plus, you know, one other mascot or something can be good. But this is often why early game getting that 1 or 2 tank items going can really make a difference, or even something like the Phony Frontline, which is a really good opening augment.
Yeah, we're seeing, as we jump into 2-3, we're going to look at all these augments that are coming up. Dish Soap right now sitting at 36 with 13 points, so does need to, as you said, Mortog, not panic in the situation, just piece together, pick up some top 4s, get some points on the board. But when I'm looking at the augments right now, a lot of economy augments have been picked in this one. But we have a completely different flip on that one, where we're seeing a Defender Crest and a Laser Core Crest also picked up from a couple players. So there is some heavy tempo that's involved with this lobby. So how your matchups shape up in Stage 2, I think, is really going to change your outlook going into Stage 3.
So Dish Soap right now is in one of the most frustrating player situations he can be in. He is a Kale away from being in an amazing position with 3 Underground and Metabolic, allowing him to probably go to something like Heist 3 pretty comfortably, and then spike from there, which would make him really happy. Having the Vi and the Ezreal and not the Kale, and being at the game's mercy of if you're going to hit that Kale, is so infuriating. And so he's just praying, and there he got it. So he's going to be thrilled by that. You're going to see an immediate slam in. He's got Metabolic here, only 2 rounds too late, but having that with Metabolic is going to feel a lot better. And so this should speak pretty good volumes for Dish Soap, as long as there's nothing, you know, goes horribly wrong here. But this is exactly where you want to be, getting the combination of Underground and Metabolic here.
Yeah, no slam dunks items here either, so it feels like this could play a heavy role in the outcome. of how Dish Soap's game, plays up. We opened up with sword, cloak, and belt. These are great items for completing stuff, but not together they're not. So this is definitely like the lost streak take here. So, finding the underground here, very critical to this one. We take a look at Kurum X's side of the board. With a trade sector on the open, I feel like this is one of the augments I feel like I'd see Kurum take more than just about anybody else. And again, it's because Kurum loves to play for tempo, but his spot right now is not super comfortable with just strictly playing for tempo. He needs to piece together some big victories.
So, looking at Kurum's board, by the way, he's running Ezreal and Kale. I didn't notice if he had the... Yeah, he's got Underground also. So these were the two Underground players facing each other. This is... When you start to see 2 or 3 Underground players in the same lobby, actually what ends up happening is the opposite, right? We were talking about tempo last game. This is no longer a tempo lobby. This is a very greed-heavy lobby. And so what everyone's going to want to start doing is start econing, because you've got to beat the people who are going to be spiking, +2 items or +30 gold. And so that's going to be a little tricky. We've only seen 2 so far, so I could be wrong as like if everyone else is tempoing, 2's not enough to swing it. But again, with a lot of people, basically you have to play the tempo of the lobby here, and that's going to be really important.
It's a pretty difficult thing to piece together too. It's a very tricky thing. It's constant scouting, constantly analyzing what other players are doing. What's your next matchup's going to be? Do you need to keep a streak going, or are you okay with breaking it? It's just so many little things to account for that can have these major impacts at the end. I'm getting update from admin as well that Scooby-Doo also has Underground Online. That means that we have 3 players with Underground Online in this lobby right now. Holy smokes, that's a lot of Underground.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like, when you've got that going, those players aren't going to be dishing out a lot of damage, especially with the metabolic in, which means you've got to be playing for the late game here. And so, for example, I look at this board where I see 0 gold, level 5. Like, this feels like the long-term incorrect play. He'll do, 8 damage here, 2 of which is going to get healed up. But otherwise, like, this is not really the best situation to be in for a lobby like this. And that's one of the harder parts about TFT, right, is recognizing what the lobby pacing is, because every lobby is going to play out a little differently.
It's kind of interesting to note that, though, because I feel like the opposite almost, where at times you do have to take advantage of what opportunity is there. Noster 11 was one of the players that was highlighted coming into this with some videos at the start and kind of pouring over like their entry into this and where they got into competition and what's going on with their side. You're on a 4-win streak right now, and you have a Rage Blade on a Kai'Sa with a phony frontline. And this is, I think, one of the augments that really highlights Kai'Sa, is because frontline is one of the things you have to piece together with the recon comp. So try to take advantage of that, and can you just put together a strong outcome here? Like a top 3, top 2, that doesn't necessarily feel like the worst thing in the world, but when you're sitting at 11 points, suddenly a top 3 maybe isn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing to call out too is, right, if we talk about the 3 Underground players, we know they're playing low tempo. The person who manages to 100 health, so in this case Noster, also in a good spot, right? They've benefited from everyone else playing weak, they're pushing tempo, they're doing fine, and even if they end up in 3rd, that's not bad. It's the other 4 players that I start to worry about, right? It's the players that are like, well, I didn't match the tempo, and I'm not going to spike as hard as these Underground players. What's my game plan here? And so, Noster not in a bad spot here. Interesting, though, okay, Kurum just does I'm going to take the gold and get out of this very quickly here. Hits the Vayne 2. Vayne 2 this early is also good. But now we're also starting to see contested with Noster that now a bunch of people are all playing for that recon line. So really interesting to see how this plays out from here. But I can kind of see and agree with the get out of the heist this early.
It also just fits the way that Kurum's typically going to play the game. It is like more tempo, stuff in play, good. And it's just, again, this guy prints top 4s, but he didn't open with that in this particular tournament. Again, I feel like that the players have stepped up their game a lot. Ooh. I think this is the strongest we've seen competition right now. And so for Kurum's playstyle, I have a bit of a worry coming into this game. This is like a Vayne 3 chase down, but you have belt, bow as your openings.
Ooh, yeah.
I was actually going to say, this is a tough one to put together for me.
I was going to say, actually, yeah, if he was at like 12 points, I would agree with the cash out here. But now the more I look at it, being at 6 points and cashing out on Heist 1 into Recon, what's your long-term plan here tournament-wise, right? Like, are you planning on going 3rd and 4th and coming back from that? That's going to be a little tricky. We did see also Scooby-Doo did also cash out, as you saw there on the pop-up. So that does mean 2 of our players are out. And apparently, not to call him out here, but I have to because it's funny and it's a situation. Dish Soap lost to Krugs. So,
yeah. I think Krugs need a nerf. The Krugs are way too overpowered right now. There's no question. I've been 2-0'd by Krugs so many times. I'm pretty sure I had a Leona 2 and lost to Krugs.
I mean, I'll give him the benefit of a doubt and say it was planned because he had metabolic and he just wants his item spike a little later. But I'd be lying. And instead it was actually a terrible play. But
Kurum going to take a loss here on a 2 streak as we come into 3-2. Very little tailoring to the board. I think that Kurum is looking specifically for strong spikes onto what he's got right now. But it's a silver augments coming into this, and again, that kind of highlights the idea of some of the greed that can take place. These are softer impact augments usually, which means that if you're playing for the pace of the lobby right now, this may not be fitting the bill. And I'm looking at Triforce here as the pickup. Definitely does. This is going to be a pretty heavy roll for Kurum, but when you find a Kaisa 2 right away, maybe not as heavy as you were expecting it to be.
Interesting. I wanted to talk about, he used the reroll on the silver augment. That's a fascinating choice here. What do you think about that?
I didn't mind it so much because again, he just needs power at this point. Like if he's gonna pick up a top 2 in this lobby, he needs the power right here and right now, I think. And again, I'm looking at these items. I'm seeing like a guard breaker come together. I'm seeing like a rage blade / giant slayer, and then a third item on this vein and chase this down. I don't see how he really picks up a huge win here without some big item outcomes and some strength to keep a win streak going for quite some time. If you take too much damage in a spot like this, you're just not going to finish in the top 2, I think.
Fair enough. Yeah, I always find it hard to really justify using that reroll on the silver tier augment because silver feels like one of those tiers that a lot of the times you can literally skip and not be that far down. And so if something important comes up in the 4-2 spot, that's an awkward situation to be in. But I get it, especially you never know with the players, right? Like being in this situation where you're low on health, you know, you're in a bad situation in the tournament, what's going on through their heads, so we'll have to see. Jumping over to Ramblin', though, we see now has that Senna 2, Sivir 2, the 2 Sure Shot, fully prepped, ready to go. Didn't get the last Whisper, which I think is kind of hurting a bit, and the front line kind of suffering a bit, but we are starting to see that Zac get prepped, the Cho'Gath get prepped, and so we should see this convert into a pretty solid mid-game here.
Yeah, it's on a 4-win streak as well, and this kind of, again, highlighting the preparation difference and why I think this is such a fascinating augment, and why I actually tend to avoid it is because I've trained myself to think about the way the game paces out in a certain way, and I feel like preparation just completely disrupts that. I think this is a very powerful augment that is difficult to navigate. For a player like Ramblin', though, it feels like it's difficult to pass up because he just knows what's going on. And look at the difference that preparation is kind of having in a spot like this. You just get so many passive damage numbers from it that it's difficult to overcome. And what on earth is that win right there? How? So much damage at the end.
Yeah, it's a good ult. I really like the help the fact he got the Sivir 2 or the Sivir and the Senna early, be able to get them prepped pretty early here. So interestingly enough, I want to check out Dish Soap here because Dish Soap, as we talked about, playing that underground, losing to Krugs, has the metabolic, but also is at 47 health. So pretty tough situation for Dish Soap here. Ends up taking the Jax off the carousel as well. So on the augment side, though, nothing jumps out too crazy here. A lot of pretty light stuff. August Heart with the Sure Shot Heart. I think that's probably the biggest interesting one here. But yeah, looking at Dish Soap here, you can kind of see still on a Vayne 1, Echo 1, one off a cash out. My guess is he takes the next cash out here. It'd be pretty risky to go one more beyond that. But really needs to find a carry and something that can do some actual damage here pretty quickly.
Yeah, this is definitely like playing for the cash out side of things. And this might be one of those awkward spots where you see a 3-6. It's a pretty uncommon line for players to take, but I think that, always playing to the interval of where your gold is maxed out is not necessarily the call to be making. Going up against Kurum here, who has a very powerful board, this is a terrible matchup outcome, I'd say, for Dish Soap at this point. You're playing against a player that's spiking while you're trying to develop economy here. This is a big hit that he's going to take, but Dish Soap does have a metabolic here. So if they can piece together a strong board, there's a chance that you can overcome this this health gap that's taking place and maybe pick up an extra life or two towards the end. But players right now, their matchups are not lining up super well at the bottom.
Yeah, looking at that matchup was kind of laughable, right? It was like Vayne 1 versus Kaisa 2, Ezreal 2, and so just not the great. Does get a free guard breaker here.
And a Dragon's Claw. Sign me up.
Half a Dragon's Claw, right? So.
Double guard breaker onto the Vayne here as well.
Yeah, which isn't bad. Again, it's just a question of can he piece together, some of these 2 stars. I think is going to try to lose 1 more just to complete the loss streak here, get that maximum gold, and then go from here. So this 4-1 roll down is going to be ultra important. And again, Vayne might get him through the first half of stage 4, but realistically, you're looking to convert this into something that's a little more powerful than that Vayne.
I'd be interested to see where that goes, though. So I would like to see Dish Soap for the roll down here on 4-1, because this is a very vital piece to this game and how this actually pans out. I still don't necessarily think that Vayne 3 is going to be a bad chase here. It's just there's a lot of players contesting the recon stuff, so there's going to be just, I think, naturally a lot of Vaynes out of the pool. So I am agreeing with you the more I think about it, that this is a transition away from Vayne, but is it enough to get through parts of Stage 4 comfortably? So 2 players on a win streak right now, Ramblin' and Scooby-Doo. Noster sitting at 86, August Hart at 87, and then a pretty big drop-off just going into the bottom 2 spots right now. So Dish Soap going to spend some gold here to buy some time. These are critical decisions, and this is a tough thing to do. But the first time I saw this was done was by Mismatched Socks, where he was spending gold on creeps, and I was like, what is going on here? And then when I realized that he's buying time with this style of play, it just felt like a stroke of brilliance when I saw this. This is like, I think it's set 4.
Yeah, we saw Setsuko do this earlier, by the way. I was going to say, picking up the 2 Bel'Veths here seems like a big win. Those items are going to be okay on Bel'Veth if you can get the Bel'Veth too. But I fully expect this to be a roll to 0. If this is anything but a roll to 0, I will be really shocked here. Hits the Senna, is going to lock that in with the 2 sure shot. But again, I feel like you've still got to go deeper here. Starting to get some front line. The Echo 2 is going to be pretty big here. You could build the Sunfire. Might be okay from here. But again, it's still just a Senna 2 with these items. I'd love to see more. And we were just talking about how Nunu 1, not really going to do a ton here.
So Nunu 1 is adding Mascot to this board, and when you have a Fiddle and a Rammus 2, and you have the Echo 2, I feel like it does add a little bit of stuff to this board right now. So for Dish Soap, he's saying maybe I'm comfortable enough here. Maybe it's the hero augment. There is some tailoring maybe going on that side of the board as well.
Yeah, begs the question, what hero augment are you looking for in this position?
I mean, I imagine it's Samira, maybe. Maybe it's a big 5 cost, but this was strong enough to get through the board right now. And I think this speaks to the strength that the damage modifiers can really hold. That's a Hextech double guard breaker plus a frontline diff there. So Ripple Overdrive taking a hit on this one. Dish Soap showing that this was good enough, and that's ultimately what it does. Your board doesn't have to do everything. Your board has to do enough. Ooh. This is a no hero augment lobby. And 3 very interesting choices here from Dish Soap's side. There isn't anti-healing from what I remember. They're playing threats right now, so that's a highlight. And a Sure Shot Crest is online as well. This
is a hard choice between... So I was going to say, this is a hard choice because you have so many threats already that going threat level maximum, this can be one of the times where something like the Bel'Veth can work. But the 4 Sure Shot is also really good. And in a way, I feel like he's kind of like regretting that a little bit now that he has the Bel'Veth. But 4 Sure Shot online could get him there. He'll just have to survive through this stage and find... Oh, yeah, see, again, we see this switch here. And now I feel like he's just upset that he didn't take threat level maximum.
I'm kind of curious to see where this pans out, though. You know, Dish Soap certainly, I feel like, is pretty level-headed in these scenarios. And this might just be a fill-in-the-gap spot for the Bel'Veth hanging online here. It's definitely stronger, I think, than the Senna 2 is, despite the fact that you're going to have some, sometimes naturally bad outcomes from Bel'Veth just putting themselves in a bad spot for this one. But you have a Fiddle online, you have a strong 2-star front line, you have a Sure Shot Crest to back this up, and your items are pretty powerful. Is this enough, though?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You need a lot of time for this 0 attack speed Bel'Veth to ramp up. And again, the Echo 2 doing a lot of work here, but I'm just saying, like, the regret about like not being able to play like the Zac and everything else, but hopefully he can turn that around. Moving over to Ashmu's board here, we see the Renegade Aurelion Soul, and I forget which player it was I was watching, but someone made the comment that Aurelion Soul really needs the blue buff to get that first cast off, and that just seems to be so true, right? This Renegade Aurelion Soul isn't even going to cast until at least 6-7 seconds into the fight. and by then a lot of things can already happen here. So not a great situation here. Stuck with the Viego 1, the Aurelion Sol 1, so just a lot of pairs to key units that he really needs.
It's a lot of expensive pairs as well. Like you're sitting on level 8 right now. You have a pair of Urgots, you have a pair of Aurelion Souls, you have a pair of Mordekaisers, you have a pair of Viego. This is a long time to piece this together unless this Urgot just starts cranking out chests right now. And that's kind of the goal, I think, of this Urgot at the moment. And then in the meantime, just hope that you're not taking giant hits the rest of the time. These casts are just too late. 2-unit hit there. I mean, Ashmu's maybe got 2 more rounds online.
Yeah,
but
this can be another discouraging spot when you're in, right? You look at that 8-game loss streak, you've spent all your gold, you're sitting on pairs. It's like, what else do I do from this situation? You have to start making really hard calls, right? Like, do I sell the Urgot, right? Like, I think right here you're looking for that Urgot off carousel that didn't show up, and so you're in a
Mordekaiser's
really
Aurelion Soul.
Yeah,
I mean, they have a pair of everything right now. It's like oh great, a carousel.
Yeah,
that's what it feels like right now to me.
Yeah, the good news is Ashmu is in 10th place, so, one bad game doesn't necessarily set him off of day 2. On the other hand, as we saw, the standings are very tight, and one bad game could take you from 10th to 40th. So, with the standings being that tight, every point matters, and going 8th is not what you're looking for.
Rainbow, to see a Mordekaiser show up right after you picked up a Mordekaiser 2 off the carousel. This just feels like one of the most common things I encounter.
Yeah, this is interesting, because Mordekaiser 2 is really good here. The question is, but you need enough items on him. I wonder if, you sell the Viego here. And I know that's hard because you want the Viego 2 later, but getting something like the Jeweled Gauntlet on that Mordekaiser can do a lot of work. Or even, the question of, should you have built the Aurelion Soul when you could have put the Renegade there? And so, just some really hard decisions Ashmu is being faced with here.
Yeah, and they're very large too. Like, these are difficult decisions to reverse. You can't just sell an item and go, I'll just move the items. These are powerful units that you need in play because you're on the brink of 8th right now.
Yep.
So seeing this Viego show up in the shop, it's a big deal. But they're paying attention to everything that's going on right now, watching this fight closely. And the Viego 1 is doing work right now. Great win there from Ashmu, especially going up against Dish Soap, who now... Dish Soap is on the brink of the 8th place finish there. Ripple Overdrive picking up a win as well. My eyes are all locked into these bottom 2 spots at the moment.
Yeah, and Dish Soap definitely needed the spots. You see there, 36th place, 13. I think, again, Dish Soap coming in with pretty high expectations in this tournament, and so crashing out on, day 3 here would be really disappointing for him, I think. And again, it just goes to show you how hard some of these decisions are, right? That Sure Shot emblem versus threat level maximum decision was a really hard one to make in the heat of the moment, and it just didn't end up playing out his way, I think.
Going up against Noster right now. I think that... Oh, boy, that's a Viego 2. Viego 2's missing an item at the moment, though, but that's a backline Vayne with an Oxforce emblem, so a lot of acceleration into that scaling.
Yeah, a lot of the times the Oxforce emblem is sort of underestimated for its attack speed, and so this Vayne is going to stack up pretty quick and do decent secondary damage. Thankfully, the Belveth is still alive, and so is going to come out of this fight pretty good. And again, Dish Soap at least can recover very slowly. The challenge here is just how does Dish Soap get stronger, right? There's just... The Belveth is going to start falling off pretty quick. There isn't a lot of room to go from there.
Able to pick up a Cho'Gath 2 at the end of this one, and look at the item difference that's here, and this is largely... part of the cash that's taken. But what is going on with Scooby-Doo's line? What the heck?
That's a lot of emblems. That's pretty fascinating.
They picked up a Defender crest on 2-1 with a Prankster crest on 4-2, but there are 2 more emblems sitting in place here right now as well. I'm seeing Heart and Blue buff, so it's giving me a good idea of where that line is going, and that is a pretty strong one. Anytime you have Blue buff and Heart online, it really opens your eyes to Zoe. And especially the Prankster emblems at that point. Prankster is a very powerful augment that provides a lot of CC towards the end, and that's probably where that win streak is coming from. It's just the major power level they're sitting at. Ripple Overdrive here faced with a pretty tough decision. Do you support the damage, and how?
Yeah, so again, we compare this to literally the last game we cast, right? Last game we cast, 2 players were dead, 2 players were at 80 health. This time, it's a lot closer, right? This is a really close lobby. And so we're starting to see sort of the swing of people who have already done their cash, spending up, done their spike, versus the people who are maybe saving a little bit more gold, trying to spike a little later. And so this lobby could continue to get even more even as long as Ashmu and Dish Soap can stay alive.
Laser Core here is doing the work on the damage side for Ripple Overdrive, but it is a Z1 that's carrying a lot of this weight. So this Viego is going to have a tough time falling down, but it's not picking up these kills to have these big resets right now. And so the Viego 2 is going to fall on this one, but the Vayne is ramped up in the back. Is this enough damage?
The drone's doing work.
Dish still picking up a win too. Ashmu also picking up the win. Big rounds there for those players. Scooby-Doo taking a loss. And Ramblin's board, I was gonna mention this right at the start because you had the prep online. Is Senna 3 gonna be the take here? And that is the direction Ramblin's gone. Still on level 7, reasonable amount of gold, but we're looking at this is 5-5 at the earliest to get to level 8. How many upgrades do they need? Scooby-Doo finds a Sona 3 with a Soraka 2 online as well. These are major spikes that are happening.
So we have to call it out, right? We're finally getting a glimpse of this board, and the question is, you know, we know the Defender emblem came from the Augment. We know the Prankster emblem came from the Augment. We see another Prankster emblem, which means there was a tome in there somewhere, and then possibly a spatula to get that Heart Zoe. So this is definitely the kind of game where you're like, thanks for the first, I'm gonna do okay. You know, that many Pranksters, that many free stuns has got to feel really good, and so I would be shocked if he dropped this game. It would be a little disappointing. That's a lot of free bonus stuff.
Wow. Augustart taking a big hit there with Ashmu now piecing together a win streak. Noster down to 13 and Dish Soap getting a critical win as well. So Dish Soap starting to claw back from that spot they were in. And Noster's spot, honestly, I'm pretty surprised that he's fallen down so heavily. This board was feeling really strong to me.
Yeah, I feel like we talked about this a little bit behind the scenes when we saw the triple chalice Viego, right? That Viego really such a thresholdy champion that needs a lot of AP damage multiplication to really go off. And 6 Oxforce isn't really helping him do that. What I see here is a Gunblade, a Titans that takes a little while to stack up, and then a Guardbreaker, which isn't really that great on a Renegade who's already got the % damage amp. And so I look at these items kind of going, this is just not where a Viego wants to be. Is going to struggle to get those resets compared to something like a Deathcap Jeweled Gauntlet. And so I think that's why we're seeing some struggling here.
Mordekaiser from Ashmu's side dealing a lot of damage in this one. The other Viego is the winner in this fight. Wow, it is a tough matchup that's taking place. To see 2 Viego 2s online sitting at these low health totals, though, that's really tough. Ashmu, though, very confident in their spot. We saw them stacked with gold. So Ashmu's saying that this is a potential win-out game from their spot, and they're leaning into that. Meanwhile, it's Ashmu and Dish Soap now with the win streaks. These are the players who were sitting at the bottom 2, and now Kurum on the brink of an 8th or 7th place finish, with Noster 11 sitting there as well. Ramblin, Ripple Overdrive to last place with Kurum and Noster. 26-1 is pretty hefty coming into a stage 5 carousel.
Yeah, again, so different than last lobby, right? Everyone alive at 5-5. This is the kind of situation where you feel like you did your best, you played tempo, but all those spikes are coming online, right? Dish Soap having some of that extra power from the heist. And so, unfortunately, we do see a Vayne 3 here from Kurimex, which is nice, but it's a 1.5 item Vayne 3?
Oh, goodness.
The augments are nice. We've got the double Triforce here. The double Triforce is going to allow that Cho'Gath to cast very quickly. 1 off the Kaisa 3, though, and it's not enough, I feel like.
This is an interesting spot for me because we saw Kurum commit the items over to Kaisa, and I don't necessarily disagree with it. It just felt like the spot to me that Vayne was going to be it. So Zed in a great spot for the hacker right now. Is this going to be enough, though? Like, where does he lead to after this? I mean, we had... Oh, no. Okay, so the recon here pulling that attention away from Vayne, I think could be big. The Vayne is locked into Zed right now, but can it get through this? Changes the targets.
No.
Over to Yasuo, Mordekaiser. Oh, it just isn't enough. The ult at the end. Kurum finishing. Is this 8th? Is Noster picking up a win here? Oh, this is a hard one. That's a prankster. Soraka able to get the hit online. Kurum went 8th place from there. Oh, that is a heartbreaking 8th place. But I think the strategy call idea from there was Kurum was correct. He needed wins coming into these last 3 lobbies. And it's just like you said. It'll look like it's a bad outcome, but he needed to piece together first. You have to go all in.
Yeah, for sure. And that's going to be a really tough situation here. Noster at 1. Ashmu finally losing his streak, but again, showing you how much health is important here. Going from a win streak to down to 1, you know, basically. And so Dish Soap win streaking, coming back with Metabolic. and we're seeing the power of that late game metabolic. Scooby-Doo fell off just a little bit here, and so again, this is really anyone's game from this position, I think.
Seeing some strong lines being put together here, but do they have the time to come online? And we got Leona locked into a Samira on the back line with Oxforce engaged as well, so that laser is making it through. And right now, this is like the Sunfire Cape hoping it can somehow chew through this and get something, but the laser comes online, and that's it for August Heart. He's going to drop out in 7th place. Noster picks up a win. Ashmu picks up a win. Dish Soap takes a loss. Wow, this lobby is close.
7th place from that position is going to feel so bad. You were doing so well. You were top 4 most of the lobby, but Noster, Ashmu, and Dish Soap just struggling to stay alive. Metabolic prolonging the lobby. And again, I called this out a little bit, right? It was a lower tempo start, which leads to these situations where everyone's got that time to spike. Everyone's doing okay, and we get our look at all the items here, and at this point it's a lot of items, right? Everyone's coming online. There's just a lot of power here, and so this next fight, 6-1, is going to make or break so many people's position here, and could be upwards of a 3-point swing.
I'm hoping this item is an Ord item.
I think that's a normal one. Yeah, I mean, hopium. Oh my gosh, that Mordekaiser is huge. Yeah, so we saw the Ashmu change the, we saw the Aurelian Soul move the Renegade Spat over. Again, though, I wish we had the Jeweled Gauntlet over the Giant Slayer here. The Giant Slayer kind of doing the multiplicative damage off the Renegade that we already have. Would love some more AP.
Oh, it's
5
right
gold.
there.
You can't buy it. You can't
It's
buy
right there. Oh, they're going to buy it.
No.
Wait, oh, they tried to buy it? Oh, is this a Vel'Koz swap just to try to shut down some of the backline damage?
I think so.
Interesting. I don't
Mordekaiser's
necessarily know
gonna
that'd be
do a bunch, but
Mordekaiser's just doing a lot of damage. But he is now under threat of the damage pouring in from this spot. Item gets picked up. Can the Viego hold this down? Goes to the target dummy. Takes down the Sona. Scooby-Doo taking a hit here. Ashmu, that is a fist pump win on that one as Noster dips to -16.
Ooh.
Ripple overdrive to -3. Dish Soap squeezes out a top 4. Thank you, Metabolic.
yeah, Dish Soap and Ashmu have to be really happy. Again, we saw them being the first ones in those bottom 7 and 8 spots, being able to turn that back around, feeling really good. And then shout out to Ramblin', who's just been playing a solid game. We haven't really been focused on him much, but got that Senna 3, used that preparation really well, playing around a champion that's not nearly as popular as some of the other ones we're seeing in this lobby, and so feeling pretty good about that. And now we're looking at Dish Soap here. Has that Leona 2 mech for sure shot, so has turned this into a really good endgame comp, but got there in just such the most fascinating way.
Yeah, great Shroud on the left side there as well from Scooby-Doo. I think Scooby-Doo is actually under a lot of pressure here because this is feeling like it could be a pretty heavy loss, but just so much damage coming in because of the heart and that buff that's taking place. A lot of Prankster getting in the way here as well. Hang on a second.
I feel like this is one of the harder matchups because all the Pranksters can just dodge the Leona ults.
Hang on a second.
But Redemption plus Dragon Claw. This has been kind of the secret sauce of mech. And so, yeah, there you go. Woo! Everyone's still alive.
Thank you, Metabolic.
Everyone's still alive.
Ashmu picked up a win there. Ramblin'. These lobby matchups have been insane.
This is a really, really close range. And like I was saying, Dragon Claw Redemption is such, the secret sauce of the Leona here, being able to heal up, prevent a lot of that magic damage, do pretty well. It has the extra arm from Defender and Aegis already. So it's just going to come down to the Shroud here. This is sort of the battle for 4th here, but the 2 people that really came around here. We got the double vision here, 2 really close matchups. On the right, we have the battle for 4th. On the left, we have the battle for 3rd. It's going to be really close.
Wow, it's tough to follow both these at once, but it's just the Viego dodging the Shroud here, I feel like was able to eliminate a lot of the board from Dish Soap's side. Urgot getting in that little bit of a peck to disrupt this, but that Leona is just not overcomable from the other side of this. Ramblin' going to take the hit from Scooby-Doo as well. Just too much damage pouring onto the board. Dish Soap squeezes out a top 2 in this lobby. They were sitting in the bottom 2 positions for almost the entire game.
Yeah, that was definitely, use that underground, use that metabolic, was able to turn that around, has that Leona too. This is, again, we talked about one of the stronger variations of the comp with that Leona up against, frankly, Subi, who should be winning with that big advantage of those 2 extra emblems. So, honestly, if Dish Soap gets second here, should still be happy, but you never know, that 1 point can make all the difference. On the other side, you know, we saw Subi trying to roll for that Zoe 3, wasn't able to pull that off. Has the Sona 3, but no items on it. So it's kind of an awkward batch of items all around. This is going to come down to how much time can he buy for Heart to stack up, and in a way you kind of want overtime to get that big damage at the end.
So hanging on to the ZZ Rot until the end there, I think you want that to be on the same side as your Samira to make sure that you can buy the time. Is this enough, though?
The big things to watch out here for are Samira's health from any like random Soraka and Zoe ults, as well as that Leona. And that Leona right now is doing a ton of tanking, but Samira takes a Soraka ult here, takes another Zoe ult. This is going to be close. The Gunblade, there it is.
Oh, no.
That's the big one.
Samira getting locked onto, so I think it was a great call from the ZZ Rot being on this, being on that side there, but Leona just takes too much time to recover from the scaling that Heart provides. Scooby-Doo picking up a handed win in this one, but for Dish Soap sitting at 13th from there, you're pretty happy with what's going on.
Oof. Wow. What a fun lobby. I don't even know how to summarize what Subi do. I'm just gonna call it the emblem party. And then I believe it was Dish Soap second, Ramblin' third, and then Ashmu at the end with Renegades. Already starting with Mordog. I kind of asked this question to the other duo, but I'm curious about your take. Where do you find the threat carries to lie in the meta? And you talked a little bit about threat level maximum, wishing that player had that, because we saw so much Belveth and Acel specifically in this lobby.
Yeah, so the challenge right now is that Belveth and Acel are both a little weak compared to everything else, but B, because they're threats, they don't have any traits that really scale them up. So if you can get a Belveth and an Aurelion Soul going in stage 2, stage 3, they're great, right? Because no one's got any traits going. There's a ton of power though. You can even see it in our internal data that like Belveth round win rate in stage 2 and 3 is like insane. But they don't scale, right? Threats don't have traits, they don't scale. That's the problem. And so by the, stage 4, stage 5, when traits are coming online, that's where things like Misfortune, Samira, Zed start to very outperform. A Belveth just can't compete with a Zed that has 6 Duelist, 3 Laser Core. It's not comparable. And so that's where they start to fall off. And so that's where I did like some of the plays we saw there, right? Like the Renegade Aurelion Soul that later became a Mordekaiser, or the Belveth Sure Shot that later became the Samira into the Leona. And so Dish Soap ended up playing that really well, but that's sort of the power of threats, is like use them early until you're ready to go with your traits.
And speaking of that emblem party, Admirable, that was really fun to watch. There was just too many of them, and that's the power of Underground if you hit it right. Particularly the placement of Prankster emblems. So he ended at Prankster 4 and had a really strong late game composition around Soraka and stuff. What did you think about putting a Prankster emblem on a backline carry versus maybe just trying to augment the front line? Like, how do you decide where to put that Prankster emblem?
I think that can be a difficult decision, but I feel like ultimately for Soraka, it fits naturally for a couple of reasons. The first one is it's acting more like an Edge of Night, where it's a layer of protection for one of your backliners there. But the second one is that Soraka does naturally heal off of health total as well. So that's a feature to add additional health to that. So she's getting healing now from 2 different aspects. So it's a big layer of protection for one of your hardest scaling carries that's out there. She's scaling from the heart emblem that's there, as well as the heart trait that's there, as well from the heart emblem that's sitting on a Zoe with a blue buff. It's one of the hardest scaling things that you can put together, I think, in the game. So when you have both of those online, you can find a 3-star spell slinger that also has the heart trait. You're just getting a lot of scaling going on. So if you can't chew through that, it's just one of the strongest things you could put together. And we saw it be kind of thin towards the end, but ultimately the Soraka was just too powerful. It targeted on to Samira for a few seconds and was able to eliminate the strongest unit that Dish Soap had in play. So I think it's a great call from that spot. For Prankster, the difference is that just you have more Pranksters in play. There's not a difference between 3 and 4 Prankster, except you just get another stun somewhere. It's a very powerful trait, and if you can piece together that way, like Mortog said, it was kind of a win that just fell into their lap at that point. It's just too much to overcome.
Yeah, because I was thinking, like, sometimes the backline, like, once they pop that Prankster dummy that usually you kind of die afterwards, doesn't really buy you enough time to get that other cast off. And I think that Prankster emblem ended up winning like a couple of fights because of that. And you know, Mordog, just returning to that Mordekaiser now that I'm just thinking about it, you talked about how we moved the Renegade emblem to that Mordekaiser, and we usually don't see an itemized Mordekaiser, right? It's usually that accessory, the purse to the outfit of the Ace 4, and he was the only Ace, itemized Morello, Giant Slayer. What did you think about Ashmu and the Renegade emblem on Mord?
Yeah, so Mordekaiser, we talked about this a little earlier, right, with Nunu, and how Nunu 1 with no items, not doing a whole lot. Nunu 2 with items can do so much. Mordekaiser's almost that to the extreme. Mordekaiser 1 with no items, he's an ace bot, he gives you that shred from his spell, that's fine. If you can pull off, though, the Mordekaiser 2 with 3 items, that can just delete boards, right? You get a Renegade Jeweled Gauntlet Deathcap Mordekaiser by enemy team, they're just gone. Right, and so like starting to get in that direction I think was really good, and it pairs really well with Viego because even if you don't have perfect items, you're doing like 700, 800 damage to their team. Now they're all low, guess what Viego does? He'll start jumping and resetting off those very low health targets. And so I think there was a lot of potential there. It's just one of the big weaknesses of Mordekaiser is running up into a Dragon Claw mech that's just going to heal up that damage. And so in the meta right now, it's not really the most favorable thing for a Mordekaiser, but still being able to pull that off, and get the top 4 there, I think he's got to be really happy with.
Yeah, that was really fun to watch, and great placement of the Morello on the Mordekaiser. At the very least, you got some anti-heal going on, but we also got our scores from the rest of the lobby, fresh off the press. So check this out, everybody. I'll just go through it quickly. We got Sphinx, Defias in another top 2 in Lobby A, Pros and Robin in top 2 Lobby B, Basso, Skills, and Cream top 2 in Lobby C. Lobby D had AMD and Malala, and at the bottom, Ronnie not doing so hot, of Evan, Juki, and Degree, not so great. Next couple lobbies, Stop, Drop, and Roll. Stop, Drop, and Win, DQA. Also at the top of Lobby E, Stellar and Cottontail, top 2 of F. Scooby-Doo and Dish Soap, you did just witness that. That was amazing. Pitsy and Trade, top of Lobby H, with Minj, Setsuko, Kurum, another bottom. He's had back-to-back bottom 2s, and Coleman also at the end. But most importantly, I want to ask my analysts about, well, the standings once we get to that, because we're getting close to the end of the day, where only our top 32 make it into tomorrow. So the players you see on your screen are not in a safe spot, Admirable.
They're on the outside looking in right now. Soju having 2 back-to-back lobbies that are not so hot in this one, so now needs to kind of put the pedal to the metal here and pick up some big finishes. Setsuko in a very similar spot with that as well. It's tough to really piece these out. These are high elo lobbies that are being played out right now, so it's tough to piece together strong slam dunk plays when you're playing against players that are basically doing the same thing that you are. You have to find where that edge is and overcome it. DQA Casper Wu sitting in that same spot as well. AMD sitting at 19 points as well. That's going to go up to it. But right now, if you are sitting at around that 16 to 15, you need to pick up some slam dunks in these last 2 rounds.
Well, let's see who's slam dunking the tournament so far. In our top 32, those are who are in the hot seat, the safe seat, most importantly, with the seatbelt and everything going into tomorrow. And you'll even see the head start points right beside them. Admiral, I heard a ooh. What are you oohing at?
The Precedent Prophecy is online right now. 25 points. Let's go, Peacock!
It's stressful, Mordog, looking at how many people are tied at 20 points too, and the 19 points right behind in a non-qualification spot. Is that really gonna kind of stress the different play styles of going 1st or 8th? Like, are you less likely to go underground and stuff like that? Or what are you thinking when you're in this spot?
Absolutely. I think right now, if you're sitting at about 17 points or lower, you should be panicked a little, right? You're going to have to play pretty aggressively because with this many people in that, 18 to 21 range, not only do you have to do well for yourself, you have to hope a bunch of them do poorly. This is actually kind of like the worst case scenario for you. What you're really hoping for is like the top 8 are just so far ahead that no one else can catch them. But we're in a situation right now where like Nico, who's in 1st, may still not make it, right? And like for standings, that's really not great if you're in that bottom chunk because you're fighting the whole pack. And so like I said, right now, I think if you're at 14 points or below, you're playing 1st or 8th like hard. You're pressing roll on stage 2-1 to make sure you hit underground or whatever it takes. Like you're doing crazy stuff to try to even have a shot. Like someone like Kurum X, like even first probably just isn't enough. And so that's weird. But if you're at that 20 range, again, the difference between a 5th and a 4th could be your next day, and so every point matters. I expect to see a lot of high tempo lobbies as people try to get those 5th and 4th. But what'll be awkward is there'll be 1 or 2 people in each lobby who are like 8th or nothing, you know, and it's like it's gonna do some weird things to the lobbies. And that's the crazy part, is a lot of players don't have experience playing in those lobbies where 1 or 2 people might just be out, and so that's gonna mess with everyone's head as well. And so it'll kind of highlight who's really adaptable to a pace they're not used to.
I know, the tournament pace is a whole other level compared to ladder. I watch these players play and they're rolling all the way down to 0 goal at 7, or they really want that Talon 3 in the early stages of the game, and it's aggressive out here. 1 point could be the difference between tomorrow and closer to that $12,500 prize pool, or just staying home and watching. But we have some cool content to show you guys. While we go to a break, check out this competitive TFT study group video, and we'll see you after this.
I'm Coleman, also known as I Copy Keen on Ladder.
I'm Darth Nub or Darth Noob.
So my name's Claire. I've been playing TFT pretty much since the beta.
Competitive TFT study group kind of started around set 4 or 5. I think originally me and Darth Noob. Clear joined around that time also, and I think he was hard stuck, like GM low challenger.
Whenever I was in game, I basically just post like a screenshot of my game like every minute. We started talking about the game and like what each other would do in like certain spots and stuff.
I ended up being like the go-to person for like the math simulations because I'm always interested in doing the math and doing the sims, because it just allows you to quantify the value of certain decisions.
I feel like I always have like a really good meta read, especially going to tournaments. I mean, all I really do is like I go on like tactics stat tools and I just like look up like what I think is like really good in the stats. Sort of one of my biggest strengths is being able to memorize like a lot of things. Like I don't really do VOD reviews because right after the game I sort of like run through the entire game in my head.
In terms of strengths, Clear can have some really sharp meta reads. I think he's known for having good takes in the competitive community, but I do trust Clear when he says like a certain comp or like a certain tech is wildly overpowered. As for Coleman, Coleman is good at one-tricking comp, so there are definitely times when I will trust his knowledge and expertise in specific comp. Admittedly, those times are quite rare, but he's always there for moral support.
I think Clear and I actually have pretty similar playstyles. As much as Clear likes to deny it, we both really like to open for and win out from like 30-20 HP, but that's not really viable this set. Darth is like the complete 180 from us because he likes to slam items, play win streak, and really flexible. But that's also why it's really nice to get ideas from Darth's perspective from the game.
I would say Coleman is just he's like the kind of player like I really dislike playing against. He'll do stuff that's like not optimal. He'll do stuff that like reduces other players, and when you ask him like why he does it, he's just like, oh, I felt like doing it. I feel like he doesn't take the game like too seriously. He has like a certain play style he wants to play, and like plays that playstyle not because he thinks it's good, but because like it's the only thing he finds like fun, or it's like the only thing like he can play. I would say I do sort of fear it because I feel like that sort of playstyle, it sort of turns the game into sort of like more of like an RNG fiesta. Like he's gonna send someone 8th and then he's gonna go 7th. I would say Darth Nub is like the kind of player like I don't really fear. I feel like he's a little bit predictable. Like he doesn't do anything super out there, and he's not willing to like skid all to make like a super risky play. So I feel like he's sort of like a safe, kind of like predictable player.
I was like hard stuck 0 OP this set, and I like posted in the server. I was like, yo, I am hard stuck. Like, what do I do in this spot? Like, am I actually supposed to roll? And I think one thing that stuck with me was that he was like, you have to just roll, you have to be willing to roll to 0 on 3-2 at level 6, then roll again at 4-1 to 0. And after learning that, I just climbed like 1000 LP in 3 days.
In competition, I honestly don't feel anything against anyone because I just play my own style, which is I typically ignore the whole lobby. I open fort and just try to win out. So like, it doesn't really matter who I play against because as long as I hit, I should win out the game. So I really don't mind or care who I play against.
Like in TFT, you never really learn anything on your own. like everything you learn is like based off of other people. You know, even when you're playing games, like, you know, and you're only able to learn from those games because you're playing with other people, and then when you're sitting with other people, you're able to learn. And even if you're looking at stats, like those stats are only available because like other players are playing the game. So I really like took that to heart and started like talking to a lot more people, studying with a lot more people, and trying to just figure out the game with other people instead of like trying to tackle it on my own.
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty excited for this competitive DT study group because, like, we've only been talking about Clear and Coleman and myself, but, like, in terms of the actual, like, regulars of the group right now, we're looking at Bosso Skills, former rank 1, we're looking at, like, Wasian Iverson, Milala, Stellar Minhee, yeah, we get to take Aniko, he's one of us now. Yeah, like there's just a lot of really good players who kind of all contribute just a bit.
I think our study group actually got a lot bigger this set, so I feel like we have a lot more knowledge because we have Bosso Skills, Minhee, Wasian Iverson, and Nico. I think it's just really nice to have someone who will bounce together ideas and have different play styles and stuff. So I think we'll do really well this set and next set.
I'm pretty excited for how this study group is gonna do in the coming set. Dude, beating your friends, that feels good. I want to shout out everyone in the study group, like Clear, Coleman, Zellerex, Showtime, Bosso Skills, Minhee, like just, dude, there's too many to list, but just shout outs to everyone there.
Thank you.
Thanks for watching. My name's Clear. You can follow me on Twitch, twitch.tv/ClearTFT. I'm going to be playing in Defender Cup next weekend, so be sure to watch me there. I'm going to be trying my best. You can also join the competitive TFT Discord to chat with me or some other great players.
We've got 2 games left in day 3 of Defender Cup in order to find out who's going to Championship Sunday, getting a piece of that prize pool. Dan and Bryce are back on the mic, by the way. Everyone wave hello. We're jumping into Lobby F next, and Bryce, man, it's a tough race to qualify into tomorrow.
Super tough race. The points are really condensed. We definitely have some people on the lower end that are struggling, some people on the higher end that are not running away with it, actually. We've seen crazier point totals for sure at this phase of a tournament, but it is the middle of the pack is crazy close. I mean, you have people that are currently slated to get bonus points that if they had a really rough final 2 games could actually not wind up advancing tomorrow, and then similarly, you've got people who, if they are on the outside looking in right now, could have really strong games and wind up with some bonus points. So this game 5 is pivotal. This is kind of where the rubber meets the road. You either set yourself up to lock in tomorrow or to have a very, very stressful final game.
And Dan, looking at the names below, one that sticks out to me is Ramblin' at 24 points and 6th overall in this entire tournament. A player you guys have both been looking forward to. Mordog had his choice of words about Ramblin' last lobby, but what do you think? What are kind of the big stakes for this lobby F? Because it sounds like, man, what is it? Replay Garrett August, and Do You Want Some Tea are both in the danger zone.
Yeah, those players are in the danger zone, and they honestly have a lot of work to do. Also, like, don't even forget that these last 2 lobbies, like Bryce said, a lot can change. Ramblin' is known for 2 things. One, being one of the cleanest, tightest North American TFT pros out there, but the second is that he is also constantly on the verge with tiebreakers and whether or not he's able to squeeze in through. So bonus points are a very rare luxury for him to be able to obtain. So I want Rambo to get these bonus points because, my gosh, he's deserved it. He's played some really cool games, not even on stream. He do like a cool combat training Vayne reroll game to get to first place. Also, speaking of cool tech, you guys, if you haven't been watching Appy's performance, you're missing out. He's putting out some really cool stuff. He rerolled Jinx without a Jinx hero augment. It was like boxing lessons into Jinx 3. He's rerolling Riven as his core strategy and trying to flex around the Anima squads, doing all kinds of weird stuff. And they're so close. It's like he can either go 6th or 7th, or he squeezes into top 3. It's been that kind of narrow, thin edges. So Appy's has been doing some really cool stuff. I'm excited for this lobby. There's a lot of cool TFT that I want to talk to you about, but I don't want to spoil it all before we get in the game.
No spoilers yet. Bryce Augusthart, one of the players you guys are about to cast, we saw him in game 1. It feels like a stream buff a little bit because that was one of his best games, and he's a set player. So do you kind of stick to what you know, or it's really about what you hit? Like, I hope August gets his sets because that seems like the best comp for him.
Whether or not you can swap your strategy at this stage of a tournament depends a lot on the type of player you are. I don't know a lot about August. Dan was saying that he's basically a mech one trick, right? Like plays mech Samir backline, mech's ace backline. That's the flexing he's doing. If that's all you know, you play it and you hope you hit, because bringing in other strategies is not going to improve your average placement. For some other folks, it might be time to go for like more swing for the fences type of gameplay if you have different strategies in mind, right? Like tier start is not the most popular, but we've seen a lot of the 3-cost reroll win lobbies today, because if it caps out super hard. So if you need to kind of come from behind points wise, that might be a more viable strategy, but it just depends a lot on the context of who you are as a player and where you're at points wise.
Well, game 5 is ready. Have fun.
All right, here we go. Looks like we are loaded up in an all offensive carousel here for game number 5. After the next hour or so, we're going to find out who's joining us for the day 4 of the Defender Cup and who gets those spots in the mid-set finale, who gets those guaranteed invites back to Corrupted Cup, and who gets mocked and laughed for not being able to advance in day 3 when they have all the expectations. We'll see. We're hopping on board with OPS Appies, a player who actually has been recently signed to OPS. You might be wondering what that means. It's not some weird baseball stat. It is his esports organization that Appies is now part of, and it's really cool to see Appy's back in form. You know, he's really playing TFT his own way, beats to his own drums, playing all kinds of unusual compositions. I personally love watch Appy play TFT.
One of my favorite players, one of my favorite humans in the scene, one of the most exciting players to watch because he does play so differently than the rest of the field. He's also a player that is nowhere near his final form, because the techs you're talking about, the things like Jinx 3, even without Jinx hero augment and playing around Riven reroll as core strategy, this is stuff that he figures out slowly over the course of the set. If you want a stream to watch and learn that's experimenting and doing fun things, this is the stream to watch, because he's just constantly doing weird thing after weird thing in his games. It doesn't always work. Sometimes he goes 8th from doing something that sounds crazy, is in fact crazy, and is in fact a bad idea, but that's part of his journey as a player. He really likes to learn by doing. It's fun to kind of be along that ride with him.
Yep, agreed. That being said, he's still willing to play the usual good stuff. You know, he has, for example, a sword, glove, and a vest, so he could play Draven. We are introduced with silvers. You can justify Tiny Titans always in any opening just to play a much more HP conservative strategy. Plus, Appies is in a position where he could actually just keep aiming for top 4s with Tiny Titans. Spellslinger Heart is much sharper. You are committed to playing the AP tree minimum, and with his item start is not that solid. So I think that because of his start, because of the combination of what he's got, I do like Tiny Titans a very conservative pick, but I think it's the right one.
I agree with this selection. There's some players who would consider going to 10 here. I don't think that's the way in which Appy's rolls in general. He's going to try to play his strongest board and preserve some HP along this route. It also thinks it gives him options, right? Some of these reroll strategies that he tries to opt into, you really only want to do them if you're in like an okay spot economically and health-wise. You can't come up with some of these outs when you're playing from way behind, and so he understands the dynamics of the game, and that's what he's going to lean to as a player later in the game, which means he needs to start leaning into it from the beginning of the game. Kill as many units as he can here. Right now, that's 1. Maybe he gets a second unit kill here? Probably not.
It's like a very small thing, but I think a lot of players like playing Draven over activating things like Duelist. Duelist is not important on Neela, and if you're thinking about the worst possible Duelist that you can activate and hope to carry, it usually is Kayle. So I think if you're looking at really minor optimizations, I probably would have liked to play Draven there over the Kayle, but not a big deal. He has Tiny Titans, and it was just 2 HP. Although I say that, and then famous last words, if Appies ends up ever needing that 2 HP, he's got 130 of it to start. We'll maybe eat those words later.
Yeah, we take every HP we can get in a game of TFT. You never know when it is going to be the difference. We saw the Lost Lobby was crazy close on HP. Dish Soap survived at 2 HP at one point. So there's a bunch of different ways in which that HP can wind up mattering. Joining Garrett for the first time in this lobby, he's got a tier star into blue buff slam, or he slammed a Gargoyle Stone Point. I'm inclined to think that he started tier and slammed a blue buff, and that Gargoyle was the item grab bag item, purely because Gargoyle is not an item very many players in this field are looking to slam. It is best on solo frontliner, which is Mech, but Mech would performs much better with things like Dragon's Claw and Bramble Vest than it does with Gargoyle Stoneplate, so not something that you would lean into. Taking a look at the augments overall, we actually see 4 item augments. There's 3 item grab bags and a Band of Thieves here.
Yeah, we also have admin choices that each do different things. The 5 seconds your team heals 150 HP is actually quite good early, but it falls off dramatically towards the mid and late stages of the game. And then the 40 HP, 40% health, and you get 80% ability power is actually potentially quite strong, but awkward to get. And because you have blue buff slams, you have to have foresight. You can't just necessarily say, oh, I'll take the HP healing and then get out of admin later. With a blue buff, you're always thinking about Soraka and LeBlanc and like whether or not you can actually leverage these items into leading towards admin.
Absolutely. That's one of the things that makes admin such a fun trait. I love the design of admin. I think it's just the way cooler version of mutant because it's like a mutant that can affect just the units or your whole board. It's different every game. There's a lot of very interesting strategies. I think we're only beginning to scratch the surface of the admin trait just now. I feel like there's a meaningful amount of admin exploration. Bosso Skills just played a really fun on Allied Death admin game and in an off-stream lobby to an easy first place with 6 admins. So there's a lot of fun things happening there. Taking a look at items for the first time, we see a couple of jeweled gauntlets slammed. We see a bunch of completed items because there's so many grab bags. So there's just a lot of items happening on the right side of our screen for this stage of the game.
Yeah, and it just shows how important it is to just have that tempo. And silvers generally have lower power level. You're talking about just like a minor amount of healing through things like Celestial Blessing and Thrill. If you can get an item that not only gives you tempo, but scales with how strong and effective your board is. So many players love taking items. If you're not doing that in your current play and there's a silver augment lobby, definitely consider doing so. Hopping on board with August Heart, started off real hot, top 2 into what looks like to be, very close to a bottom finish. With a 4 streak putting together here, though, could be in a good spot to continue to keep this tempo line. The question becomes, do you hold on to Yasuo pair or do you sell this Vayne? Or is it the forbidden don't make 10 gold on 2-5 despite streaking?
Oh, I'm making gold. I'm not interested in not making gold in this spot. There's some disagreement within the high elo community about assuming he does stay on a Kaisa oriented like recon line from here, which I think is his most natural bridge given what he has. Whether or not you want to be carrying Kaisa or Vayne, and so selling the Vayne feels bad. But when you already have a Shiv Slam plus you have this extra tier, it does feel to me like we're leaning more towards the Kaisa carry version. If you go that direction at all, you can easily wind up playing like Flex AP backline. Misfortune still very strong unit and could certainly be played around from the spot. So a lot of options for August. The thing is, we just don't know what he's open to. I don't know a lot about this player. I know that you knew enough to say that you felt like he was leaning towards mech. This is a tough mech spot. He does not have any frontline items at this stage in the game. He slammed a Shiv, which is much more like the 4 ace version of mech than it would be kind of the standard Samira version it seems like he's leaning towards.
Yeah, the thing about it is that mech players will find a way. They will try to play mech, and they could make anything happen. And realistically, the options that you could flex into is the Shojin, the Shiv, and I think that could be something that he looks forward to. Does end up losing his 5 streak. That's kind of devastating for a person that wants to get that tempo going, but we'll see if he's able to recover from it. On the flip side, we do have 5 loss. It is Kyvix. Don't know what the admin is, but looks like he is inherently playing around the AP tree option, given that he does have Ionic Spark slammed and has this floating rod. Let's see what Kyvix is up to. We know that Kyvix historically has loved reroll. It just feels like he's really added more depth to his play. Like, basically, after, like, maybe this set of competitive, we can't even really call him a reroll player anymore if he's continuing to play a lot more varied strategies, because he's shown way more diversity for over a year of competition ever since his breakout in set 4.
It's been so fun to watch his journey as a player. He's just getting better and better, adding more depth to his play. He's already really good at some of the types of playstyles that we see someone like Appy's playing a lot of. He's got that clip in his bag. Now he's worked on playing more flex play around 4 and 5 costs. Speaking of 4 and 5 costs, these are some big time hits to find at this stage in the game. You can play around Prankster. This Echo can get you 3 Prankster online really early in the game. And while this Belveth is not a particularly strong unit later in the game, boy, does it do a lot of work right now. We also got a note from production that the admin he has is actually the heal your team for 150 every 5 seconds. It's the admin you were talking about earlier. It's a really good tempo admin. I would not expect him to play him around the admin tree later in the game, though, because it's just a very weak admin in the late game, especially relative to some of the other admin options.
Kyvix also had quite a unique puzzle of how he wanted to maximize his board strength while leveling to 6 and making gold, and making sure that his traits were not going to be grief for his hero augments, because hero augments are selected based off the traits that are active the round before. And so he found a pretty good spot, made gold, and starts to put on his win streak. Let's see if the 3-2 augment will change anything dramatically in this lobby. An Echo 2! There's a double Echo shot, which means it has an Echo 2 naturally at 3-2.
That is insane.
Mirror image?
Rerolls. I'm surprised on some level that he rerolled in this spot, because I thought that LeBlanc carry augment was theoretically takeable. Although I will say that because he doesn't want to play around admin, it's a little bit weaker. He opts for the Alistair augment as opposed to mirror image. Are you surprised here?
You know, I was thinking so hard about his Spellslinger line that I forgot that he has a great opening into Viego. So
absolutely.
I think this, first of all, the Oxforce Cow, Alistar, okay, that's his name. Ali is still very playable on this board just because you have the Aegis with the Echo 2 and you have the Annie. But now he has even more options, because let's just say, he hit Echo 2. Why not just, hit Soraka 2 in his next shop? He could still just stay the course and play this line. He can move Spark and the Titans to Echo, and it's totally great. But he now can just play Viego, which is something that he played a lot throughout today and had much success.
Makes perfect sense. The itemization lines up. He's got a good spot for it. And if he's scouting around and he's seeing that it's not a particularly contested line, I think he's got it. One of the cool things about playing an AP right now is there is a ton of optionality. With these items, he could play a lot of different lines. And I think that items most strongly push him into the Viego line. I think units pushed him a little bit more strongly into like a Spellslinger 3-cost reroll line. So he's just picking to play around items, and he's going to use his incredibly strong units to just tempo from here on out. Speaking of tempoing, we've got Prone in an awesome position. Corpse formation, which is giving AD to surrounding units, which is why you're seeing those two Sennas in the middle. They're going to give AD to each other. They're going to give it to the Senna as well as to this Ashe. Great items to play around for a Samira. Weaker on the tank items, and ultimately wants to wind up in mech, but hopefully he's able to get some tank components as the game goes along, because his board state is really good. He's got good front line in the upgraded Cho'Gath. He's got good backline between his augment, plus he's got the 2 items slammed onto this Ashe. So it's a really solid spot for pros at 100 HP in this game.
Yeah, it's one of those situations that's always tricky. You hear all the time that multiple support Senna, the corpse formation, can stack the AD, but it's always one of those things where you don't know if you just need the more frontline, because, you do have scaling AD through sure shots. Does a good job to keep that streak, though, and right now still on 100, while keeping tabs on the rest of the lobby. The rest of the lobby, some players are still falling pretty deep. Appy's 56, Garrett 49, T now at 57, and so we see some big HP separation, and I'll be curious to hop on board with any of those players at the bottom to see what's going right, or more specifically, what's going wrong.
Looking at the item components, the thing that immediately jumps out at me is Appy's just has everything unslammed. Like, you would look on the right side, and everyone has at least 2 completed items. Basically, everyone has 3 completed items, and then it's Appies with just a bunch of components. So assuming this graphic is right, my God, this Appies guy is playing a very interesting and different style, quite frankly, to what we're used to seeing out of him. He does not normally play that way. Okay, it's a graphic issue. I see. We are playing Reroll Draven with the Neela Augment. I have not seen this. Have you?
So the support Neela Augment, I believe, is Jubilant Veil.
Yep, it is.
And that gives basically
Quicksilver
or Verdant Veil, right? You're basically going to make Draven immune to CC. I think that's really interesting in particular, and he's not even playing like the mech, right? He's like playing, for example, 2 Dravens. Really unusual variation. Another thing worth noting is that he also doesn't have Last Whisper, when many people consider Last Whisper the most important item on Draven, and the other 2 really don't matter as long as they accomplish similar goals to things like Infinity Edge and Bloodthirster. So Appy's spot is very doomed on the surface. I want to see him prove me wrong, and there's a player that can do it. It's Appies.
Yeah, that's 100% the case. We always doomed on the surface is a great way of putting it, because I was sitting here thinking, isn't this just awful? Isn't he going 8th? And then I thought to myself, but it's Appies, so it's very possible this is a line that he's played around a meaningful amount of times. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to play around it, and there is some way of pulling himself out of this, because remember, this is 42 HP Tiny Titan, so this man has 12 HP in a standard game at 3-6. It is a very rough spot, it would appear, but if anyone can salvage it, it's this man. Looking at the augments more generally, we've got the evasion augment we see on our board. Do you want some tea? We've got a couple of Senna augments. One is the carry and one is the support augment. We've got the Alistar augment we were looking at earlier. Ramblin is playing around the LeBlanc mirror image with that Spellslinger heart opening, so he's deep into the Spellslinger tree. So and then we saw Garrett actually with the triumphant return on Riven. So some interesting augment selections. Everyone playing around these 3 costs.
Yeah, I'm thinking even deeper about Appy's position, because the thing is, you often want to play the supers, and if you play supers plus the 3 mechs, and you want to play around the Neela, which, you know, he showed it's 2-star and it's 0 augment, that means he has to go to 7, which is just super awkward across the board, because that lowers your chance of hitting. So I am particularly intrigued by this. We do see that Do You Want Some Tea ended up taking a loss, so Appies has snapped his lose streak, and that stream of gold is also gone from that consistent losses. So let's see it. Both these players need to make something happen. And Do You Want Some Tea is just all in on the mech plan. He's going to have over 50 gold. He wants to find at least a single set. Ideally, he finds Samira as well, so he can transfer this Last Whisper. Ugh. These items are not looking that great, but we start off really nice with the set.
Yeah, that set is a huge hit. It's a big deal in terms of stabilization. And he finds the Samira instantly. Wow, those are some really big hits. Upgraded Riven as well. Are we starting to get to the point where we can sit on this? It appears the answer is no. He wants to get even stronger here while we're still rolling really deep. Gonna make the Samira 2, or Senna 2, excuse me. Interesting. So will he choose to itemize this Senna, or is he gonna go with the Samira itemize? He makes the mech. Looks like we're gonna go with the Senna in the end, and we're gonna have these items onto the set. Very unfortunate on the rod drop. That itemization is just the opposite of what he's looking for in this position. It's actually by far the worst component tier, also pretty weak from his spot.
Yeah, at least Rod can build into Gunblade, which I think many people accept to be one of Samir's best items, alongside of Last Whisper. Like, if it was tier, I think I'd be doing exactly what the components tell me, which is crying. It'd be awful. I do really like the fact that you played it on 3 costs. I think this is something that a lot of people don't do when I watch people play this specific roll down. They play around their 1-cost Samira or the 1-cost Misfortune. He played around Riven 2, and he played around Senna 2 as we hit a Prismatic Augment to wrap up the trio that we get. Sure, Crown looks good on the surface, but sometimes it can be bait. We don't have a second item for Senna, and we could build towards Gunblade, so that would solve our item issues. Is there a convincing argument for something like Band of Thieves, because we do have Cyber Implants 1, or even potentially Ancient Archives 2? But I don't even know what I want off of Ancient Archives 2, outside of like 2 Ace Emblems.
This is a very interesting choice because essentially he has to pick whether or not he wants to lean more into frontline or backline, right? He has these 2 upgrade frontliners, so he's choosing to lean into that. But with 3 offensive or defensive items already slammed, no one going for Gunblade next, it felt like Infinity Edge was the perfect complement to the board. He also already has a Samira, so he could easily get the 4 sure shot on lane. I guess he's making a decision that dropping either Riven 2 or Rammus 2 is just unacceptable under the circumstances, and so he doesn't want to play around that right now because we rolled very deep on this level 7. He doesn't have a strong prospect of getting to level 8 anytime soon, so he's choosing the thing that's going to give him the best situation right now. He's 9 points in the tournament, so he's functionally eliminated either way. Even if he goes first, it's very unlikely to be enough points. So I guess he gets a 27-point threshold, so it's possible. But yeah, that's a tough augment call either direction.
Well, first would be 16, so he'd be at 25.
Yeah,
would be yeah. So he wouldn't be able to do it. But hey, weirder stuff have happened. There could be some possibility where 25 puts him on the waiting list, and theoretically, if a hurricane takes out all of the East Coast, which apparently could happen to Ramblin. Yeah. Ramblin's internet issues have just been well documented at this point, but thankfully today it's in a good spot. Also, his spot looks great because he has this Soraka too. The only thing is that Soraka doesn't have items, and also it does seem like Ramblin is in that danger zone of HP where you're just afraid. You could have a really strong AP board, but if you don't have that HP cushion, then you're ultimately in a spot where you could take a couple bad losses to that random Viego board or a big 4-ace mech, and all of a sudden you just find yourself in bot 4.
Absolutely. He's also not getting that much value from his prismatic augment yet, right? He just has 2 binary items here. He gets a Runins on the Sona, which is doing functionally nothing, and then he gets a Shroud, which adds a little bit of value here, but not much. Luckily, he's going up Appy's board, which is about as free of a board as you could possibly expect to play in a tournament of this caliber on 4-3. We did say Appy's board was, I can't remember how you put it, like superficially doomed. I think it's just doomed at this point. I have no idea how he can pull back from here. Even if he hits the Draven 3, it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. Taking a look at the prismatic augments that everyone selected, is anything jumping out at you?
I see Heart Crown for Garrett when he has a Riven as his hero augment. That's a really unusual combination in particular. So that's the first thing that stands out to me as the most interesting. I also want to see if Kyvix does anything particularly cool with Blue Moon Charm, but I'm assuming that he is, once again, uncontested Renegades. Hopping on board with Appies, he finds 7, 8 Dravens, but now actually has to roll it down, and this is a spot that I was worried about. I'd be worried about whether or not he'd be able to be stable with Draven 2, and he's just not, especially without Last Whisper, and now it's a prismatic lobby, meaning that people have even stronger boards. Appies is praying, hoping for a 7th at this point, and I'm pretty sure there's just not a board that he can beat. Let's see who he goes up against. It's August Heart. Maybe August is also low power. He has a Fiddlesticks. I'm not sure. That if Appies can get 2 wins, there is a chance for him to potentially turn this around. But if he also takes a loss here, he's just dead. And we'll see whether or not this Fiddlestick with the Archangel is going to pop off, because we know that's going to come down to this 1v1.
Okay. All right, we did it. We got at least one more fight. There's a reprieve. Garrett, by the way, is really struggling. Looks like Garrett is going to get a win, though. There's the look at the board. It's a Soraka carry. It's just Soraka 1 with Heart Zoe. 3 items onto the Riven. He's also got 3 more copies of Riven on the bench. Can Appy somehow find a Draven? He does!
Oh, that's huge. That's huge.
Okay.
And because of the HP total, he actually could squeeze into 6th. It's possible. Not likely, but it's possible. So let's see it.
Possible.
The problem is he's also at pros right now in his pool, and pros looks unstoppable at the moment.
Yeah, pros does look unstoppable, though. Draven 3 can be a really tough matchup for boards at this stage before everyone's really full-blown spiked, and any points that Appies can get here are quite a big deal. We talked about Game 5 being where the rubber meets the road. He gets the chance to eliminate someone. Can he secure his own fate? Can he find his own way into a top 7 going up against Do You Want Some Tea with just that Senna 2 in the backline? This Draven is going to have a lot of damage. There's no Bramble Vest, by the way, onto this mech, which is going to make a big difference because Appies does not have that Last Whisper, as you called out. There is a Bramble Vest onto this Rammus, though. quite a Thieves Gloves roll. Actually, the Thieves Gloves, both these Thieves Gloves are incredible. So now it's Draven 3 versus the world. The anti-heal from this Thieves Gloves is going to pay a lot of dividends against this Bloodthirster, and it looks like Appy's is going to be dead. Quite frankly, off the Thieves Gloves rolls. I think if these are not such powerful Thieves Gloves rolls, these rolls might... This fight might have gone differently, but just too weak for Appy's in the end of the day.
And I think not having Last Whisper really cost them. I would give up everything else. I would rather play super awkward items and have Last Whisper. The data on it suggests that you are trolling if you're playing Draven without Last Whisper. And I think Appy's kind of found out a little bit the hard way. Can't squeeze that one out. It was almost a clutch. If you look at the HP, if he was able to get that win versus Do You Want Some Tea, maybe even potentially set him 8th, something could have happened there. And that 8th place is devastating heading into this lobby. We were saying Appy looks like he's in a comfortable spot to make it to the next day as long as he just puts together a good performance. But we also said that when you play like for a top 4, top 3 strategy, all it takes is one bad performance, and now you're under the gun. So we'll see what ends up happening in the last lobby, but for now, that was a devastating loss.
Brutal loss for Appy's. Gonna put him back against the wall. 21 points. He's gonna need to perform really well. Here's the Leona. It's a big hit when you're playing on this line. It's the best third Renegade that you can get for sure. Unfortunately, the real unit he's looking for here, the only unit he really wants, Viego, he gets it with the last roll. We're gonna be 7 out of 8, but it doesn't matter. We are so much stronger with this than we were without this. He's gonna get a Shroud to place. Going up against Garrett, who is 1 off of that Riven 3, has a champion duplicator and 7 copies of Riven, so it's a great time to fight Garrett's board.
Yep, Garrett does have this triple item Soraka. Hopefully she can get that working with 4 hearts. I'm a big believer in 4 hearts, but I think you have to have the proper setup and frontline for it, and you also have to not play against cracked boards like this Renegade Viego.
Oh, the bug?
Maybe the empowered stars could get it done, but it's not enough. Garrett takes a 7th place, and August Hart does end up taking another loss. Kyvix, I don't know how he keeps getting into these lobbies where he is literally the only person playing the best comp in the game. It is actually kind of absurd to me at this point that he keeps getting away with this.
Yeah, people seem very uninterested in playing Viego for some reason. I don't know why. The unit is known to be pretty buggy and has a meaningful amount of ults that don't do damage, so maybe players were shying away from it in their game planning, but clearly it is strong enough that even with the bugs, it can be a very strong unit to play around, and Kyvix is doing it once again from an excellent position. He also found an Urgot in his last shop, so he's got the perfect final unit to play on this flex board with the Aux Force and the Renegades. Not BIS Viego by any stretch of the imagination. It's not crazy damage, so you definitely can deal with this board as the Viego starts to take early chunk. The Aux Force has been procced and it's down, so it looks like August is going to get a fight win here.
Yep, August does get a win. Again, every single point that he can claw back is not only, of course, helping his pride, but also playing spoilers to other people. You're looking at Do You Want Some Tea going up against Kyvix. And actually, it's Ramblin's board. Apologies. Yeah. Ramblin gets the win and sends T down in 6th place. And every single point Ramblin can muster will further his campaign for those bonus points. Ramblin has a Talia 2. Now, you know, it's a unit that people just aren't playing, but a lot of AP in this lobby just seemingly come from nowhere with like players like Garrett and Ramblin leading the charge.
Ramblin had an Edge of Night Titans on the Soraka, by the way, so, you know, don't try this at home, kids. This Ramblin guy is kind of good. It looks like we're thinking about selling the Cho'Gath. We ultimately opt out of it. Last second swap and swaps back. It's the Senna Augment versus Senna Augment. 2 players in very different spots in their game, though. Pros, level 8, 30 gold, trying to figure out how to cap a board and win playing around the Samira. And August is trying to win any fight he can. If he could somehow squeak out a top 4, it'd be an excellent top 4. Pros' board is so strong with all the itemization, with the Bane of Thieves all in the backline now. They move from frontliners to backliners. The Senna is still alive in the backline, but it's just not enough. There's too much damage on Pros' side, and August is going to be exiting this game in not a bad 5th in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, not a bad 5th, but he wanted a lot more. Kyvix does end up taking a loss to the Duelist player. Replay, kind of capitalizing onto it. Overall, I feel like the lobby was quite low power level. I think that all the sure shot players contesting each other made them lower power level, which actually worked in Pros' favor because he has such item economy advantage, having item grab bag and 2 Thieves Gloves and having 2 stars. Just meant that he was able to streak, and then replay with Duelist was able to punish all these players somehow, you know, making it work. So this is the one of the few angles that you can really make Duelist work, although the stats still make it look very unfavorable.
Yeah, duelists are still a tempo comp. You can get to it if you play it from enough ahead. If you really get the snowball rolling downhill early, it can work out quite well. It's the worst version of Laser Core from my perspective, but it's certainly getting the job done here. Speaking of getting the job done, Ramblin has eked out a top 4 with not the scariest board in the world, but he winds up going vertical Spellslinger, taking Spellslinger Heart, an item that very few people are interested in. Some last-second repositioning around the Zephyr, and he does full dodge it, so he rolls actually not particularly good Thieves Gloves items. The IE Jeweled Gauntlet, I thought for a second it was good, and then I was just realized I was stuck in the past, Dan.
Welcome to the future, old man. Well, we'll see. Is Ramblin get to play for the future? Looks like he does take a 2-unit loss, but that should be enough to keep him alive. So we are just basically saying who is playing for that 3rd place, who is playing for that 1st place, and it's a fight between Ramblin and Kyvix, 2 of the point leaders heading into this lobby. On the other hand, with pros and replay, who is going to be able to outcap the other person? I'm pretty sure pros is the one naturally advantaged because duelists just have a much lower cap. But I have seen some impressive play from players like Setsuko who play duelists very often and are able to find sharp angles to get that top finish if they get Fiddlesticks and Urgot and other related legendaries.
Pros also hit the Ace emblem, so that's going to be a really, really high cap when he ultimately gets the 4 Ace online. The Kyvix versus Ramblin fight for 3rd place, though, it is the relatively low damage iteration of Viego against the 6 Spellslinger board that's not very scary. There's just not enough damage here to get through the Ox Force. It's just all these units you can see. Wow. Everything's just alive with 1 HP. It's not even close, but to be honest with you, we take those if we're Ramblin. We're in an outstanding spot overall in points, getting a tempo 4th with not the strongest augments, not the strongest position. You're happy to wind up there. Speaking of happy to wind up there, your pros, your 4 Ace online, your 71 HP, you're going to level 9. You've already pre-leveled a bunch. He's at 48 out of 80, actually. So it feels like it's pros' lobby to lose. Replay at 42 HP. It's hard to envision how Kyvix is able to get ahead of him with his current board state, and just the fact that he's at 7 HP. At some point, it feels like he'll lose a fight. So very likely we have our 1, 2, 3 cemented, but this is TFT. Anything can happen. What am I missing here, Dan?
Well, one thing that I want to observe is that I think Pros is doing a really good job, not just defaulting to mech. He's playing 4 aces and threats, and I think this is something that we highlighted a lot, which is mech isn't the only frontline you have to play, and he's really putting that into practice, and I really appreciate what he's doing. I was thinking really hard about this item, whether or not he wanted to make Warmogs on his Zac 2, if you want to put something for his Ace Nunu, which is already pretty dope. By the way, 3-star watch, we have 3-star Belvets as a possibility for Kyvix. This man has gone from rerolling 1 cost to rerolling 2 cost, skipped a couple of beats, and now is rerolling 4 costs.
You're being debated here. I gotta cut it. It's Woodland Charm. is the second one. So we actually only have 5 copies of this Ox Force Belveth, unfortunately, because I would love to see it.
We're going for 2 3-cost Belveths. That is true. Alright, well, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to even get much further than that, because honestly, his comp is really low cap, because he is playing the Belveths. So yes, that is a good call out. But it's okay. Kyvix still got a 3rd place. We kind of knew that he was going to be playing for 3rd the whole time. But just to kind of close the loop that we started about a minute ago is that I really appreciate that Pros is now thinking about other types of frontline. What is this? Ace Ramus?
Whoach! This Ramus is about to one-shot some units on its 2nd cast. I can't wait to see it. The level 9 duelist, he's trying to cap around this Aphelios with duelist spat, which seems to be the best duelist holder in the game. Ramping the attack speed on Aphelios can be really valuable. Can pump out a bunch of stuns and some DPS to go along with it. Pros, meanwhile, understands the dynamic. He's not rolling here. Why is he not rolling here? Well, because he's at 71 HP. He has a lot of room left to cap out. He wants to guarantee this 1st place. He knows his opponent is essentially already capped out his board, very little room to go, so he can take his time. Even if he loses this fight, which he's not going to, he would still be fine. So I don't know how replay can find his way into anything better than a 2nd place here, but 2nd when you're playing duelist is pretty good. It's a tempo comp. It's actually well above average for the placement.
Yeah, duelists generally don't even get to the top 2. They usually do a good job pushing everybody out, have a comfortable amount of HP, and aim for like that 3rd. Sometimes you just take heavy loss and go forward. Not to mention, there's no combat augments outside of the hero augments that we have. Therefore, they're basically fighting on even playing field. And you also have to know something that they have in common, is that they both took item-related augments as their highest priority. I mean, hell, you see that replay took 3 item augments. He took Into the Night as well as Earth's Grab Bag 2 and Item Grab Bag. So this man just has all the items, and Pros also has just all the Thief's Gloves.
Yeah, the Zed was in a much better spot to start. It went straight onto the carries, and then it just did the Zed thing and dashed back into the middle of the fight. It doesn't matter. His fight's not actually very close. And once again, replay is going to take a loss. This is an FF for respect angle if I've ever seen one, Dan.
Yeah, I don't really see any way that you can cap out. Usually the way duelists can actually win is if you start playing fewer duelists. You go from 8 to 6, and then ideally down to 4. And when you go down to 4, you're usually replacing with higher quality units, right? You're playing Urgot 2, Fiddlesticks 2, and you can throw in a bunch of other units. I mean, heck, even if you throw in some of the other random legendaries like Nunu 2 and Leona can also do a lot of work. The whole point of duels is just as a vehicle to get you to a certain spot in the game, and it's up to you to close. But at this point, Replay has pretty much no goal to work with, so he can't even replace his board. And you can just see, like, desperate times calls to desperate measures. We're selling our Vayne 2. We're hoping that this can make something happen. But Replay is putting all of his eggs in the Aphelios basket. And I'm just going to let you know right now that Aphelios 2 is generally the most underwhelming unit to try to bank on for damage in terms of legendary power. He just can't really get it done a lot of the times. Now, that being said, if you do leave him to his own devices, maybe he's able to get something done.
I mean, he's pumping out some DPS.
He almost killed 2 or 3 units.
He tried his best. He tried his best, man. You know, leave this Aphelios unit alone.
I will not. I will not. I actually, the reason why is because it's just a PSA. Stop putting your carry items on Aphelios. Leave it on Samira. I'm even more willing to put damage items onto like my Sivir than my Aphelios, because you're just full of disappointment. And mental is everything in TFT. You don't want to leave that game unsatisfied.
Cool, we're waiting for one game to finish, and that was exciting. And, you know, Dan, we got to see some more duelists today and even make it all the way to top 2. That was really interesting. Congrats to Pros, who 100 HP streaked all the way to stage 5. It feels like it was his destiny to go first. And then Kyvix in third with Renegade with like a Woodland Belveth. That was really fun. And Ramblin' Spellslinger, which we don't get to see super often, with a little bit of Talia. But Bryce, starting with you, going about that Spellslinger 6, we saw the LeBlanc support, and he ended up re-rolling the LeBlanc carry, I believe, but he ended up with the copy one, where there's a kind of, I've heard different takes on whether LeBlanc's augments are good, specifically the copy one, where it has that high potential if you want to copy a fiddle or something like that. But what did you think of LeBlanc's augments in general in terms of their strength?
The carry augment is just okay. It adds a little bit of value to the board, but it's not that great in terms of how much damage amplification you get for a carry focused augment. Mirror Image feels very polarized to me. Like on Ramblin's board, it felt very weak. For example, he was essentially just using it to duplicate an Annie, and the duplicated unit doesn't get trait value. So when you duplicate Annie, you don't get Ox Force, which is a really big deal because Ox Force is baked into her kit. Oftentimes she gets the Ox Force trigger, then she casts again, and so you get a lot of snowballing value from having the Ox Force online. That being said, if you're duplicating things like another Fiddlesticks, if you're duplicating another Syndra to get a bunch of extra tosses in, that actually can add a lot of value. So Mirror Image is an augment that is situationally very valuable, and I mean, we didn't get to see his spot, but my guess is he was looking to play around different augments, and this is just the one he'd get. There was someone else who re-rolled the LeBlanc augment and that we were looking at. But yeah, I mean, we didn't get a chance to see what his offerings were there. End of the day, for Ramblin', you're stuck on level 7. You're playing 6 Spellslingers. You're playing a support LB augment that's not giving a lot of value. You get a 4th, and we take those. Good job. Good 4th.
Just salvaging the situation. We get to see like a ton of I was expecting like way more rerolls. I mean, obviously like capping your board's important in tournament, but Dan, specifically OPS Appies, had kind of this reroll Draven Supers line where it feels like we were in a time machine a little bit because Supers just got gutted and kind of weren't sure if Supers were still good, and especially trying to hit those 3 stars when other people could be maybe contesting it. Beyond not being able to hit that Draven 3 and just hemorrhaging HP for so long, do you think Draven has potential to be a consistent top 4, to be a top reroll comp when it comes to 2 costs?
It can be. I think Appy's one had some item problems because he didn't have Last Whisper, for example, onto his Draven. But I think the other portion of it was that he didn't have a hero augment. I think a lot of people make the decision to go for Draven once they have that hero augment because it changes a lot of what you're able to do and get away with. If you're playing like League of Draven, you're even able to win streak and push tempo because you're trying to kill things and able to get gold collection. You see players like Huan Mei from China, whenever he gets Draven augments, he's actually pushing levels and early on in stage 2 to try to win streak. And the thing to just set the context is Appy had Tiny Titans and he still went 8th. He had 130 HP and he was the only player that died that round. So he took really, really heavy losses, and I think he needed to preserve just a little bit more HP to give himself time. And I think that was just a really tough loss. In the end, that lobby was what happens when lose streak isn't really performing, which is the players that were lose streaking just died, and they didn't actually put pressure on anybody, so all the placements were almost locked. It almost felt like Kyvix and Ramble were always top 4, maybe someone fights for 3rd, and it always felt like Replay and Pros were top 2 fighting for 1st. And that's why lose streak being viable is so important to TFT. You gotta see a lobby of why that is, because you need to have pressure and comeback mechanics. And that's why it's important for those reroll comps to exist, because they need to get online in order to pressure the lobby.
To be clear, loss streak is very viable right now in the meta.
Yes. I was just saying that's an example of why.
Totally.
Yeah.
These would be why they're not playing it correctly or not hitting correctly, right? One or the other. We didn't get to see all their spots to say, but it's not common actually in the current meta to see the loss streak players just completely flame out. We've seen a ton of people stabilizing and having big comebacks, but the way this lobby shook out, it's like Dan said, it's like the most anticlimactic lobby I can remember casting in some time. I felt like we knew it was like I wanted to build the hype for us, and I was just like, nah, I mean, we just kind of know exactly how this is playing out, right?
Yeah, let's not pretend like we didn't know exactly the results. As soon as like Appy's out, I'm like, oh, okay, this is literally the standings at this point.
I mean, if you win streaked 100 HP to stage 5 and you don't go top 2, I don't know what you're doing wrong. But another kind of niche, so much, like sell your board bad. But another kind of niche thing we noticed was admins. Like we've seen, like you guys pointed out, like last lobby had an admin, ally on death. Mana one went first. We've seen some healing admins just to help the early game. Bryce, what are kind of like the go-to admins? Is there just ones that you hard avoid, or all admins just go for the team-wide ones, can never hurt?
Admin, we're barely scratching the surface of admin. So I have my answer to you right now, and I'm pretty sure if you asked me this exact question at the end of the set, that you would look back at the answer I'm about to give you and say this person's a moron. But my understanding of admins right now are that the on-ally death are the most broken ones if played around correctly. On ally death mana is SS tier. It's insane. The snowballing value. You play hacker. The hacker dies immediately. You can instant cast on Soraka. You can sort of 3rd cast right away. You can snowball it out from there. You can carry either LeBlanc or Soraka or dual carry them. AP on ally death is also good, but there's some really good admins to play around. Like the 150 HP is insane HP, effective HP on early game boards, and you can play it as tempo and then get out of admin later. There's raw AP stuff that's really good. There's stuff that just buff the admins that can be really good. Some of the HP stacking admins can be played around really effectively. So there's a lot. It also probably depends a little bit on what's meta, right? Like the on ally death stuff was not very popular when Jax and Brawlers were meta, because most time with admin you were leaning into that direction, so you want stuff that was really good for that, like HP stacking. So it really does evolve. It's going to evolve over the course of set, both based on our understanding and based on what else is good.
Yeah, I mean, Ramblin' in 4th place had the admin of 25% attack speed at combat start. It seems a lot of players like that immediate stat buff, because sometimes the fights go fast. But what's fast is, well, not the other lobby. They just finished up now. We just got the scores in, so let's check out how everyone else did. We have 64 players, only 32 go to tomorrow. So Yogurt, Coleman, top of lobby A. Clear and Iniko, top of lobby B. Soju getting the 1st place.
Nice.
Okay. Cottontail 2 with lobby C. Humbug and Ashmoo, top 2 of lobby D. With some Kurum just, speed running 8th. And DQA, Noster surprisingly at the bottom too. As we'll take a quick look at the other lobbies, and I'll kind of start the discussions around the standings, because what we really care about is the standings. Setsuko, Pitsy, top of E. Pros and Replay, top of F. Bird, Cream, top of G. Sphinx, Dish Soap, top of H. With Casper, Appies, you did just see that. Minj and Sightser, bottom of H. Bryce, you're hearing some O's. Is there any surprises there?
I don't know about surprises, but the two things that jumped out for me were Setsuko and Soju, both on the outside looking in, both get huge first places in that game and put themselves back in qualification position. You don't see either of them on this screen, which means that they're both currently on the inside looking out, so they just have to have solid top 4 performances in their final game. Things are also getting very interesting. Broccoli falls out of the top 4, out of the top half of the field, I should say, so he's really close. Vile, DPay, AMD, and Appy's now on the outside as well, plus DQA in striking distance. Casper struggled again in that game, so, you know, actually a lot of the big names, and Kurum is the huge exception, way, way down at the bottom of your standing, seem to be performing very well so far 5 games through.
Well, let's see who is in a maybe spot. We have one more game after this, and things can still change, but who is maybe making it to tomorrow? Here is the cutoff, and you'll see on the left side the extra points that they'll get to help themselves in the standings for tomorrow. But Dan, is this kind of meeting your expectations?
You know, in some ways, yes. I think a lot of people expected a good performance out of players like Ramblin and Iniko, who, by the way, this is the most chatty Iniko has ever been in Twitch chats during tournaments. Usually, he's just kind of like, you know, very sad and kind of keeping to himself. He's in Discord servers. He's in Twitch chat. He's messaging everybody. He's typing in game. This dude's in a good mood right now, and for good reason. Look at him topping the entire charts at 33. Alongside Cottontail, I think Cottontail is like a player that people don't talk very much about, but he's actually quite an important link between the LATAM and the North American scenes. It's really cool to see him perform well, and maybe continue to shake off a little bit of the reputation of just being a griefer. I think Cottontail's most infamous for griefing Kiyun back in, what was it, set 3? So I would love Cottontail to kind of just be like, hey, look, I'm actually still a really good player. I'm not just here griefing some of your favorite streamers in tournaments. I can play some good TFT too.
Also have to shout out Sphinx in the top 4 in points. Sphinx, a player not a lot of people know a lot about. He's doing it for us. He's doing it for the working class of TFT. This is a man with a full-time job, plays TFT for fun on the side. He's always been a consistently high elo player. He's had some solid tournament performances, but never had his pop-off moment in a tournament. He's inconsistent. His form is sporadic because it's hard to have a full-time job and do all these other things and be as good as some of these people that are, you know, thinking about playing TFT 12 to 16 hours a day. But popping off here on day 3 of the Defender Cup after making it through the opening weekend, very happy for him.
Well, as the day is winding down, I know this is y'all's last game that you're casting before we see you again tomorrow. Dan, since you'll be watching the last lobby, is there kind of like one player that you're putting all your Dan stocks in? One player that's just has a lot on the line, or just someone you're excited to watch?
I think you gotta watch Setsuko right now. Setsuko's a player that is slowly but surely just kind of finding his bearings in tournaments. He had a crazy game, man. While I was off stream, he hit Urgot at 2-5
Oh,
because
yeah.
he played Cruel Pact. He leveled to 7. He rolled once and hit Urgot. It was a wild game, but he lost, so he couldn't go to 8, so he had to just play level 7. It was a crazy game. Setsuko's such an exciting player because he is just willing to do these kinds of like send plays out of nowhere, and he's also just on that cusp. So pay attention to him. I hope he does well. Also, he's on my fantasy team. That's the part that I probably should have led off with.
Yeah.
We'll see whether or not he's able to continue to live up to that, but I'm rooting for him.
Bryce, where are the Bryce stocks going into, huh?
Oh man, if we're going with fantasy team bias, then I'm all in on the old man Team Liquid's Robin. Actually, my fantasy team is dominating. Dan is embarrassed at how much I am crushing him. I have 5 players on my team. 4 of them are already guaranteed to tomorrow in Nico, Ramblin, Bosso Skills, and Ripple Overdrive. And so I just need a couple points out of Robin, and then we got 5 for 5. Let's go, Robin. You got this, buddy.
Well, you heard it from your cheerleaders / analysts live. That'll be it for Dan and Bryce. We're going to swap things up. We'll bring Admirable and Morthaug back for the final game of day 3, so stay tuned. We're going into the final game of today, day 3 of Defender Cup. We have two, well, new, but you remember these guys. I'm pointing the wrong way. Admirable and Mortdog are back to close out our show.
I thought you were dabbing for a minute. I was like, really already? I was like, this is day 3.
Getting a dance. Getting
Yeah,
a dance
okay.
going.
Yeah,
I'm excited. Not that last game was so exciting because he had like 100 HP. Well, it was exciting for that person who went all the way to stage 5 with tons of money. Wish I was that rich. Admirable. We're going into lobby C. There's so much on the line of who is making it to tomorrow.
Yeah, and kind of just a quick callback to the last lobby. The Appy's 8th with 130 HP is maybe avoid Draven at the moment. It needs a pretty perfect setup. But we've got a lot on the line for this particular lobby, and I think that during the break as we were pouring over this, that Mortdog pretty much hit it out of the park with the explanation.
Yeah, I think the big thing going into this, if you're looking at the standings, is if you're at 28 or above, you're super safe, right? Like Precedent, Clear, they're all looking real good. Probably just maybe trying to push for those bonus points to maybe help them tomorrow. But otherwise, the stress is low. I think if you're sitting in that 27 to 25 range, just don't mess things up. You'll be fine. Just don't go 8th. If you're sitting in that 23, 22 range, you got to really pull a miracle out of your hat. And 21, 20 range, so people like Omde, Appies, DQA are going to really need a miracle first place here. And so it's going to do some weird stuff to the lobby. Everyone else, well, get those qualifier points, try to get a little higher if you can, maybe play spoiler. But yeah, it's looking like 27, 28 is what you're going to need. And so you've got to play around that. And again, this is where it's so different than ladder, right? You've got to play to that out. So again, if you're someone like, say, an Appies who needs that first, you might get 8th this game. But again, it was the right call to take that incredibly high risk. And so that's the thing I'm going to be looking out for, is those people in that 20 to 22 range taking some big risks, because that's the only way they're going to come out of this on top.
Yeah, and I pretty much agree with you totally on the last line of this, where it's like, don't go 8th is the highlight of this lobby.
I know, and speaking of high risks, I feel like we're not seeing that many rerolls. Like Kaiser Recon isn't always topping the charts. It's kind of here or there. It's a lot of high cap boards around Samira, Misfortune. We got a tiny bit of Spellslinger in that last lobby, and Sure Shots continue to dominate. Even some Senna carry. We barely see any carry augments. It's all about supporting your team, support each other at home, because we have one last game to go. Mortdog, Admirable, take it away.
I'm going to do a quick call out to Gunmay here, who said that Talia was unclickable, and we saw yet again another top 4 on the one time Talia was put on the board. #flame.
Nice, nice. So to call it out here, as we talked about those situations here, Cottontail, 33 points, looking real comfortable. Degree, 9 points, not looking great, but everyone else in this lobby still has a shot. DQA, probably the biggest reach, needs that first, basically. Me first or 8th, really needs to live up to his name. But players like Soju, who we're on board with here with 24, really is just looking for a top 4. Even a 5th might be okay, though that's going to be cutting it real close, but just needs that top 4. And so we'll have to see what he ends up going for here. Soju is the kind of player that usually, it's funny, in these day 3 tournaments, always seems to come out just enough, right? In that 31st place or 30th place, and gets through to day 4. So I'm hoping he can continue that streak here.
Yeah, is he throwing for content? I'm not quite sure sometimes. These are tough lobbies that players are playing in, and I want to highlight something about this where this is where tournaments I think take super interesting lines. For instance, DQA needing a miracle first place to really get there, and for everyone else, it's like, get yourself to top 4. When you have players who are trying to chase down first place finishes, it can dramatically affect how the lobby tempo is going to go. And so for Soju here, who's looking at scoring a top 4 to really secure that spot for day number 4, you have one player who is actively chasing down a first place finish, which means that you now have 3 spots to get into, or the lobby tempo is going to shift dramatically. They're going to go 8th place, and now it's just a differently shaped up lobby. So how do you adapt your strategy around that? It's a super deep question that, frankly, I just don't have an answer to, and I'd be surprised if anyone really does have an answer to it. But it's something to keep your eye on. DQA is going to be chasing down a first place here. We're open up with the hero augment, and already Soju is given a very comfortable option, I think, with Corpse Focus, which is a very strong augment that can just lead you into, frankly, you treat Ashe like a threat sometimes. It's just on your board because you're getting 20% attack speed across, and so this is a great start for somebody who is looking to just lock in a top 4 or better.
Yeah, if you remember the shapeshifter augment from the last set that would give your team 25% attack speed if they were standing next to a shapeshifter, this augment gives 20% and then 40% while Ash's spell is up. That is a lot of attack speed. So for a 1 cost, this augment has been doing very well. And so Soju's got to be really happy with his augment choice here, leading to a first. Right now, if he can just find a Yasuo in the next round or two to get that laser core start online, that'll put him in a very good position. On the other side, Sox playing the Sylas support one, so probably looking to go that Renegade line, has slammed that Death Cap, which we've talked about being very good on someone like Viego.
Yeah.
So I fully imagine this is looking to be that Renegade start, hopefully.
Yeah, the Petricite Chains, I feel like this was a pretty good one for Renegade, where a lot of players have referenced just putting multiple Sylases on your board. Just you're trying to mana reave more stuff, you're getting more mana. It feels like a very powerful augment in the Renegade line, but we're seeing a Talon open here as well for me first or 8th, and very much seeming to follow that line where this is looking like an all-in Talon. You're seeing that bubble hang out there. They're not even picking up the Talon 2. This is very indicative of the idea that they are going all in for a Talon 3, and this chase is going to try to look at around stage 3-1, where a lot of players tend to start sending it, and if they're missing on the Talon, reevaluate the situation. But I've noticed that a lot of strong players, when they start to miss those situations, they kind of just double down and go all in even further when they're not hitting it. And I feel like if your name is me first or 8th, that maybe is the way you're leaning in that direction.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot, and frankly, one of the weaknesses, I think, of a lot of the players that haven't had a lot of tournament experience is that they still kind of approach the game, because TFT is a relatively complicated game, and so they don't really think about some of these situations where it's like, I'm in this position, I must do this to win. They kind of just play it like a normal game going, I believe Renegade is strong, so I'm going to lean into that. They don't really have contingency plans here, and so me first or 8th here, like you said, I'm calling out, like, this is a Talon 3 into hopefully a bigger Renegade line. Like, that's pretty obvious. Or if that roll down goes a little rough, we'll see it into a Viego. But we also saw already at least one other Renegade player, probably 2, knowing how contested that line is. And so again, if you're going for a first, opting into a line that's triple contested, probably not the right play.
Well, it kind of just depends on your options, and sometimes it's a hold hands idea, or try to push other players perhaps further away from that idea. Like maybe you're not going to go that line, or you're just not going to have the stuff online to get it done. Sitting at 21 points here, you need a top 2, I think, to be in contention for this. So I think it's likely that taking the risk here is, again, it holds a heavy weight to it, but this just might be the call given the situation that you're in. It's tough to really break that down without sit down and analyze it kind of thinking going on.
Yeah, and it's also hard to do on the fly, right? It's 30 seconds to make those kind of decisions.
Yeah.
That's going to be pretty hard. And so we're going to get a look at the augments here, but I think there's some interesting call-outs looking at the augments based on what everyone needs to do. That's going to be interesting. So jumping into carousel here, let's take a look. And so, yeah, waiting for those. Okay, we're looking into the items here right now. Soju locking in that. Broccoli has the Gunblade, which is pretty good. Degree with the blue buff.
There's a lot of slams
yeah.
so far in this one. And frankly, none of them are unjustified, I think. I think everyone has done a great job with their items here so far. But typically when you see a lot of items completed like this, it's because players know that top 4s are very important. To that same degree, the first place is going to be very important. And highlighting me first or 8th on that one. 21 points, you need a slam dunk. So a lot of great stuff getting picked up for players here. It's a pretty strong carousel overall. And players are putting together a lot of 2-stars as well. So this lobby is looking like it's I think likely to be very fast-paced.
Yeah, so to call it off from off-screen, looking at some of the augments here, we have 2 players with the Talon support. Everyone took a support augment for what it's worth, so probably not going to be a lot of re-rolling. 2 players took the Talon support augment, and 1 player took the Sylas support, so we've got 3 Renegade players in the lobby. Probably the most interesting one to me, though, is DQA, the player who needs a first, taking Get Paid from Gangplank. That's the support augment where every time he gets a kill has a chance to drop some gold. If he can get that snowballing, and if he can turn that into it, like that's one of those potential outs to maybe get a first place. It's hard to do in some of these competitive lobbies at this tournament level, but it is a possible out. And so I really like the choice of that augment here.
Yeah, I think it's good too because it's not an augment you have to hang on to. It's one that drops off. It's purely related to gold. So if you could put together a big streak with that, you can abandon the unit later on. And frankly, I think the cost is relatively low because the value that you got from it is in snowballing the game. So I think it is a very fantastic call for that one. As we take a look at Cottontail's board, who, as Mortog said during the break, is doing a victory lap at this point. They're sitting comfortable at 33 points. It is impossible for them to not make it to day 4 right now. Going with the Steadfast Presence, this is going to shield your whole team at the start. And it feels like a pretty strong augment pretty much at every stage of the game. Like, even if you don't have the Defender in play, you're still getting a board-wide defensive buff from it.
Yeah, it's not quite as usable as, say, like the Vi augment, the Boxing Lessons that gives you the 180 health that can scale with things and heal. But I will say I really like this play from Cottontail. Leaning into the Gadgetine with this augment, it's giving him an incredibly strong opener. So even if he gets like a 5th or 4th from this really strong opener in high tempo play, that's what he needs to maybe end up at, 36, 37 points and get those bonus points for tomorrow, rather than maybe accidentally going 8th and losing some of those potential bonus points here. So I really like the play here. And then it pays off, right? He's win streaking. Pretty easy to get at least a 5th from this position. So it makes a ton of sense. Really liking that.
Lala on a cash out option at this one. I will say that the more defense I have in play, the more likely I am, I think, to go for the next heist. And with Malala sitting at 26 points right now, I feel like this is a pretty tough call. You need a strong finish, or I'm sorry, you need this not a super weak finish in this one. They are going to continue the heist as well, and I feel like with the health total here, this is a bit of a risk, but I think this might be the call for this one, because if you have a big enough power spike, you can just take over the situation.
Yeah, I think the play from this position is being at 70 health and looking at your board. You're a little bit weak, but you've got some okay econ here, some decent items here, something like the Last Whisper, the Ginsus. So you're probably just going to sack most of stage 3, go down to about 40, get that Heist 2 cash out, and use that power to spike up. But I agree, it is a very big risk here. If you don't hit one of those carries on your 4-1 roll down, that's a quick way to go 8th place, and so that's the part that has me really nervous here. But I think that actually is better than just the 11 gold. The 11 gold isn't going to change things. You're already at 70 health, so you may as well play around that option and try to at least make that happen here, and hopefully get a good augment to support that.
It's a pretty tough call here. I like the Runon Slain with the Last Whisper. Again, try to preserve health, and I'm looking at this Rod becoming like a Hextech Gunblade to support that. A last-second Zephyr here from Broccoli as well. That is a crafted Zephyr. That is a pretty rare thing to see at this stage of the game, but if you're playing for as much as you can, I am down to slam items and toss it to the wind at that point. You just need every advantage you could buy. Pushing a player who's already struggling on life total could be a brilliant call at the end of the day.
Yeah, so Broccoli is in a really interesting situation that has me quite nervous. 94 health, which is really good, but needs a 4th or higher. Oh, it's a Prismatic. This is going to shake things up a lot.
All right. Who's pulling the levers
Who pulled the buttons? Yep. But to finish that thought, they took the Talon augment, and then we're ending up in Duelist. And as we've seen, Duelist is like, get that 4th barely. So getting that to turn around into like that 3rd or 2nd is going to be pretty tough for Broccoli. So I hope he can pull that off.
Malala going with Windfall here. Level 6, hold.
I really like this play, actually. I love this play. We see me 1st or 8th, by the way, get the 3-star Talon, so calling that out. I like this play here, because as we said, Malala's game plan here is lose the next 2 rounds, lose 3-2, 3-3, get that Heist 2 cash out, perfect interval, level 7, roll it down, and hopefully spike up. So I really do like this play. On the other side, we see Degree here, level 7, no gold. But again, Degree right now is the one player who just has no hope of making it to the next day, unfortunately. So, we're seeing a Jinx carry. I think that's going to turn into a caster comp. And so right now, just kind of doing a lot of damage to the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, this Degree is the spoiler in this lobby. Hits level up with the Wukong re-energize. A Leona gets hit on the level up as well. Like, that is a massive hit to Malala. I think you called it right too on sack 2 rounds, 3-5 level up and go, but they just took maximum damage.
Yeah, and so like you said, Degree playing a really hard spoiler here. And yeah, you look at this board here, and again, Broccoli is at 94 health. I get that, but really, really needs that 4th place or higher. isn't using his hero augment, has 2 Zephyrs, is going to try to do his best to use the future sight to get that, but I'm really nervous about this situation.
I feel like Broccoli is a player that's great at recognizing the contextual points of the game, and I feel like the Zephyr Call at the end of the day ended up it kind of paid off really because you hit the future sight on the prismatic augment, so you have a heavy disruption to where the lobby's at. This allowed you to play a bit more aggressively, and I feel like highlights perhaps the power that duelists are trying to tap into, which is just overpowering the rest of the lobby before they connect all the dots.
Yeah, hopefully the Vayne with Gunblade can do enough, but you see here, like, this is what I'm worried about, right? 6 Duelist is supposed to be really strong at this point in the game, and you're level 6, 30 gold in a prismatic lobby and losing rounds.
Yeah.
And so what I'm worried about is this is just a bleed out for the rest of the game.
Oh boy. Honestly, if it's a bleed out for the rest of the game, I kind of want to double down on the Zephyr Call because it's just potentially saving even more damage as we come into the carousel here. So Malala, taking another hit with this one. I feel like this is a sword pickup easy for Malala, but there's a little bit of debate. Oh. So that's a Rage Blade that's instead?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, it looks like a Rage Blade. The thing I'm looking at right now is Soju, we see the double Thieves Gloves, which for a prismatic, really good in stage 2, less good in stage 3 and 4. So Soju probably not super happy with his prismatic choice there. It looks like Cottontail and Degree got level up. There is 1 golden ticket as well in the lobby, so 28 gold cash out here. So like he could almost spike to 8 right now.
I mean, you could go to 8 right now if you wanted to.
There it is.
Oh my gosh, Malala's going to 8 on 3-5 with gold to roll.
Not a lot of gold to roll here, and that's the risk, I think.
It's 3-5!
I mean, I know we're saying that, but, like, look at the situation. We're still, despite all we've spent, we're still running a Kale carry. And that's the part that, maybe.
I'm very interested. It's just, this is a very rare thing to see, and even if this is correct or not, I'm just glad we're seeing it.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And again, he's got strong front line, so you can't complain about the front line. It's just, this is the point in the game where you don't really want to be running Kale carry, right? You're hoping you started to hit something else, and losing all your gold, now you're basically going to be rolling for the rest of the game. Trying to donkey roll and see if you can hit those things. That just has me really nervous. Also, didn't slam the Ginsus, so kind of showing that he's really looking for that Samira. Close.
That's very close. I'm curious how much of this is related to the Galio as well, having safety first as the augment, because you're getting a board-wide buff of 20 armor and MR.
Yeah.
And when he's able to shield things, or your team's able to shield things up, and you get double that bonus for 4 seconds. So I'm seeing an Urgot hit the shop here. This is, I think, an easy slam into play right now. The question is just how you do it and how you support this best. But right now, I'm looking at Malala's spot, and I'm seeing some first place potential here just because you're that far ahead.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it nearly as much. I feel like the level up players are going to outscale you now at this point, and you're going to be stuck rolling pretty hard. I do think the Urgot's going to help here, and a lot of this is going to come down to how often can you get a few chests, right? Because, like, one good wave of 3 chests getting you that extra plus 10 gold, that can get you back into the game here. But stuff like this, where you're not getting any of those chests drudge up, I'm a little more worried here. Urgot 1 is going to do pretty well right up until 4-1. And again, we've got other people in the lobby running level up, stuff like that. So we'll have to see here. Second wave cast is good. Doesn't get any chests, though. Yep. And on the other side, we're seeing Soju with the power of that augment. I really like the Shiv slam here, by the way. This is a great slam. Shiv spreading out that magic shred so that the laser core can do damage. And yeah, Malala, despite that being level 8, still ends up losing the round.
Socks on 7 with a Viego line and has an Urgot on as well.
Yep, same thing.
Wow.
And we knew very early, right, that he went with the Silas slam in the death cap. We knew that this is what he was aiming for. Hits the Viego 1. Level 7, 50 gold, so not too bad. Right now, Soju just applying a lot of pressure to the lobby, though.
No chest from the creeps.
Decent items.
Reasonable
no
items.
Though. And you and I have talked about on cast a couple times today that Giant Slayer really not the best item for Renegade, unfortunately. Does find a second Viego. If he can get one more here, he'll be in a great spot. but probably doesn't want to roll down too deep at level 7, knowing that there's people in the lobby who are already level 8, have level up, things like that. And so isn't finding it here. It's a little rough.
He's passed on the Camille's as well, so this is leaning hard into like the 3 Renegade side of things. That's largely because of the augment here from Silas. Finds a Silas pair, some repositioning at the last moment here.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Giant Slayer also puts him in an awkward spot where he's not going to have healing for the Viego, or is not going to have the Jeweled Gauntlet. So, kind of a rough situation. Does get lucky and get 2 chests here with an extra tier. Anytime you can get an extra item for an Urgot, you're feeling really good. You know, that's as much as like some people are getting from their Heist 1 and things like that. So that feels real good.
Yeah. I mean, if items showed up in my shop, I'm pretty likely to buy them, I think. So, you know, I'll take it, Urgot. Thank you very much. And as now we're heading into the 4-2 augment. And, okay, it's just gold, so it's not the maximum velocity lobby that you can have. But still pretty strong on this one. I think that Sox is realizing that this board is not stable right now, and I think that's largely due to the items that are happening. And these are not really it. I mean, we're seeing a lot of utility picked up, but there is a Viego 2. Major find for Sox in this one. And again, Sox sitting at 25 points. He's looking at not finishing in the bottom 3 of this lobby. Despite the fact that he's at 39 health right now, the board's looking pretty good. So I'm confident here that Sox is able to put this together and find himself in a top 5 spot.
Yeah, so Sox right now needs basically 6th or higher. You know, anything more obviously guarantees a little better. So hitting the Viego here is good. I'm not a big fan of the Hodge Slam. It at least gives him some healing. So we're just going to have to hope that he coasts off this Viego 2 and that's enough power. The second wind may be helping as well. But honestly, even though he hit the Viego 2, I'm still not looking at this going, this is amazingly strong.
I'm definitely with you on the not amazingly strong, but how much stronger can you really expect to get from the spot in this one? And we are seeing a bit of a second wind diff here. It took a while for that Viego on the Ox Force to get triggered, and so that's a loss for Soju at that point, and I feel like that really boosts Sox's confidence a lot on that one. Hanging on to the second pair of the Zax there as well, and so that's going to put some pressure on the rest of the lobby finding defense, but maybe Sox is also looking at putting a second Zac into play.
Yeah, it's interesting, by the way, we called out at the very beginning, so something must have went horribly wrong, but Cottontail started off that 100 health win streak playing around Gadgettine, now sitting at 38 health, losing rounds, with a chance to not, do well in this lobby. And so, even though he'll qualify for the next day, that is losing that chance for those 3 bonus points that I think he was really hoping to get.
Yeah, and I think that could be like just the way this lobby's been panning out because of how strong it is. And as we look at DQA's board, we mentioned that he needs a first place to truly have hope at the day 4 outcome here. And when I look at this level 7 board and the way this is panned out, I'm not super happy with the outcome of it, but there are a lot of strong units that are here right now. We're looking at a pair of Samiras that's loaded up with an Infinity Edge and a Last Whisper. We're looking at a pair of Fiddles on board as well. So this carousel outcome here for DQA could be major, but right now he still needs to put some things together here, or this is going to take some pretty heavy hits in Stage 4.
So I think it's even worse situation than you think, though, because I believe the other Fiddle was the Woodland Charm. So he's actually only sitting on 1 Fiddle.
Excuse me then.
So, yeah, so I think he's not even that great a spot. So I'm agreeing with you, though, that DQA not looking like he's going to get that first place that he really needs. Because, again, he's at 20 points. He might be, if he can get this Mordekaiser and maybe turn it into a Miracle Mordekaiser 2, but even that, he's playing around for Sure Shot right now, and that just does not seem like the thing that's going to swing it here.
Yeah, I think for Sure Shot oftentimes is like a hold it together until you're able to cap out your board a little bit stronger. If you have +1 on the Sure Shot, I think it could be a lot different. But for right now, I think that there's just a lot that DQA needs to have happen in order to piece this together. I think it's possible. I think it's unlikely. And when I look at the item pan out here, I really have my eyes on Soju, who is just slamming right now to try to make sure he does not finish in that last spot. And this is a +1 on the Sure Shot, excuse me. So this probably is one of the higher strengths that he can get at this point, and so he's going to A tier and just trying to push this for frontline. The more time you have, the more damage you deal.
Yeah, the big thing is, we've been casting, this is the 6th game of the day. Hitting the Samira 2 there is big. We've been casting a lot of games today, and we've seen basically 2 types of lobbies, right? One is where someone in the first or second is dominating the lobby, people start dying right about now, and the lobby ends up being pretty clear. But the other is the scary one, right? And that's what we're kind of seeing right now, which is everyone's still alive. relatively close. The top people are starting to drop off, and the bottom people have stabilized, leading to a wild sort of stage 5. And that's where it feels like we are right now. You know, Malala just winning, and you look at the lobby here, Degree winning, Sox losing. If Cottontail wins, it kind of just pushes it. And, like, now we're starting to see the situation where, like, Soju is at risk. Despite being in second place at 56 health, he's not winning rounds, and the bottom is. And that gets really scary. So this is going to be a crazy stage 5, I think.
Yeah, 2 jeweled lotuses on deck as well. Me first or 8th hitting the Renegade emblem.
Ooh, that's big. Hitting the Renegade emblem for me first or 8th with the, but again, despite us saying that, me first or 8th lost the last round. And so, again, we have a very close lobby, and every placement matters here. And so, again, we have to call out these placements as they happen. DQA being the easiest one of really just needs first or nothing.
Yeah, it's just very high volatility that's happening right now. I also want to call back to the Sox fight. Without that Hand of Justice, I think he would have taken a major hit in that round as we come into this one from Malala's side. Malala's got to start chaining together wins here. I think that Malala looked at this board and felt comfortable and is starting to see the outcomes and is like, what's going on right now? And the answer is everybody's got some strong boards right now. So, how your matchups go is going to be a major difference. And so you have to pay a lot of attention to positioning. When you're out of gold, it's a lot easier. But when you're coming into these rounds and trying to piece this together, a lot of time's getting spent on what you're supposed to do with your board. So Soju taking another hit here, dropping to 48. Malala gets a win. Sox and Cottontail both picking up losses on that one. Stage 5, and it's looking pretty close. I think the drop from 1st to 8th is looking pretty heavy right now, but overall it's cascading downwards. It's not like this complete canyon between the top and the bottom.
Yeah, for sure. And again, with this kind of thing, you're looking at who's losing each round, right? And so Soju, me first or 8th, Cottontail, and Sox lost that round. So right now we kind of perceive them to be sort of the weaker ones in the lobby. Props to Broccoli, by the way, coming out of stage 4-7 in the highest health with these Zephyrs, played it very well. You know, we talked about those Zephyrs, if that was the right play or not. And so far used the power of that duelist opener combined with the Zephyrs to hit those key targets, knowing he was up against, to hopefully secure him that top 4 he needs.
Another Gunblade gets picked up. We have Bramble here for the front line. Wow, Broccoli has pieced this together super well. It's like, it's kind of a weird board to be looking at with a Talon support augment on the opening, but is now getting away from 4 duelists. A pair of Urgots gets picked up.
This is fascinating, and like I said, this will kind of make or break the situation here. We've got that Talon augment in, hits the fiddle, that's nice. He's going to play around the Belveth probably for a little bit here. Knows his opponent, but his opponent Degree just hit the 2-star Leona.
Oh.
So this will be, I like the Locket Slam here.
Emphasize the front line. Support Edge of Night because Belveth is going to be your holder here. The double Zephyr getting put online. Wow, this is a bizarrely powerful board. This is like highlighted by Zephyrs.
Unfortunately, made a big misclick here. Ends up with the Gunblade on the Sejuani 2. Clearly trying to get it with Belveth moving.
No.
That's not going to be good here. And so if Broccoli doesn't make it because of that, that's going to feel devastating.
Oh, no. I mean, that's like I think you're going to have to repiece the Sejuani at that point. I don't think you can afford to have a Gunblade on a unit that is inherently full utility.
Yeah, it's tricky, right? Because you need the stun, but you're definitely going to be on the lookout for anything that can remake that. So, yeah, that's a really unfortunate misclick there.
I mean, Sock's taking a big hit here as well. Like, I'm pretty surprised by this, honestly. Like, you look at this board, and how is this 2 health left? Like, this was online pretty early for Socks.
Yeah, I mean, the combination of the Economy Prismatic and the slightly suboptimal items on the Viego lead him into the situation where it's just not being able to pull it up in such a strong lobby. And again, all Sox needed was a 6th or higher. If Sox dies here, that's probably the end for him in the Defender Cup.
Okay, Viego, pretty close to a pop-off. Good laser from Leona. Some high stuns taking place. Mordekaiser doing some work here as well. Viego's still looking healthy, and you're still getting lasers. I feel like Sox is putting together a very important win here.
Yeah, we've seen Soju on the decline, so Soju feels like one of the weaker opponents in the lobby right now, so good luck on the matchup there. Malala getting knocked out here. That was literally worst case for Malala. Malala was at 26 points, just needed 2 points, only getting 1 point here. That might be the worst possible outcome for Malala.
We're on the brink of like a double up on that too, where Sox is again looking for just not bottom 3, and is right on the brink of that happening. Like this could be a disaster.
Yeah, this is looking like the Caster Curse lobby because Malala 1 point short. If Sox loses here, 1 point short probably, and then Soju's next in line. Soju needs 4 points or more. If Soju goes 6th, 1 point short. Like this might be a pretty disastrous hit.
I mean, Cottontail, like you said, is victory lap right now. So their finish here is purely dependent on the bonus points for tomorrow. I don't have my eye on that one right now. Huge hit from Viego. The chain begins.
Samira's still alive, though. I think he's okay here. Yep.
Yeah, this is a good slam dunk here. DQA also on the brink of destruction here at this spot. Needs a miracle first.
Oh, wait.
Laser core?
Oh.
Big win from Sox. Cottontail's finishing at 7th. That's big breathing room for Soju, who picks up a win and hits Degree as well.
Yeah, so Cottontail just played reverse spoiler. Really helped out a bunch of people here. Because, again, that gives Sox the extra point, getting into that 28 range at least. So, in a way, Cottontail kind of playing the savior here.
So Sox is going to pass on the Renegade emblem. Says, I need stuff. I don't need to cap out. He needs things right here and right now. I think that is a pretty tough call where if you're in a ladder lobby, maybe you go for the Renegade and just like try to just huge slam dunk on everybody. So I think Sox, staying level headed here and realizing you just need things now.
I think I just reverse Caster Curse because we were talking about how we just talked about how no one was going to make it, and now we're in a situation where it looks like everyone's going to get the points they need because Soju's looking good, me 1st or 8th in possibly 2nd or 1st, Broccoli looking good, other than DQA. Unfortunately, DQA, I think, trying to get a 1st from this position looking really doomed for him.
Well, Sox, this is a crucial round against Degree or me 1st or 8th. It's going to pick up Degree in this one. Degree just took a big hit, but is on Mech here, and Mech can be a tough matchup for Viego to handle. I think the damage is here, but we need a chain of events here from this Viego. Does it kill the MF in time? No, Sox!
No, unfortunately, I think it's going to be really tough to finish everything off here. So Sox is going to go out in 6th, but again, that does put him, at 28 points, which is going to be right on the line, so we'll have to see if that plays off. He would have loved 1 more point just to really secure it. But me 1st or 8th, losing that round, unfortunately, and so they're the next person on the chopping block right now. Looking a little rough here. Switching over to DQA, though. DQA, we talked about how he needs a 1st place here. This is not a bad board, right? Like, you've got the 2 Sejuanis because of the Woodland Charm. You've actually got 2 Sejuanis pumping out the damage here with 4 sure shots. So plenty of damage, plenty of CC. This is a decent board. It's just one bad matchup could eliminate DQA.
I feel like this is a pretty good board, all things considered. The hacker here could be a big difference.
Yep. Oh, like I said, one bad matchup.
It did float towards the Samira that's not holding a ton of items, so that's good. Gets locked onto Oxforce for a bit. And like you said, 2 Sejuani is a lot of CC. Couple that up with Fiddle, and that's a lot of time for these 4 sure shot to get online. Big hit from Soju in that one. So I think that DQA is in a spot where this could get put together. Broccoli feeling very comfortable right now. 50 health at the end of stage 5 from that spot, I feel like is a fist pump.
Okay, so Degree getting knocked out here really helps all the Soju fans. So the Soju fans out there, Soju is now getting at least 5 points. That's putting him at 29, which is definitely on the higher end of making it to the day. So Soju breathing a big sigh of relief here. Remember, as I said, kind of squeaking it by in that 31st, 32nd, but he looks like he's going to be safe to make it, which is going to feel pretty good. DQA, I don't know, maybe he hits Samira 3 and pulls a miracle run here. That's kind of his big option.
I mean, I think there's 2 Samiras in play is looking great here. And, this is like a big shout out to Woodland Charm here. The second Sejuani on the board is a lot of CC. And CC is effectively frontline in these kinds of lobbies where players just have a ton of damage sitting online. So when you're able to buy 4 sure shot that extra time, it is a massive amount of damage that you can pour out.
Yeah.
But is going to start chasing down the Samira 3 too. I mean, that is the lock it in win condition.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's definitely a pray and see if you hit it. But right now, like you said, just baking off Fiddle, Sedge, tons of CC, buy the time, sure shot stack up. We're also discounting the Aphelios CC, so that's even more probably playing with that stun gun. So on the other side, though, is up against those threats. Watching out for the double Zephyr we've talked about a few times here.
Dodges it too.
Yep. Ooh, close fights. I'm watching on the right. The threat's doing a lot of damage, though. Belveth cranking it out here on the key targets. Samira, it's gonna be close. Nope, Belveth squeaks it out.
On the left side, we see Zed with all the laser core getting a knockout there. So Soju locks in a top 3.
Nice.
Me first or 8th has turned into me first or 4th.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's definitely the end of me first or 8th. We'll definitely not have enough points. So, Broccoli, though, we talked about those Zephyrs early on, really turned this around and played those Zephyrs to just perfection. So, really big shout out to Broccoli here. Soju doing as good as he can with this Zed. Has the Broccoli matchup here and is now going to have to, win about 4 or 5 rounds in a row to turn this into a first and play spoiler here.
I mean, this was just, I think, a pretty clutch pickup here. Recognizing the power that 6 laser core is going to harness, and then it just puts a lot of pressure on the players in the lobby. So Zed getting locked onto a Fiddlesticks in the back line is about the worst outcome you could possibly imagine. And then the Sejuani's locking up a ton of CC here. We talked a lot about Belveth not being a super strong unit, but when it's surrounded by this much stuff, it's really tough to count out anything that can carry these kinds of items here. These are easy wins that Broccoli is picking up. A double knockout from the lobby. Easy claimed first place from Broccoli.
Wow. And now, guess what, Dan? Duelist made a first place. I know he's hating on the Duelist early on today. Man, there was all types of colors, and Broccoli got first, me first or 8th got 4th, and then there was some chaos in the 2nd or 3rd. Yeah, I just want to start immediately by talking about some of the augments that we saw. Mortdog, with you, what do you think about gold acquiring hero augments? We saw that DQA got the get paid from Gangplank, the support augment. Is it a risk to take any kind of hero augment that gives gold since you're not getting any stat boosts, or do you have to be like absolutely sure in your board state in that moment?
Yeah, so something like Get Paid, for example, relies on you getting kills and winning, right? And it's a very snowbally augment. If you can get that early, win most of your stage 2 rounds, you're looking at a lot of extra gold. And we saw this in Dragonlands, right? That drip economy in the early game can be extremely powerful at compounding interest. And so if you can get a lot of that in stage 2, Get Paid is amazing. The risk here, though, is if you end up, with a weaker board, maybe you don't 2-star the Gangplank, you don't have any of those other duelists, then you have an augment that not only did nothing in the early game, but is dead weight in the late game. And so they're incredibly high risk. We saw this with some of the Sivir carry augments as well. And so that's what it comes down to, is you have to have the support ready to go. And so I agree with it, taking it as a risk. DQA really needed that first place, and so it was a good call to take it, but it looked like he couldn't quite get everything he needed to deliver. The stage 2 wasn't the most solid stage 2, didn't get quite as much gold as he was looking for. And I think that's the challenge with the augment, right? Is you've really got to lean into that snowball-y form.
Yeah. And other interesting choices admirable, including Degree with the Defender crest. It's not something you see super often. Even Defenders in general, just popular in the early game, and then you definitely get rid of that later. I was hoping we were going to cook up some Vertical Defender Rammus or Defender Wukong Mech 3-star. Like, I've been hearing through the brushes of just like the cool stuff that you can pull off on ladder that unfortunately you don't see in tournament. But to now go back to a serious question, Defender crests, good or bad?
Well, I think Defenders are very powerful, but that is going to come down to lobby context. In this one, this was clearly ended up being a tempo lobby where players are just piecing together very huge power spikes. And I think a lot of this pressure came from Broccoli being able to slam a Zephyr early, which was the right call at the end of the day, because Duelist is very much tempo comp. So the higher your disruption is, kind of the better it is. It's one of the reasons why Locket is such a just powerful item. It just gives you a lot right here, right now sort of thing. And so when players are getting under that kind of pressure, they cannot optimize their boards into these like, well, I'll just greed for the best thing I can possibly get. It forces them to take action. And so when that happens, it's really a cascading effect across the rest of the lobby, and it changes the scope of the game. And I think that's how Broccoli really locks it in at the start. But to me, that also kind of highlights the power that 4 defenders, or 6 defenders for that matter, can really put together. If you're able to get to a point like that and the lobby's full of AD, you can get some pretty strong wins online. But just everyone's power spikes were hitting so hard because of the prismatic in the middle of the game, and perhaps that disrupted a lot of what was going on in that one. But to me, it just really, this felt like a huge positioning diff, and just players understanding that they need to be slamming stuff diff, where Soju played into that, I think, perfectly at the end of it. And again, just Broccoli being able to abuse the double Zephyr and completely run over boards was really the game changer in this one.
Yeah, Degree was just like on the cusp of all of these lobbies. 6th, 7th, 8th, 8th, 7th, 5th. Like 5th on that last one with the Defender crest, with the Wukong augment. I was really hoping to see a Wukong 3 today. I heard some good things. I'm going to stick to Set, though. Turns out Set is just better. And Soju, like you just mentioned, had a hot and cold day. 4th, 2nd, 7th, 7th, 1st, and whatever happened this 2nd or 3rd here. We're waiting for our admins to compile some things. But Morda, are you taking some notes on this week's patch? Any things that kind of sticking out to you? Because it feels like the B patch like gave us some more options, but maybe it gave you some more ideas.
Yeah, I mean, we had some stuff in the works, and honestly, so far what I'm seeing is kind of confirming a lot of that. You know, there's a lot of Misfortune and Samira are carrying a lot of the weight right now, regardless of if you have a set frontline or not. Those two in particular are looking very powerful if you can hit them. Right now, it does seem to be the rush to get those 2 champions. They're carrying a lot of the weight. But really good shout out to Broccoli that game. I think Belveth is a character that most people look at and go, no way. But, you know, he turned that into a first place by a lot. And so that was actually really cool to see, you know, and I think right now, for example, we have some Belveth buffs coming. So, like, you look at a game like that and you're like, ooh. But that was the other thing that really impressed me with Broccoli's game is, like, he went duelist with his tempo. And then a lot of people usually stick with duelists. And you end up with, like, that 6 and 8 duelists and they finish kind of poorly. He was able to convert that and play into those big late game threats and a really good front line. And so that was really impressive to me. And again, using those Zephyrs to make sure he hit those key units. The extra attack speed from the Radiant Zephyr, allowing Belveth to scale up even quicker. So just really good itemization choices. That showed some really good knowledge of the game. And so I was really happy with that.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes down to duelists and players tend to lean into like the 6 or the 8 duelist line, I look at it and I go, why do I have these 1 and 2 cost units on my board? Like, I'm at level 7 or 8. Like, I'm just going to put stronger stuff into play. Like, threats are just stronger than a couple of duelists are going to be at these low power levels. Like, give me the strong stuff. I want the big things here that are hitting stuff hard. Put the items on those. I don't forget these Fioras and these Gangplanks and stuff. Put the big stuff in play.
I know, and you guys were so excited about the Gadgeteen star that Cottontail had, remember, with his Poppy augment. And, I see, look at the size. Yeah, Cottontail ended up in 7th. What happened?
I don't know. I would love to go back and see what went wrong there, where he ended up. Because, again, when you're level 5, 20 gold, 100 health, sitting in a good spot, he had Annie 2, Poppy augment. That should have been a really good spot. So I want to know where it went wrong, because we didn't really get a great glimpse on it, but it went very wrong, clearly.
Well, our graphics are ready to show the lobby scoreboards of how the final game 6s went for everyone. So I'll quickly scroll through this because we got to get to the standings. This is what we care about. JD, Yogurt, you're doing great, boo.
Let's go, Yogurt.
Lobby A, domination. Clear, Iniko, Lobby B. Broccoli, DQA, top in Lobby C. Stellar at Akon. 8-7 at Lobby D. Ponab, Shorty, Malala, Unlucky, and Humba Humbug in Lobby D at the bottom. What else we got? What is the other 32 players doing? Setsuko with a big first place, with Pitsy in second. Replay. And Do You Want Some Tea with a big comeback in Lobby F. G and Cream at the top of Lobby G. Cream's doing fantastic today, I believe. And Lobby H, Dishso, finding himself maybe one of his first places of the day, with Potero Fam. Oh my god. Lobby H, topping that. And Rek, Minge, Probes, Casper not doing so hot. But this is what we all really care about, the standings. These are the people that did not make it. Thumbs down. Oh no, admirable live reactions.
Oh, socks. That's gotta be a tiebreaker diff.
Yep.
Oh, it's so painful. AMD sitting at 27 points. Any way you slice these lobbies up, it's just, this is like the inherent nature of TFT tournaments, is that all of these players communicate with each other in some overlapping way, and so almost any way you slice it up, it's going to look like the top 32 is like, how did this happen? There's just so many strong players that are in this event at this point, and this is sort of the blessing and the curse of it. It's such a bittersweet moment to see stuff like this. Sox sitting at 33rd right here. You know, it's still a strong finish for a tournament, but it's just not strong enough. And as you look at these top 32, though, my goodness, I just glanced over at the score sheet really quick. This is stacked.
Yeah, and Malala, that 8th place that you guys just casted, did not help. Couple points from qualifying there out, along with Appies, DQA, Sox. Just a reminder on that tiebreaker, it's first about the number of first places, then the number of higher number of top 4s, better placement in most recent game, and seeding before the event are all things considered for the tiebreaker. Let's look at the top 32. Let's celebrate our biggest stars moving into Championship Sunday of the Defender Cup. Iniko leading with first place with 40 points. Will get 3 extra points to help out for tomorrow, with Pitsy in second, Clear in third, and G in fourth. Admirable. I was so impressed with Iniko today.
I mean, I'm always impressed with Iniko, even when Iniko's like having the bad rolls, and it's the, you know, the classic Iniko low roll lobbies. It's just, I'm always impressed with the way he plays, because he keeps himself together and he just keeps his cool and you know, head down and go straight forward. This is a remarkable outcome for Iniko in this one. I feel like he's one of the strongest improved players we've seen over the last couple of sets, and it's shining through here today. 40 points over 6 games is a ton of points in the bank.
And more, it's super cool to see like new names too, and of course people who are consistent and those that, you know, we do recognize. I guess the Prestivan Prophecy is still up, and
Yes.
Setsuko made a big comeback after kind of a rocky start of the day.
Yeah, I think the big thing I'm looking at this is, you know, I recognize maybe about 30 to 40% of the names, which I think is a great thing, right? A bunch of new blood coming in. You know, we saw this with like Rainplosion last set. You know, who's going to be sort of the rookie MVP this set, and who's going to come in and make a name for themselves? Because we definitely have our seasoned veterans, you know, the Anikos, the Clears, the Dish Soaps, the Ramblins. But you look at some of these other names like Pitsy, G, you know, Basso Kills that, you know, have been around for a while, but seeing them come into their own, I think is going to be really cool.
Yeah, it takes some time for that high level tournament style play to click at times. And when it does click, it's like when you see these dramatic performances start to take place. I'm just glad it's all coming together here in set 8. It's like a very flexible set. It's been a very diverse patch that we're on here right now, and we're starting to see that shine. High level TFT is starting to come together. The lobbies are going to start to get pushed, and this competition is going to continue to increase.
Well, you know who really popped off today? Iniko. First, third, second,
Thanks.
fourth, second. Only top 4s, and you're on the line. You know we're talking good about you. We have an interview with the star, the champion of today, Iniko. Nico, congratulations. You look so comfortable. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing okay. Thank you for asking. Hope you guys are doing well also. I'm not very comfortable. I'm really sick still. I'm like starting to come off of it, but I still have like a really, really bad cough, and like my head hurts all day, so kind of stinks, but yeah.
So when you're under pressure and when you're under pain is when you put on your best performances. Got it.
Yeah.
So break down today for me. What were your kind of favorite comms to play? Any challenges you faced in it? You know, beyond the headache and being sick. Apparently you're still goated, but how was today for you?
I kind of just played what I hit today, and I'm pretty sure I just high rolled out of my mind. I don't really think I did anything like extraordinary, so hopefully, like, the only thing that I'm worried about is keeping it up tomorrow. That's pretty much it. Like, today was cool. I'm glad to have the bonus points. Obviously, it feels really good, but I don't think I played bad. I just like I think I just high rolled. So I'm just like looking forward to tomorrow. Hopefully, I can high roll again. You know.
You said that you kind of played what you ran into today, but were there any lines that you were leaning towards or anything you had in mind? And how impactful do you think that the opening items from some of your carousels or your opening creeps were having in the way that you played today?
I mean, I'm always down to play mech, so I'll say that like leaning wise, comp wise, like I'm definitely leaning into mech when I can. Opening carousel, like I don't think it heavily impacted the things that I played today. I stayed pretty flex, like no matter what. So yeah, there were like sometimes I was like, I think there was like one game from 2-1 I was like, okay, I really want to play Kaisa, but like in the last game I wanted to play Kaisa as well, but I pivoted off and I just like played some random stuff. So yeah.
Well,
So how was the prep for the tournament? Did you have any friends that, or coaches, or anyone that helped you kind of get ready? Just you?
I mean, I talked to people a lot. I didn't do like extensive VOD reviews with anybody this time around. I ran down like 600 LP on ladder, so that was pretty good prep. You know, I think I was like high up enough that like if anybody like runs down that amount, they usually get the GM buff. But like I kept Challenger, but like I still got the buff. You know what I mean? So that was pretty nice. But yeah,
You just got to weed out all the bad cops.
yeah, exactly. That's what it was. Totally. Just all limit testing, and nothing about it was tilting. Yep, just weeding it out.
Well, since I know you're not feeling great, I'll keep my question simple. How are you going to rest up for tomorrow?
I'm probably gonna do like some VOD review tonight, with like some people, and then I'll probably just like play some Pokemon, watch some streams, and then go to bed. Yeah.
Don't forget to
Nothing too
hydrate.
crazy.
Don't donkey roll. Well, actually, you only top 4 today. I don't need to give you any advice. Get your Snuggie on. Get your naps in. Congratulations once again. You're popping off. Do you have any shout outs you'd like to make? Or just any final words of wisdom?
Yeah, sure. I'm in like a ton of communities, so like I'm not gonna waste time shouting people out one by one. But like there are like special people that like I talk to for like either advice about the game or just like advice in general, like Ramblin', Dish Soap, Appies, Rain, people like that. But you know, I like whenever I'm on here, I always like to shout out production and like the casters. So thank you guys for working hard, and also the devs. I've voiced it like a lot on like Twitter and Discord and stuff. Even like as frustrated as I can be with the patch in this set, I really do still believe that this set is like so good. And even in like the Jack Sumi patch and stuff like that, I still just enjoy the game a lot. Like I'm finding I have not like played this much TFT since like set 4, where like usually I would, you know, play a few games a day or something. But like in set 4 and this set, I am like running marathons. So I really, really love this set, and it's a lot of fun. So thank you for that.
I mean, we can all tell you've been on the grind, and if you're not going to shout yourself out, then guys, everyone go to twitch.tv/eNico and drop this guy a follow for his wisdom, okay? If he pops off today, you know where to go to get your TFT wisdom. Thank you so much for the interview, and best of luck tomorrow, and I hope you feel better.
Thank you. Thank you to you guys as well, and thank you to my Twitch chat as well. I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me. But yeah, shout out to my Twitch chat too for hanging out with me all the time and putting up with the mold. All right, thank you again.
Good luck tomorrow. Get some rest.
That's what the headband is covering, all the mold. Although I don't think he has a reason to mold.
Oh, that's how I do that. I'm just gonna
Oh.
headband.
Nice.
See, Mordoc's here to fix everything. I think that's why you complimented like the set so much earlier on today, to try and help. But it's fine. Tomorrow we have more TFT action. Only 32 players making it to tomorrow, and you guys already saw that. It's exciting. $12,500 on the line. Mordog, any kind of final thoughts of capping out the day? It's been exciting.
Yeah, it's been a fun day. Honestly, today wasn't too crazy. There weren't that many like insane, you know, triple prismatic games or mega 3 stars or anything like that. So it'll be interesting to see if that happens tomorrow, or if we still see this sort of like high tempo play that we've seen today. And then tomorrow's format, you know, we've got the like 7 games or 8 games. So it's a longer day for sure. And so that'll be interesting to see how that affects as well as we go into that final lobby, getting up those points. And I always look forward to these unique twists on the format. So
Yeah, the coolest 3-star we saw today was like Viego in the first game. So we're like, oh, we cooking today. We're going to have a hype day. And then it was pretty standard, like all the way through. Maybe Admirable tomorrow. We'll get Laser Core 9. We'll get Urgot 3. Like, what craziness could await us?
Well, I think that today, honestly, demonstrated kind of the diversity that's in the lobbies and how much the context of what's happening affects the scope of the game. You know, as players continue to get stronger and stronger, we're going to see that develop over time. You know, Bryce kind of, I think, hit the nail on the head earlier where he's like, we've kind of scratched the surface of admin's power potential and where it's going to be. And I think it was the one that caught my attention. He said, I'm going to give you the answer now, and at the end of the set, you're going to look back and be like, wow, that guy's a moron. That's how I think about Bryce every day, #kidding. But I think that's really just where the set lies, is that there's so much diversity and flexibility to it that as things start to get discovered, you're going to start to unlock new potential. So while today didn't have like these wildly crazy outcomes, I think when you look at 6 game lobbies top to bottom over the course of the day, really the thing to look at is just how many different things that we were seeing. You know, players are getting locked onto these endgame compositions. We know that these are strong and that this is where the final destination is, but what are the paths to get to those points, and how are players actually getting there? It's very complicated, and don't ignore these stage 2 lobbies where you're just auto loss streak going to stage 3. We saw right in the last game that Dan and Bryce cast that was a disastrous outcome for the players who played that way and didn't have super strong rolldowns. There's so much context in the game right now, and if you want to improve your TFT play, you're going to have to stand back, you're going to have to humble yourself like Nico's been doing lately. The guy's playing out of his mind, and you're going to have to do research in this game. You're going to have to study different lines and understand your outcomes, because if you're passing up on lines that are strong, you are losing placements in TFT. Know the game, and then you'll do better.
Yeah, and the main trend today was a lot of support augments, and you're absolutely right. The decision-making, the journey to that capped board. It's not about everyone had a capped board at the end. You're seeing more of the same. Samira, Misfortune, Viego, what is it? But how they got there is what makes these players the best of the best, and why we're only sending the top 32 to tomorrow. Speaking of which, Championship Sunday, $12,500 to give away tomorrow, and regional finals and all that to be qualified for. We're gonna be live at 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. You're going to want to tune into that, and you're on the right channel. Drop a follow, get your notifications up, and a big shout out to Dan and Price who helped out casting earlier on. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.